Naruto struggled back to Konoha, dragging a wounded, unconscious Sasuke. He grumbled to himself, "You're a major pain. You just had to try and leave, had to go to Orochimaru for power to kill your brother. You just had to ram a Chidori through my chest." As he finally reached the village, Kakashi was preparing to search for him, and Sakura still waited by the gates. "Naruto!" Kakashi yelled, rushing to support him, while Sakura ran to Sasuke, tears streaming. "What did you do, Naruto?" she sobbed. I brought him back," Naruto slowly replied. "I wanted him home, not half dead," she shrieked, glaring at the barely conscious blonde. Naruto faltered, "Sakura." Kakashi shook his head, carrying both Naruto and Sasuke to the hospital. Tsunade, having just treated Koji, examined the unconscious Naruto's injuries. Multiple lacerations and burns. A large round hole, likely from a Chidori. Chakra burns across his body. Severe chakra exhaustion, she listed, concluding, "He's lucky to be alive." Jiraiya, perched on the window ledge, added, "No kidding. I already checked the Uchiha. His wounds aren't too severe, though Naruto certainly gave him a beating." Tsunade sighed, "I see." Hokage-sama, an Umbu agent, appeared. "What is it?" she asked. "You've been summoned to a council meeting," the ninja reported. "Who else is present?" "The elders and civilian council are already there. Only Hayashi Hayaga from the Shinobi Council is present at the moment," she ordered. "Go get Shikaka Nara, and any other Shinobi Council members you can." She began to leave. Jiraiya, "Stay with Naruto." "Got it, Hein," the old sage nodded, eyes fixed on his godson. Tsunade entered the council chambers, finding only Hayashi from the Shinobi Council as reported. "What is the meaning of this?" she growled, moving to her seat. "It concerns the Sasuke retrieval mission," Danzo smoothly stated. "While successful, the methods used are questionable." "Questionable? Since when is it the council's job to scrutinize every Konoha shinobi mission?" Tsunade demanded. "When it concerns the last remaining members of clans," Danzo retorted. Due to his injuries, confirmed by a hospital nurse and Sakura Haruno's testimony, Sasuke Uchiha will be unable to serve as an active shinobi for months, as will Naruto, who suffered far worse damage at Sasuke's hands. He had a Chidori rammed through his chest. Tsunade roared, slamming her fist on the table, startling several council members. "That is not the point. There were likely better ways for Naruto Uzumaki to handle the rescue. I therefore call for a vote to execute Naruto Uzumaki for his vicious attack on Sasuke Uchiha and for failing to complete the mission satisfactorily." Danzo smiled. "All in favor." He waited long enough for all elders and civilians to raise their hands, and Hayashi to slowly raise his. "All against." Danzo asked as Shikaka Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Koji Akimichi entered, each raising their hands in opposition, as did Tsunade. "By the Hokage's authority, I speak for the majority of the populace. Therefore, Naruto shall not be executed." Tsunade hoped to wipe the grin from Danzo's face, but it remained. "Very well. However, due to the charges against him, he cannot remain here. I hereby banish Naruto Uzumaki from Konohagakure." Danzo grinned. "You have no right," Tsunade shouted. "I do, however. The law states that when the Hokage has a close attachment to the person in question, said person can be banished if the elders and half of the council agree, which the elders and all of the civilian council do. Therefore, I will have him banished instead, where he may meet his end as he sees fit." Danzo replied, as the councillors exchanged grins, except for Hayashi, who looked ashamed. Once the civilians and elders left, Tsunade confronted Hayashi. "Hayashi, what was the meaning of that?" she shouted. "I did what was best for Hinata and my clan. Naruto is a force of chaos, just like his father. I cannot allow him near Hinata. He will lead her down a path that will only make her miserable." "Are you mad? Hinata is in love with that boy." "I know. That is why I agreed to this. I have nothing against him personally, but for the good of my family, I will have him banished." Hayashi replied, "Now if you will excuse me, I will be on my way." Without a backward glance, Hayashi left the council chambers, leaving Tsunade enraged. Walking back to her office, she quickly removed the painting of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, revealing the safe behind it. Opening it, Tsunade retrieved the documents and scrolls within. "I may not have been able to stop them, but I will do everything I can to help you, Naruto," Tsunade promised, heading back to the hospital. In Naruto's room, she saw the blonde awake, grimly staring at the wall. "They banished me, didn't they?" he stated, not questioning. "I'm sorry, Naruto, they did," Tsunade sighed. "Pervy Sage said it was likely to happen. I don't get why, though," Naruto remarked. "I did the mission, I brought him back." "Naruto, there isn't anything more I can do than this," Tsunade said, placing the items from the safe before him. "This is your inheritance. Your father, the fourth Hokage, left them in his safe for you to have once you were 16. Since you won't be here before then, I thought now would be the best time to give them to you." "Why wasn't I told?" Naruto asked. "Because of your parents' enemies. They would have killed you without a thought, just to get back at your parents. Your father decided to withhold it until you were 16 so you would be strong enough to defend yourself against whoever they sent to kill you, Tsunade explained, walking towards the door. Read their wills first, they're in the envelope. After that, go through them as you like. There isn't much rush, since you have until sunset tomorrow to be out of the village. Naruto waited a few moments before opening the envelope. Inside were 2 sheets of paper, both addressed to him. Grabbing the top one, Naruto began reading. Dear Naruto, I know you'll be reading this after I'm gone, but I want you to know I'm sorry for not being there for you. Your mother and I always planned on raising you, having a family, and watching you grow into the amazing young man I know you'll be. Unfortunately, we won't have that chance. That's why your mother and I are leaving these wills for you to read on your 16th birthday. So I guess the first thing should be wishing you happy birthday. I'm sure you're just like me, beating the women off with a stick. Trust me, though, one day you'll find a woman who will capture your heart, and you'll do anything for her. Who knows, maybe you already have, and if not, look at the shy ones, for they have the purest hearts of all. That's how your mother was around me. Anyway, I'm leaving you 2 scrolls. The first contains all my jutsu and techniques, including the Hiraishin, which I know you'll use well. The next one contains all the bank numbers for the Namikaze and Uzumaki accounts, which at the time I'm writing this contain over 3.2 billion ryo combined, though with interest there's likely much more. This should be more than enough for you to live on and buy yourself a nice home. I hope you are well and not too angry that I sealed the QB inside you. I believe you are the best suited for keeping the beast away from mortal kind and pray you are able to do this job to the best of your abilities. Remember that I will always love you. Your father, Minato Namikaze. Naruto blinked back tears, realizing his father had cared for him and truly done his best. Smiling, Naruto gently set the sheet down and picked up the other. My darling Naruto, I hope you are happy and well when you finally read this, and that you have found yourself a wonderful woman to share your life with. I know you're probably upset that we could never be together as a family, but know that we truly do love you. I won't waste time thinking on all the maybes that could have been, since it would be a waste of time to wish things were different. I am leaving you 2 scrolls as well. The first contains the Uzumaki clan techniques, brought with me after I left Uzu no Kuni. They contain many powerful techniques and lost secrets only our clan knew before we were scattered to the wind. The other scroll will have my sword inside it. It is called Giru, Gale, and it will serve you as well as it did me. You will have to learn how to use it on your own, however, I have faith that you will be able to do wonders with it, and hopefully someone has been training you in Kenjutsu. Anyway, before I start rambling, know that your father and I love you and that we will always be watching you from the afterlife, proud of you. Your mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto was now wiping tears from his eyes, ensuring there were, in fact, 4 scrolls left for him. Nodding, he quickly opened each one, noting the blood seals inside, likely to prevent copying. Slowly getting up, Naruto put on his ruined clothes, leaving the irreparable coat. Walking out of the room, he saw Tsunade and Jiraiya waiting. You knew about these? Naruto asked. Yeah. Sarutobi-sensei left me a note about them for you, Tsunade nodded. And I was the one to get your mother's sword, Jiraiya sighed. I'm sorry we didn't tell you earlier, but we swore to your parents we wouldn't. It's okay, Naruto nodded, turning to leave. Where are you going? You need to rest, Tsunade shouted. I only have until tomorrow. I want to at least start saying my goodbyes, even if there aren't a lot of them, Naruto replied, walking away. Inside the blonde's mind, a cold rage simmered. He should have been treated better by the adults if they had known about his parents, but they had treated him like dirt. He had been hated, abused, and tormented for something done to ensure their protection. He knew who was to blame and who deserved a chance to say goodbye. His first stop was the far end of the hospital, where he visited Koji and Shikamaru. Hey guys, Naruto said, walking in and surprising them. Naruto, they exclaimed, grinning, though Shikamaru paused, noticing the blonde's eyes. I just wanted to see how you were doing, he grinned. I knew you'd be alright, Koji. Of course I would be, Koji laughed, though I have a lot of weight to put back on. Well, I agree there. A skinny Akimichi isn't normal, Naruto laughed. What's on your mind, Naruto? Shikamaru suddenly asked. This isn't a social visit. Smart as ever. Naruto sighed. I came to say goodbye. Goodbye, they shouted. Yeah, because I beat up Sasuke too much, I've been banished by the Great Council, Naruto sighed. Did our parents? Koji started. I don't think so. From what Pervy Sage told me, Tsunade had them called to the meeting to defend me, Naruto sighed. Anyway, I have to be out of the village by tomorrow night, otherwise I'm going to be killed. That's just not right. Shikamaru noted. It's my life. Don't worry about me, guys. I'll be fine, but I wanted to say goodbye to all my real friends, Naruto smiled, getting up. If I get the chance, I'll see you all again. Yeah, I hope we do, Shikamaru nodded, as Koji held back tears. Slowly, Naruto exited the hospital, receiving the usual glares from the populace as he made his way to his favorite restaurant. The news there was the worst for Naruto. Tuka nearly cried, and Ayam refused to let him go, her tears hitting his head. After half an hour, he was released and allowed to eat all he wanted before leaving. The gorging lasted several hours until he finally stopped, saying how he would miss them and write if he got the chance. It was dusk now, and Naruto sat atop the Hokage monument, watching the village below. Naruto, Kakashi said, sitting next to him. Hey, I heard about your banishment. Yeah, it really sucks. Shame we never got to talk about my dad, though, Naruto said, causing Kakashi to almost jump. You know, yep, got to read my parents' wills. Let me guess, you swore not to say anything. I did. I respected your parents a lot, but I always watched out for you. Remember the dog-masked Umbu agent? Well, that was me. Really? Never knew that one. Naruto laughed. Well, what you did for me was greatly appreciated. I know. I'm sorry I wasn't a better sensei to you. It's okay. Pervy Sage would have taken that role from you eventually, Naruto replied. You did what you could, and that's all I could ask. Thanks, Naruto. You know, things are going to be boring now that you're gone. True, but they'll liven up once Konoha hears about this. He'll prank the hell out of this place until everyone thinks he's become me. This earned a chuckle from the pair as they looked back at the night sky. Regardless, I will miss you. I know. I'm going to miss this place, but if they don't want me, then why should I stay? Naruto asked, a cold edge entering his voice. Dawn came slowly for the blonde, who was now saying his farewells to Irika. Irika, though sad, promised never to let anyone turn out like Sasuke. Next on his list were Konoha and his friends, who were in tears by the time the news was told, each promising to prank all of Konoha for years in his memory. With them out of the way, Naruto went to the one place he always sat to think, the swing. Taking a seat, he stared into the distance, his eyes unfocused, as he slowly swung. A few moments later, he heard footsteps and turned to see Hinata peeking around a tree. Hi, Naruto said, facing forward again. Hinata frowned at the greeting and walked closer to him. Hey, are you okay? She asked. Okay, I guess, given the situation, okay is about the best I can be. Naruto replied, stopping his swinging. What do you mean? Hinata asked, now very worried. I was banished, he said, and Hinata gasped. I have until sunset before I have to leave. Hinata stared wide-eyed in horror at what Naruto was telling her. She quickly tried to dispel whatever genjutsu she thought she was under, and upon realizing it was reality, she started to panic. What are you going to do? No clue. I guess just wandered, Naruto replied, looking at her, taking in her face and for the first time noticing how beautiful she was. But, surely there must be something. Sorry, Hinata. I have no choice but to leave, he sighed, meeting her gaze. Hinata decided that if she was likely never to see him again, she had to act so he wouldn't forget her. Rushing forward, she tackled him with a back-breaking hug, knocking them both to the ground. Naruto was confused and worried when Hinata suddenly kissed him, shocking him further. I love you, Naruto Uzumaki, she said when she finally stopped, leaving him stunned as he stared at the girl lying atop him. For a few moments, he just stared, mouth slightly open, as his brain tried to register what was happening. You love me, he said, truly confused. Yes, I love you, she said again, stealing another kiss from the blonde. Naruto sat up now, bringing Hinata with him, and looked at her. Hinata, I'm really touched that you feel that way for me, and I really wish I wasn't leaving so I could get to know you. But since I am, I can only do the next best thing and send you letters as often as I can. Naruto smiled, hugging her. I only wish I had more time. I know, Hinata whispered, returning the hug. Standing, Naruto looked at her and with a small smile headed for his apartment to gather his tools before leaving the village. Once at the gates, he looked back, his face twisting into a scowl. I promise this. You shall regret what you have done to me. I will make sure that nothing is left of those that have betrayed me. Naruto vowed as he left the village, entering the forest and making his way towards the nearest town where he could rest for a few days. Sitting in his hotel room, he was reading over his father's techniques, quickly realizing that his dad, while a genius, had never really finished anything. His Hiraishin technique was supposed to be used with seals on the body and using your own thoughts to move to the target place, not a special konoha. As he continued to read, there was a knock on his door, and Naruto was instantly on high alert. Who's there? He asked, grabbing one of his dad's konoha. Suddenly, the door was smashed off its hinges, revealing Itaki Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Found you, Kisame laughed, preparing to charge at Naruto, Same Hata at the ready. It is time that you surrendered. We know you have been banished and that you are all alone. There is no hope of resisting, Itake said coolly, eyeing the blonde. Naruto tried to work on an escape plan. The window was behind him, an easy escape, but something told Naruto not to use that as an exit. This was smart, as Itake had a cage bushin waiting outside to trap him in a genjutsu if he made a run for the window. Staring straight ahead, he quickly devised an escape route, and with a nod, he picked up his pack and his father's scroll, making it seem he would comply. Once he had his possessions, he struck, creating several cage bushin to distract them while he made the raise-non. Once finished, Naruto rammed the sphere into the ground at an angle that would send debris flying at the two rogue ninja, forcing them to block the barrage. Once it was done, Kisame struck, swinging his massive sword at the blonde, who rolled to the side and back, raising the kunao to see that Itake was also moving in, his Sharingan spinning. Grinning, Naruto threw the kunao at the young man, who simply leaned to the side to avoid the blade. However, no sooner had the blade flown past his head than Naruto disappeared in a flash of orange, shocking the two as they soon heard footsteps running down the hall, but never the sound of a kunao hitting the wall. Did the Gaki just use High-Ray Shin? Kisame asked, clearly confused. I think he did. Itake nodded as the pair chased after the blonde, who had left the hotel and was hiding among the populace in the streets below. Jumping into the streets, the two started walking through the crowd, searching for Naruto, who was already sneaking around the crowd and into the back alleys where he would have the advantage. For over an hour, the two Akatsuki members searched for him before they finally figured that he had left town while they had searched the populace. Naruto, sitting in an alley where he was catching his breath, began to think it was truly safe to move again. Man, those Akatsuki are relentless, he muttered as he realized something. The Akatsuki, while strong individually, were a group so they could work together and therefore be nigh unstoppable. Grinning evilly, Naruto began to have an idea. He needed allies, people willing to aid each other, to help them rise above what the world thought they were. Nodding, he walked onto the busy streets again, his mind deciding it was time to use his banishment to his advantage. 5 years have passed since Naruto Uzumaki's banishment, and the shinobi world was in chaos. Old alliances had dissolved, and new ones were forming. Suna and Konoha were no longer allies, while Naruto's banishment had nearly ignited war. Gaara's wise words prevented it. Aim was growing in power, with the Akatsuki completing their takeover and finishing off the former leader's forces. A new mercenary group, Yugir, had emerged, becoming as well known and perhaps even stronger than the Akatsuki. Wherever they went, chaos gripped the area like a vice until they returned, taking over and establishing order. Only two nations remained safe, Haru no Kuni and Kaminari no Kuni. The group Yugir was a terror across the elemental nations. In one of Yugir's safe houses, a man sat in an armchair, his gaze fixed forward as if trying to pierce the wall. He was the infamous leader who had rallied everyone to his cause. Sir, a woman's voice broke the silence as she approached. What is it? He responded. I have the reports you requested, she said simply, placing a file on the small table beside him. Thank you. I'll review them in a moment. I have something else to take care of, he replied, leaning forward to grab 2 blank papers and a pen. The usual? She asked with a smirk. Of course. I've always kept my word, and I don't intend to stop now, he answered, writing 2 letters, sealing them in envelopes, and handing them to her. You know what to do. Of course, sir, she smiled, turning on her heel with the sensuality of the snake she adored. The man then began reading the files, preparing to formulate his plans. Let's see. AIM is maintaining its borders, allowing nothing in or out. Kiri is amassing its forces, likely to defend against either Akatsuki or us. IWA is acting as usual, as are Oto, Kusa, and Taki. Suna is taking on more missions and expanding its influence. Lastly, Konoha is losing influence and attempting to increase its shinobi forces. It seems everything is proceeding according to plan, he grinned, standing and checking the time. I should be on my way to meet my other forces. With an orange flash, he vanished from the base, reappearing just outside the Raikage's office in Kumagakure. Upon entering, he saw that everyone else was present. Just in time, boss, a man next to the Raikage chuckled. The blonde nodded, taking his seat among the Yugir members, scanning for any missing faces. So, what do we have to report? He asked as the Raikage, stood up. Currently, all of Kumagakure supports you. The rebellions have ceased, and all shinobi who fled are returning, nodded. Good. Ensure there are no repercussions for them. I don't care why they left, only that they've returned. Of course, affirmed. What about the Jinchuriki? At this point, the representative from Tsunagakure, codenamed Tanuki, rose. At the moment, only 2 are unaccounted for, the Yanbai and the Gobi. Both are from the same village, so it's likely Akatsuki has already captured them. Until we have confirmation, I want the search to continue. The locations of the others? The Ichibai is still with Suna, of course. The Nibi and Haxabi are already with you, along with the Kyubi. The Sanbai is hidden somewhere in Mizu no Kuni, we're unsure if it has a Jinchuriki at the moment. The Rokubai is still wandering the elemental nations, we've had no word on him, but our informants are looking. Lastly, the Nanabi is in Takigakure, under heavy guard to prevent capture. I see. Which of the ones we don't have has the highest probability of being attacked next? Either the Nanabi or the Ichibai. Since we haven't found the Sanbai's exact location, it's unlikely Akatsuki has either. The Rokubai is a powerful shinobi and wanders so much that he's nearly impossible to find, Tanuki replied. Very good. Ensure we have operatives ready to move if Akatsuki does. Which brings me to the next matter of business. It's time to expand our influence. We are no longer a small group struggling to survive. I intend to let the entire world see our strength. Is this such a good idea? A asked. The other shinobi nations might view this as an act of war. Let them. For a few nations, it is, the man grinned. I intend to uphold all my obligations and ensure all my allies receive what they've earned through blood, sweat, and tears. Of course, A nodded. But wouldn't it be best to wait a bit longer, to ensure we can make such moves? I know we can. So what will the first move be? A man inquired. I intend to defend the Jinchuriki who will be targeted by keeping them under watch until we've allied with their homes or conquered them. I will send emissaries to all the nations we've agreed upon. Once they're sent, we'll await replies, hopefully favorable ones. After that, I will lead select parties to convince nations without shinobi forces to support us. I'm hopeful they'll accept, and if they don't, the man pressed. I will simply lay siege to them as if they were any other enemy. There will be no third parties in this, only those with or against us. Of course, sir, they all nodded. Now, if there's no other business, you are all dismissed. Yes, sir, they all nodded, rising to leave the meeting room as the man went to the window, looking out over the village below. Everything all right? A asked, looking at him. I guess. I'm worried I'm doing the wrong thing. Kid, you've done your best. Hell, you've done more for this village than anyone ever has, A grinned. Besides, from what you told me, you've already done all you can the old way. Too true. There are only a few places we will undoubtedly destroy. Save as many as are worth saving, and let the rest burn. You are a true leader. I would hope so. I am the son of a great leader. Yeah, and have the support of another one. Really, who? He laughed as A glared at him. In Konoha, things were different. The Genin 11, as they were known, had each become a formidable force. All were now jonin, well known both within and outside the village. Team Guy had gone their separate ways but still met often. Tenten became an Umbu commander, leading dangerous missions. Lee, a jonin despite his taijutsu being his sole skill, was often called Konoha's second sublime green beast of prey. Niji was also a jonin, primarily leading search and destroy missions. Team 10 remained a solid unit, often called the Neo Inoshikacho, with each member individually renowned, Shikamaru the genius, able to turn around any losing situation, Ino a masterful manipulator, and Koji a strong fighter jokingly called the gentle giant due to his size. The remnants of Team 7 were well known but scorned by the rest of the Genin 11. Sakura had been trained as a medic nin at the council's demand, grudgingly taught by Tsune just enough so she wouldn't harm herself or others. Suzuki received no punishment, with counselors blaming his curse seal, which Jiraiya then permanently sealed away. Suzuki was a strong nin, though he knew the others hated him, except Sakura. He didn't care as long as he got to kill his brother, as Danzo had promised. Lastly, Team 8 had disbanded. Kiba and Shino remained key members of tracking teams, though Kiba and Akamera were often called for combat missions. Hinata had taken a completely different path. She sought training from Tsunade, who accepted her with open arms, teaching her all the Hokage secrets. Hinata soon became a first-class medic, rivaling Tsunade's ability. She had also disowned her clan after learning her father's actions, now living independently. Thanks to a legal technicality, she didn't have the cursed seal. She was now an Umbu agent, serving Tsunade directly. After leaving her clan, she began learning any and all jutsu she could, making herself an even greater threat to opponents. Currently, she sat in her small apartment bedroom, planning her day off. Normally, she didn't take many days off, as it left her thinking about Naruto and worrying about him. While his letters considerably eased her concern, she always felt he wasn't telling her something. Sighing, she stood and walked to her closet, browsed her clothes and settling on dark purple pants and a matching shirt. Hinata was a great beauty in Konoha, turning down dates left and right, with Kiba's help for the densest or most persistent suitors. She had grown her hair to her waist, and the years had given her face a more womanly look instead of an adorable girl-next-door appearance. With a nod, she left her apartment, just in time to see Anko approaching. Hey, the Jonin smiled as she neared. Anko-san, Hinata smiled, looking at the snake user. I've got mail for you, she grinned, handing Hinata a sealed envelope. From him? Hinata asked, a spark in her eye. Yep, she nodded. Now, I'd love to stay and chat, but I promised Korone-chan I'd meet her for lunch, especially since she doesn't have to watch little Haru today. Over the past 4 years, Asuma and Korone had married and now had a 2-year-old son named Haru, the apple of their eye. Of course. Send my best to Korone-sensei, Hinata grinned as the Jonin left in a shunshin. Looking at the handwriting, she immediately recognized Naruto's. After all, no one can replicate that messy scrawl, Hinata giggled mentally. Opening the envelope, she found a single letter to her, though unusually short. To my dearest Hinata-chan. I know this is probably my shortest letter to you, and there's so much I want to discuss. However, since a letter can be reread, I feel this information is best given to you in person. If you can meet me at the Valley of the End as soon as possible, I will explain everything. I know I've kept some secrets from you, but I'm ready to tell you at least some of them. I look forward to seeing you again. Yours and yours alone, Naruto. Hinata reread the letter a few times to confirm she was indeed reading what she thought. With a squeal, she quickly leaped onto the rooftops, heading for the Hokage Tower. Tsunade was setting aside a massive stack of completed papers, looking at her somewhat empty desk. It was rare for so little paperwork. Taking a small break, she leaned back and opened a new bottle of sake. Just after her first sip, the door burst open as Hinata ran in. I need to take some time off, she shouted as Tsunade spat out the sake, trying to breathe. What? She asked. I need some time off. Starting today. Why? Tsunade asked, confused. Normally, the girl had to be forced to take a day off, but now she was barging in, demanding days off. It's personal, she said, a blush creeping onto her face, making Tsunade grin. It's about Naruto, isn't it? Yes, it's a private matter, though, Hinata nodded. Fine. Will a week be enough? Plenty. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Hinata bowed. It's nothing. Just make sure you send the Gaki my best wishes, along with the rest of those who miss him, Tsunade replied as Hinata nodded before running off. It took only a few minutes to pack and lock up her apartment before she was out of the village before anyone noticed. Leaping through the trees, she was ecstatic to see Naruto again after 4 years. His letters had said he was doing well and still training to be a strong shinobi, though not for konoha. He even mentioned finding allies but refused to elaborate when she asked. She, in turn, had told him all about what was happening in Konoha, how Konohamaru and his friends had pranked Konoha for days straight and continued to do so regularly, sparing only the Genin 11, with the exception of Sasuke and Sakura, Tsunade, and the shinobi counselors who had supported Naruto and voted against his banishment or protested it after learning what had occurred. After several hours, Hinata stopped, looking at the valley where Naruto had battled Sasuke, once again awed by the damage to the landscape. Sitting on Hashirama Senju's head, she looked down at the valley, visualizing the battle that had taken place over 4 years ago. Once weary of this, Hinata set up her tent under some trees in the forest and waited for Naruto to arrive. Late that night, in a flash of orange, Naruto appeared on Madara Uchiha's head and looked down at the damage he had caused all those years ago. A scar of the battle between us, he muttered as he looked across the valley to see that Hinata was already there, in her tent, just getting ready for bed. I shouldn't bother her just yet. She can see me tomorrow. With that, he leaped across and landed with a small thud before standing up. He had grown much taller in the passing years, easily as tall as Jiraiya. His blonde hair was still in his usual spikes from when he was a kid, though now he kept a shoulder-length ponytail. He wore mostly black, though his pants and shirt had orange trim. Over the shirt was a black coat with a golden sunburst on the back, the symbol for Yu-Gi-Oh! The coat reached his ankles and had twin flaps so he could reach his mother's sword on his left side and the other sword he had acquired in his travels, one of a set of 5, each representing the 5 basic elements of the world. His sword was named Raging Gufu, Raging Wind, and it was one of the most devastating weapons he possessed. Smiling as he saw Hinata's fire go out and heard her crawling into her tent, he sat on the ground, meditating on how much he could tell Hinata now and how much apologizing he would have to do later once he began his plan or once it was completed. Morning came too quickly for Hinata, who, deciding that rolling over wouldn't help her sleep, rose, brushing her hair and trying to look presentable if Naruto was arriving today. Exiting the tent, she saw a figure sitting on the ground, facing the valley. Grinning as she saw the blonde hair, she moved as quietly as she could, and once directly behind him, she leaped at him to hug him, only for him to turn and stand up, catching her before she could ram into him. Good to see you too, Hinata-chan, Naruto grinned, kissing her and feeling her lean into him as her legs threatened to give out. Once the kiss ended, he sat her down beside him and smiled. I'm happy you got my letter, Naruto said. I was worried you wouldn't be here today, but that was put to rest last night. You were here, she exclaimed. Yeah, you were already going to bed by the time I arrived, and I couldn't disturb such a beautiful angel's sleep, so I just waited for you to wake up. He grinned as she stared at him before smacking the back of his head. What was that for? That was for not disturbing me. I don't care if you'd walked in on me in the shower. I haven't seen you in years. I wanted to see you as soon as possible, she ranted as he blinked at her. In the shower. Are you trying to imply something, my dear Hinata-chan? He asked, as she blushed a deep crimson. No, she said, trying to salvage what little pride she had left. Okay then, but I'm remembering this for a later day. He laughed as she tried to glare at him, but the blush made it look adorable instead of menacing. So, what did you want to tell me? Hinata asked, hoping to change the topic. Straight to the point, then, Naruto nodded. What do you know about a group called Yu-Gi-Oh? Nothing, really. There are only rumors in Konoha, most shinobi think it's nothing more, since they haven't set foot in Hai no Kuni yet. And what do you think? I know from Tsunade that they have footholds in several different countries and are based in either Kaminari no Kuni or Haru no Kuni, Hinata replied. I see. Well then, I do have some talking to do, Naruto nodded. To begin, Yu-Gi-Oh does exist, as a counterbalance to Akatsuki, I guess you could say. They seek the Jinchuriki, those who carry the Biju in them, but not to kill them, but to protect them. They have approached you? Hinata asked as Naruto gave her a look that demanded an explanation, eliciting an embarrassed blush from her before he received her mumbled reply, I read your file, in the Hokage's office. I see. Then you know about the furry pain in the ass, Naruto grinned. Anyway, they seek peace throughout the shinobi world by whatever means necessary, and while there's a hierarchy, they care about all their members, ensuring they can at least try to accomplish their dreams. How do you know so much? I'm a member, Naruto replied with a grin as he showed her the back of his coat. This is our symbol. We are the fading light that will not be extinguished. We won't fail where others have. Why didn't you tell me this? Because it was too dangerous. We just recently firmly established ourselves, and will be seeking to expand our power soon. I wanted to at least tell you this much. Is there more? Hinata asked, looking at Naruto as he looked at the ground. Naruto-kun, I can't say any more at the moment. I've already broken code by telling you this much. When we join, we're supposed to act in the group's best interest, not our own. My telling you all of this has no gain for the group and a lot of loss if you tell the wrong people. Do you think I will? No. That's why I'm telling you. Soon, you're going to start hearing a lot about us, and I just want you to know that while some of the actions may be true, none of the reasons you hear from people will be. I see. And what do they have planned for Konoha? I can't tell you, Naruto said, looking at her. There's too much at stake to tell you, or anyone from Konoha. I don't want you taken to Ibiki because I told you information and you refuse to explain how you know it. I see. If you think this is best, then I will trust you, Hinata smiled as she kissed him. Besides, if you remember, this group can't be all that bad. I would hope not. We seek world peace, but sometimes the only way to fix something is to break it again. We had to do that in Kaminari no Kuni. They split into factions when we made our proposal, so we had to fight and take over to ensure things would turn out for the best, Naruto explained. The death of a few to save many, Hinata replied. I know how that is. We aren't children anymore, Naruto. We all know that sometimes the only way to bring peace is to kill those who seek to destroy it. Yeah, but we don't have to like it. At least we can say that we try talking things out first, before we get violent. That's all anyone could ask for. With that, the two continued talking about their lives, learning details they hadn't or wouldn't put on paper. By late nightfall, the two had fallen asleep in Hinata's tent, wrapped in each other's arms. The next day, Naruto and Hinata were sitting on the heads again when Naruto took out a glowing kunao. What's that? Hinata asked. A signal. I'm needed back with Yu-Gi-Oh, he sighed. Do you have to go? Unfortunately, yes. But I will come see you again as soon as I get the chance, Naruto promised. Besides, I'll still write to you, and who knows, maybe we'll meet again soon. Hinata smiled, deepening their kiss as Naruto's tongue probed her mouth, eliciting a moan. After they separated, Hinata fought the urge to faint. Naruto grinned, vanishing in a flash and leaving her to finally succumb to the faint, a smile on her face. Naruto appeared in his room just as a messenger entered. What is it? Naruto asked. What's so important that I was needed back so quickly? Sir, we have rather important news, the shinobi replied. Fine. Naruto sighed, grabbing his mask and placing it over his face. Following the man, he arrived in the meeting room to find Tanuki there. Kitsune. We have news, Tanuki stated. What news? We've located the two missing Jinchuriki. They're currently hiding in the land of Shimo. I see. This is good fortune. They're close enough for us to bring them here and offer protection from the Akatsuki. Yes, but there's a problem, Kitsune. What is it? They're being pursued by the Akatsuki. Do we know which members? There are 4, from what we understand. One group, we assume, is Itaki Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. We have no idea about the other group. Fine. I need a squad ready to move out, and alert Nami that I require her assistance, he ordered. Tanuki nodded and walked off. Once the squad had gathered, Nami skipped in. She was very short, only reaching Naruto's stomach in height, and her black hair was brushed to a shine. She wore black pants and a black shirt with a golden sunburst covering most of the front. A small kodaki was on her back, and she wore a mask almost identical to Haku's before his death, except the swirl pattern was blue instead of red. So we get to go play? Nami asked happily. Yeah, we get to play with the Akatsuki today, he nodded, looking at the 4 ninja making up the rescue squad. Alright, you all know the plan. Nami and I will hold off the Akatsuki while you locate the 2 Jinchuriki. Do not engage them, they are to be saved, not killed. Make sure you get them across the border into the land of Kaminari as quickly as you can. Understood. Yes, sir, the four nodded, each grabbing hands as Kitsune warped them to their hideout in the land of Shimo. Once outside, they quickly checked their coordinates and split up, with Kitsune and Nami swiftly moving to intercept the four Akatsuki members. After nearly an hour of running, the pair found the four Akatsuki members. You shall go no further, Kitsune declared as they stopped in front of the four. Kitsune quickly recognized them. Itaka stood by Kisame, looking a bit more haggard than their last encounter. Kisame seemed unchanged, his sharp grin plastered on his face as he saw the pair. Next to them were Sasori, known as Sasori of the Red Sand from his time in Tsunagakure, a small, hunchbacked figure who, as the two Yu-Gi members knew, was a puppet controlled from within. Beside him was Deidara, the IWA bomber, infamous for his terrorist acts before joining the Akatsuki. What do we have here? Two people stand before us, with one, if not both, wearing the sunburst of Yu-Gi, Sasori noted. You must be confident if you're here to fight us. Confidence comes with ability, Kitsune retorted. So it does, Sasori nodded. However, I believe it's pretentious of you to think you both can oppose the four of us. Is it? Well, there's only one way to find out, he laughed. Shall we? It seems there's no other way, Itaka nodded, preparing for a fight while Kisame swung Samehada down. Kitsune and Nami took off, Kitsune heading straight for Itaki and Kisame, unleashing a quick spinning kick on Itaki, sending him skidding back. Kitsune ducked and wove around Kisame's massive weapon. Nami stopped in front of the other pair and looked at them for a moment before asking, "Do you want to play with me?" "Play?" Sasori asked. "Yeah," she nodded. "Well, maybe we will play. But first, answer a question." "Okay," Nami laughed as Deidara looked at Sasori confused. "My partner here and I have been debating for some time, and maybe you can help decide it," he said. "We're arguing over what true art is. Do you think art is something that should last throughout the ages, or something that should be there for a second before it fades away, like fireworks?" Nami asked. "I suppose," Deidara muttered. "But my art is better than fireworks." "Really?" Nami asked. "I like fireworks, they're so pretty and bright." "See?" Deidara exclaimed while Sasori shook his head. "But I like drawing too, Kitsune has taken me to a few museums to look at artwork there." "I like those too," Nami giggled. "See?" Sasori laughed. "She has sense, she can appreciate art in all its forms." "I suppose," Deidara sighed. "So can we play now?" Nami asked, looking at the two. "I suppose. But we only play with our art," Deidara said, reaching into his two bags at his side before taking out two clay birds. "Oh, that's pretty." "Yeah, well, you know what they say," he laughed as one turned into a bird that he leapt onto and took off into the air before sending the second one down to destroy her. "Art is a blast." An explosion tore through the ground, covering it in a cloud of dust as Sasori moved out of it, extending his poison tail to try and retrieve the corpse, or so he thought it would be a corpse. He suddenly felt something land on his tail and run along it, out of the cloud. Nami appeared from the cloud, leaping into the air where she started a massive amount of hand signs. "Suten Tsuiari Udan no Jutsu, Water Dragon Bullet Technique," she shouted as a large water dragon appeared, smashing into Sasori and crushing the puppet. Grinning, Nami landed among the wreckage before flipping away from a poison blade that rose from the real Sasori as he emerged from the wreckage. "That was unexpected," he noted. "Yeah. She didn't even use a body of water," Deidara noted as he sent down a massive stream of bombs at the young girl who had already started another set of hand signs. "Suten Tsujiniki, water encampment wall," she said, creating a water barrier that stopped all the explosions from hitting her. "This girl is good. She must be a prodigy to use these techniques with no water source," Sasori said as he took out a scroll, releasing the third Kaze cage. "This is fun. Don't stop now," Nami laughed as she continued the battle. During all of this, Kitsune was using only his taijutsu skills to duck and weave around the two while still managing to get attacks in despite their efforts. "He isn't half bad," Kisame grinned as he swung Samehada at him, noticing that it wasn't eating any chakra. "He is rather powerful," Itaka nodded, sending a fireball at Kitsune, who rolled away from it before stopping and sighing loudly. "I was hoping to not have to draw these, but since this is getting tiring, I have no choice." "What?" Kisame and Itaka said at the same time as Kitsune drew his two swords. "I will let you taste true terror before I finish with you," he vowed as he charged forward, swinging Giru at Itaki, who ducked around the slash. Kisame swung Samehada down on him as he raised Raging Gufu to block. Suddenly, Samehada let out a scream of pain as it moved away from the katana that was touching it, and Kisame leapt away, looking concerned. "What is wrong?" Itaki asked. "It's Samehada. It's crying in pain," he said, looking at Kitsune. "It's saying that sword was trying to cut it in two." "That's ridiculous," Itaki muttered. "How could that sword do any damage to Samehada?" "Because of the type of sword that it is," Kitsune replied, looking at them. "You should know its name, Kisame, Raging Gufu." Kisame stiffened at that name before nodding his head. "It's one of a set of 5. This sword, being the sword of wind, greatly enhances my elemental affinity." Samehada was right. My sword was trying to cut it in two. Swinging the blade to make a point, the slash tore through the ground, even though the blade never touched it. A wind affinity, Itake noted. No wonder you aren't using any ninjutsu against us, you would be at a disadvantage with my fire affinity. Not really. I just didn't want to end this too quickly, he shrugged as he charged at them, swinging both swords, flowing from one strike to the next as though it were some deadly dance. Kisame was worried, he knew he couldn't use same hata against the masked blonde since it would be damaged even more, and his ninjutsu was next to useless with the lack of nearby water. However, he couldn't keep dodging forever. Suddenly, Kitsune let out a burst of chakra and kicked Kisame, sending him flying into a massive pile of rocks several dozen yards away. Turning, he faced Itake and started speaking while slashing at the Uchiha. So tell me, why do you continue to serve Akatsuki, he asked. What do you mean, Itake asked. You must be here for a reason that I don't know of, especially since it couldn't be for Konoha anymore, Kitsune continued as he noticed Itake blink. So tell me, why would you stay with a group when the information you're reporting back to your home isn't even being used until it's far too late? Why do you stay with them, playing the villain when you could be doing something even more with your life? Tell me, Itake Uchiha, what is it that you want? Itake was flustered and caught off guard as he was sent flying away as Kitsune dodged same hata being swung where he had been standing. And what about you, Kisame? Why do you serve Akatsuki? Is it because of some promise made to the man behind the curtain, or because you feel some loyalty to the true fourth Mizukage? Oh yes, I know that Yagura was being controlled, but I don't know by whom, but that isn't important right now. So tell me, do you fight with them because of loyalty or just because you enjoy being a force of destruction, because either one could be better used? You are loyal to a man who is just going to throw you away once your usefulness has ended, or you just want to fight until there is no one left to fight or until you are dead, and there are better things to do with your life than senseless destruction. So tell me, Kisame Hashigaki, what is it that you want? Kitsune asked as he forced the ninja to dodge around his blades, moving him further away. Suddenly his comlink went off, alerting him and Nami that the two Jinchuriki had been recovered and were over the border. Well, it seems that we're out of time for today, Kitsune laughed as he sheathed his swords. Think on what I've said today. I can only tell you this, your talents could be much better used. Bye-bye, Nami giggled. It was fun playing with you too. Let's play again sometime. With that, Nami leapt over by Kitsune, who picked her up and took off at a sprint, leaving the four Akatsuki members standing there on the battlefield confused. What just happened? Deidara asked. We were distracted, Sasori stated, by a little girl. That was no little girl, Deidara growled. That girl was something else. Itake stood there staring in the direction Kitsune had left, his mind in havoc over what Kitsune had said. He had known the truth about him and his leaving of Konoha, a truth only 4 living people knew about, other than himself. Shaking his head, he knew that Kitsune wouldn't have said those things if he didn't expect Itake to look into them, and Itake had a feeling that what he was going to find was exactly what Kitsune wanted him to find. Kisame was just as shaken as Itake. No one was supposed to know about Yagura being controlled, only him and the guy in the mask. Now here was some guy in another mask spouting out that information like it was nothing, and what he was saying was true. Why was Kisame still there? It wasn't for the destruction, that much was certain, but he wasn't so sure that he stayed for loyalty. He knew that he wouldn't be allowed to leave simply because he was the only other person to know about the master plan, the real reason they were gathering the tailed beasts. Frowning, the two partners looked at each other and nodded before walking away. Where are you two going? Deidara shouted. There's no reason to be here. They were sent to distract us while the 4 tails and the 5 tails were taken across the border into the land of Kaminari, the one country we cannot get into, Itake replied. So we are leaving. Without looking back, the two walked away, both deep in thought and both barely noticing the other man they walked beside. Kitsune and Nami, once clear of the Akatsuki, stopped to take a breather while Kitsune checked Nami for any injuries and was pleased to see that she had none. You did good today, he nodded to her. Thanks, she laughed. I had fun playing with them. How many puppets did you break? Only the one. That other puppet he took out was way too strong for me, Nami sighed. That's fine. You're still growing. One day you'll be stronger than all of his puppets put together, Kitsune laughed as Nami looked at him. Really? She asked with hope. Definitely, he nodded. With a cheer, she hugged him as he warped to where the squad had agreed to meet. After the scenery settled, Kitsune noted the 2 newcomers. One was an older man with red hair and beard, wearing purple pants and shirt, with brown armor over it. On his head was a brown headpiece that showed his Iwagakure headband as well as a ring on the right side of the protector, while below this was a strap of metal that ran over the bridge of his nose and around his head. The other man was wearing red armor that covered his entire body, and the lower half of his face. On his back was a furnace, and he wore a red kasa on his head with his headband wrapped around his forehead. Over the armor, he wore a black gi and black gloves on his hands. Overall, both of them were different yet they seemed bound together. Who are you two? The one in the armor asked in an angry tone. My code name is Kitsune. Hers is Nami. We were sent to delay the Akatsuki from capturing and killing you too while our comrades escorted you here, where the Akatsuki can no longer get you without declaring war on every nation that has ties to us, he said as he took a seat, making a hand sign that the others were to leave the general area while he talked with these two. Once the order was complied with, Naruto removed the mask and looked at the two. Let's do this again. My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, he said. Namikaze, the one in purple huffed. So you are his kid. I take it you know of my father. Of course I do. He is well hated in IWA, the man nodded. So what may I call you to? Naruto asked. I'm Rashi. The Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, Rashi nodded. Han. Five Tails, the other nodded. Okay. Anyway, I'm here to make you two an offer. Offer? Han asked. Yeah. You see, Yu-Gi seeks to gather the Jinchuriki so that they may be safe, and if they so choose, to fight against those who would threaten them, Naruto began. We would like you both to join us. Why should we? Rashi asked. Because the Akatsuki are hunting you, and if I can help it, I would have all of the Jinchuriki standing together. What do you know about the Jinchuriki? Rashi asked. I know that they are always related to a cage, Naruto began as he let Rashi start to piece together what he was saying. I know that they are hated by their homes, often chased out or banished. I also know that they can be the strongest of shinobi and even become cages if they have the drive to do so. I see. Rashi grinned as he realized the fact. Which one are you? The Nine Tails, Naruto nodded as Han's eyes widened. I was banished because of their fear, and I created Yu-Gi because of it. So we are speaking to the boss, Rashi grinned. Alright, well, you have already saved us, but I have to ask, why should we join you? For starters, we have two other Jinchuriki among our ranks, so you wouldn't be alone. The entire organization knows about us and accepts us, and we can guarantee that we will do all within our power to help you meet your dreams, Naruto said. What are your dreams? The pair looked at each other before Rashi started speaking again. Me, well, I don't really have any dreams anymore. I've hit that age where they just fade away, Rashi replied. But if I have to say one, I always dreamed of leading people. Maybe not into battle, but to lead them, to do something great with a group, to say we did this together. A very honorable dream, Naruto nodded as he looked at Han, who seemed lost in thought. After a few moments, he spoke. Family. I dream of having a family. Family. I can understand that desire. Han, it may not be much, but you can be part of my family. You can be my brother, Naruto said as he offered a hand while the man stared at him before hugging him. Brothers don't shake hands, brothers hug, he said as he started crushing Naruto. After a few moments, Naruto was released, and Rashi was snickering. You probably just did something that can never be revoked, the older man noted. I don't mind. So will you two be joining us? Naruto asked. I will, Han nodded. I have no reason to decline. Besides, now that IWA has cast us out, I can do some good here. Do you control your beast yet? Rashi asked. Yes and no, Naruto said as he let out a loud whistle that told them they were allowed to start moving again. What do you mean? Rashi asked. Either you do or you don't. Well, the thing is that I can control it in a different way where I don't have the tails showing. That I can fully control, but where the tails are showing, I can control up to 6 with just the chakra around me, and when I combine it into a human form, I can get to 8 tails, but I almost swallowed by the 9 tails, Naruto explained. Odd. What did you do to get this? Well, the full control was thanks to a training method that the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails taught me, while the others are just pure force of will. I see. Well, I might be able to help you out. I do have full control of my demon, and Han here has almost full control himself, but the Irakama, dolphin horse, is really laid back and is willing to work with humans, Rashi replied. It's true, but he doesn't want to help more than he feels that you are worthy of, Han replied. Nodding, Naruto continued to talk to the pair until they returned to Kumagakure, where the pair were taken to rooms where they could relax and given money to get anything they wanted from the city. For the following days, Naruto reviewed the reports his diplomats were sending him, noting how several countries wanted to meet with the leader of Yu-Gi before they could say anything for certain. Frowning at these requests, he decided that the best way to deal with this would be to comply with them and hope that they would at least listen to what he had to say. Let's see. I need to visit Kikigakure today, and hopefully convince them to join us, and if things go well, I can also visit with Tsunagakure. I'd like to get one of the big ones out of the way today, Naruto muttered as he dressed that morning. Once ready, he grabbed his mask and used the high ration to warp to the rooms where his diplomats were. Kitsune, one of the diplomats, nodded. The leader, Shibuki, is waiting for you. Thank you. I will go see him now, he nodded as he walked out of the room, down the hall where he found the meeting room. Sitting at a table was a single man with long, dark brown hair and inky black eyes. He wore gray pants and a green shirt and had the headband for Kikigakure on his forehead. Kitsune nodded to the leader of the village as he took a seat. So you are the infamous leader of Yu-Gi, Shibuki noted. That I am. I figured you would be bigger. Don't judge by size. Often, the smallest of people can prove to be the greatest of fighters. True. So your diplomats tell me that you wish to form an alliance with us. I did not know that you were a country. With us, that would change. Nami no Kuni is likely to join soon after I visit to sign the treaty. Ally with us, and your country will flourish with access to such rarities. And training? Training is paramount for a shinobi like you. Yu-Gi-Oh members will help train your shinobi, making them a greater force. We'll elevate your village to a true world power. I see. You know we're allied with Konoha, Shibuki remarked. I do. That's the one thing we'll ask you to change. What do you mean? Our organization allows members to achieve their dreams. One of them seeks Konoha's destruction for what they did to him. And you're going to do this? I will, Kitsune nodded. For the greater good, I'll fight Konoha without hesitation. Greater good? What greater good? Shibuki spat. The unification of all elemental nations. I'll have them stand together in true peace, forged from trust and understanding, with Yu-Gi-Oh maintaining it. That sounds more like a conquered world. It isn't. We'll be at the mercy of the people. They'll choose who works for them, who best serves their interests. So if they called for you to step down, you would? Shibuki asked, surprised. With a smile, I'd offer my services to the next Yu-Gi-Oh leader. Kitsune nodded. We seek true peace, but it can only be achieved by eliminating those who would destroy it. I don't know. Tell me, do you remember a young, blonde-haired Konoha shinobi who helped save this place? Yes, Naruto Uzumaki. Do you know he was banished? Yes. Konoha never explained, but we trusted them, assuming he broke a law and was punished accordingly, Shibuki replied. Then you've been fooled, Kitsune sighed, removing his mask. Naruto. The one and only, he sighed, looking at Shibuki. Let me tell you the real reason I was banished. Naruto then recounted his tale, chasing Sasuke, their battle at the Valley of the End, and his banishment simply for beating Sasuke up too much. Shibuki listened in shock, never expecting to hear that Naruto had done nothing wrong and had only done his job. Naruto, I'm sorry, Shibuki said. Save it. I don't want an apology. The only thing I want from you is to ally with Yu-Gi-Oh, Naruto grinned. You won't be diverted, I see, he sighed. Very well. In good faith, I cannot continue dealing with Konoha knowing this. We'll cut ties and ally with you. That's all I needed to hear, Naruto smiled, standing and shaking Shibuki's hand. Once the papers are drawn up, we'll be official allies. Until then, I'll leave my diplomatic party here, in case Konoha gets violent over your severance. Thank you, Shibuki nodded. Anything else? Just one more thing. Who is the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi? You mean Fu? Shibuki asked, confused. Why are you interested in her? I have business with her. Where can I find her? She lives up in the tree where we get the hero water, Shibuki replied. Up near the top. Thank you, Naruto nodded as he left the meeting, walking into town and crossing the water to the tree. Climbing, Naruto noticed many bugs near the top, most gave way, though a few watched from a distance. Stopping, Naruto saw a small hollowed-out area where the bark was worn from constant travel. Walking to the branch, he stopped, hearing buzzing. Thousands of insects surrounded him. I wouldn't go any further than that, a woman's voice said from the tree's door. They wouldn't hesitate to kill you. I doubt they'd stop me, Naruto mused, staring at the door. But since it's discourteous not to listen to my hostess, I'll wait until you let me inside. Naruto stood, staring at the door for several minutes before it opened, and a young woman emerged. She was shorter than Naruto, with mint green hair and an orange clip, orange eyes showing distrust. She wore a white sleeveless shirt exposing her midriff and fishnet armor, a white apron skirt over fishnet shorts, white armlets covering her forearms, her headband wrapped around her right arm, and a red cylindrical object on her back. Fu stared at Naruto for several seconds before speaking. I've never seen you before. Have you come to stare at me like all the other foreigners? She spat. Not at all. I've come to make you an offer, Naruto replied. If I may come inside so we can speak comfortably. Fine, Fu said, nodding for the bugs to let him pass. Inside, Naruto noted the simple, handmade furnishings. So what's your offer? Fu asked, taking a seat. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. You're one of the Konoha shinobi who helped save this place. I was. However, I'm no longer a Konohagakure shinobi. I was banished for doing my job, for the hatred towards me for a burden we both bear, Naruto said as Fu eyed him warily. What do you mean? I'm a Jinchuriki, of the Kyubi, Naruto said, sitting. Because of this, I know your pain. I've come to offer you a chance to join my organization, to become one of us. To be a weapon, Fu spat. I've heard it before. Not a weapon, Naruto shook his head. To be a member. Currently, we have 5 Jinchuriki, including myself, as members. We seek all of them to protect them from the Akatsuki. Why? Surely the rest of humanity would want us gone. Not with Yu-Gi-Oh. Everyone accepts us for what we are. If others don't, that's their problem. We want everyone to have a chance to accomplish their dreams. Tell me, Fu, do you have any dreams? Dreams? Fu asked. Yeah, goals, or something you want to do before you die, Naruto explained. I suppose I do. I want to be accepted, not feared and hated. I understand. The life of a Jinchuriki can be lonely, especially when you're hated and despised by those you protect, Naruto nodded. If you join us, I promise you won't be hated or discriminated against. You'll be given all the respect you're due. How can you guarantee that? Because I'm in charge of this organization. I created it after being banished from Konoha, an organization where anything is possible and we all look out for each other, Naruto smiled. And let me at least tell you what you'll be given when you join us. Fine, Fu muttered. You'll be given a code name for field use. The Jinchuriki are already assigned, yours is Kabutomashi. Very original, Fu snorted as Naruto simply stared at her. Anyways, you'll also be given a mask that can hide your chakra when you channel it. And you'll be given command of your own regiment of shinobi. Command? Fu exclaimed. I get to be in charge? Of course. All Jinchuriki are given their own unit to command, tailored to their personal style. My unit is a combat unit, for example. What are your strengths? I've always been a spy, tracking enemies thanks to my ability with bugs, Fu replied. Then your unit can be in charge of gathering intel. That unit has been reporting to Tanuki, but I can have them report to you once you're ready to join, Naruto nodded. I don't know. This is a big decision. I know. However, I think you're ready for this. You seem strong, and while you still have hatred in you, I think time with Yu-Gi-Oh will help you sort that out, Naruto nodded. I guess. Look, you don't have to choose right this second, but keep in mind that we'd be more than happy to have you among us, Naruto grinned. If you have any questions, feel free to send them to Kimagakur, I'll receive them there. Nodding, he stood and walked out of her home, down the tree until he was on the ground. He wasn't halfway across the lake when a heavy force smashed him into the water. Surfacing, he saw Fu had leapt from the treetop and landed on him, knocking him in. I decided. I want to join you, Fu grinned as Naruto shook his head at her. Was that really necessary? He asked. Of course it was, Fu laughed as she helped him up. Sighing, Naruto walked back to Shibuki, informing him that Fu was coming and was now a member of Yu-Gi-Oh. So she's no longer one of our shinobi? He asked. That's right. She's now one of my comrades, Naruto nodded as Fu handed back her headband. Very well. Thank you for your service to our village, Fu, and I hope things turn out well for you wherever you go, Shibuki nodded at her. Now, I must excuse myself to ensure all the papers are drawn up correctly. Of course. Thank you, Naruto nodded as Fu watched him go. With that, the pair returned to Kimagakur, where Naruto allowed her to go to her rooms and then receive a tour of the village. Rashi, Naruto said, seeing the two older Jinchuriki. Yes? Rashi asked as they stopped. Get your masks. We're heading to Sunagakur. I intend to make them our allies today, no delays, Naruto said, taking out his mask. No need to crash, we'll be ready in a flash. B grinned as the two headed off to gather what they'd need for the harsh heat. 20 minutes later, the pair were ready and warping to Suna. Inside the village walls, they were quickly surrounded by Sunagakur shinobi. You're from Yu-Gi-Oh? One asked. Yes, Kitsune nodded. We're here to see the Kaze cage and the council. Of course. I'll escort you to the tower, the man nodded as they walked. Inside the tower, a meeting was concluding. Kazekage-sama, counselors. I apologize for the interruption, but 3 representatives from Yu-Gi-Oh have arrived, the man said as the 3 walked in. Good afternoon. You may call me Kitsune, my comrades are Oashi and Saru, Kitsune said as his companions nodded. Good afternoon to you as well. What brings you 3 here today? Gaara asked, setting down his Kaze cage hat. We've come to discuss the finishing touches on our alliance with you, Kitsune replied. Of course, a counselor nodded. There are some details we need to clear up, but overall, we see nothing wrong with this contract. That's fortunate. What matters do we need to clear up? Kitsune asked. The matters of trade. According to your explanation, we're not allowed to trade with certain countries, such as Hai no Kuni. This complicates matters since they're a large nation and many goods move through them, the man began. That's only a temporary problem, Kitsune nodded. As we speak, Haru no Kuni is finishing production of a massive fleet of airships. We intend to use these to transport goods between our allies. This will solve your small difficulty. Until then, please trade as much as you can by sea. Very well. Now, the matter of allowing Yu-Gi-Oh rights or command in wartime situations, Beiki began, reading over the papers. I question why this is necessary. Simple. In war with multiple allies, things can get confusing with one nation trying to assert dominance over another. This ensures all groups stand equal, with Yu-Gi-Oh, comprised of shinobi from many different nations, leading battles without favoritism. This reduces loss of life and has proven effective with the rebellions in Kaminari no Kuni. And one last thing. You say we are to allow you to set up secret bases in our land. I, for one, do not approve of this, another counselor remarked. This is to allow us many safe houses for our operatives. We need to ensure they have places to stay away from the public eye and that we can respond to problems in many different areas. Honestly, whenever I lead a mission, I warp straight to the closest base or warp my operatives there. This saves travel time and ensures objectives are met quickly, Kitsune replied. We ask for nothing unreasonable. No, you do not. And now that we have explanations, I see no reason not to agree, Gaara nodded. I say we agree to this alliance. Murmurs spread among the counselors as they one by one rose and agreed it was a wise course of action. Once finished, they ended their meeting, and Gaara looked at Kitsune. You did good work here today, Gaara nodded. Thanks, Tanuki, Kitsune grinned as he turned. I expect that paperwork ready in 3 days. It will be. Will you be staying here? Why not? Even I get tired of the Kaminari no Kuni mountains, Kitsune chuckled as the three Yugir walked off to find a hotel. In Konoha, Tsunade was reviewing files when she noticed a letter from Gaara about coming to Tsunade to discuss matters of mutual interest. Sighing, Tsunade checked the date and sent a messenger bird back, saying she would arrive in 3 days. Shizun, Tsunade shouted, standing and grabbing her cage robes and hat. Yes, she exclaimed, running in. Are you going somewhere? Yes. The Godame Kaze cage has asked me to travel to Tsunade to discuss something of mutual interest. I intend to do this, so gather a squad of shinobi and have them meet me at the village gates in a few minutes, Tsunade said. Of course, Tsunade-sama, Shizun nodded, running off to gather the appropriate shinobi as Hinata emerged from the shadows in full umbu gear with a fox mask. Shall I accompany you as well? Hinata asked. Yes. You can travel out of the mask, Tsunade nodded as Hinata removed the mask and followed Tsunade. So why do you think Gaara wants to see you? Hinata asked. It might be about Naruto. He knows that at least I, along with several others, still care about him, so he might want to discuss something with us, Tsunade replied as she walked. Nodding, Hinata checked her supplies and noted that Shizun had already gathered the squad, with Kakashi, Shikamaru, and much to her disdain, Suzuki standing there. We're ready whenever you are, Kakashi nodded to Tsunade. Good. The mission is to escort me to Kaze no Kuni and into Tsunade, where I'll be having a meeting with the Godame Kaze cage, Tsunade explained as the 4 shinobi nodded and prepared to set out. Outside Tsunade, a few days later, Deidara and Sasori approached. Sasori, unable to construct a new giant puppet to hide inside, was wrapped in his old Akatsuki cloak as they walked, having their usual argument. Once they arrived, they stopped, and Sasori let Deidara capture the Ichibai. Dawn arrived, and Tsunade was in an uproar. Gaara had been captured, and the Akatsuki were to blame. Kitsune and his squad quickly checked on Kankuro, who had been badly poisoned by fighting Sasori and his Saname Kaze cage puppet. All right. Seems like we have work to do. OUSHI-SARU. Kitsune shouted, turning to his comrades. Let's move out. We have a lot of ground to cover and not much time. I really wish we hadn't gone back to Kumo, but what's done is done. Yes sir, the two nodded as they took off running with Cho, who, having done all she could for Kankuro, decided to help them stop Sasori. You don't have to accompany us, Sara stated. I know. But I can't do anything more for Kankuro, it will come down to his own strength, she replied. But I can do something about my grandson. Then you're welcome to come along, Kitsune replied. Just keep up. They already have hours on us. Nodding, the 4 took off running but were delayed by the arrival of the Konoha team. At the gates, Tsunade stopped, and so did Kitsune's group. The two stared at each other. Hokage-sama, Kitsune nodded. Do I know you? Tsunade asked as Cho glared at her and was about to attack Kakashi when Kitsune whispered something that calmed her. Who's to say, Kitsune replied. As much as I'd love to banter, we have a cage to rescue. Gaara has been kidnapped? Tsunade exclaimed. Yes, the Akatsuki got him last night. We happened to have left to check in back home, so we missed the battle. We intend to go after him, Kitsune replied. Then we will come with you, Tsunade replied. No, Hokage-sama, you're better suited here. Kankuro has been poisoned and needs the greatest medical nin ever known. We'll take 3 of you, no more, Kitsune replied. Who are you to order us around? Suzuki snapped as he suddenly had a blade at his throat. I am the leader of Yugir, Kitsune replied. And if I chose, I could take your head if it didn't belong to another. What do you mean by that? Tsunade asked. And refrain from threatening each other. I mean that I promise to let another take his life if they get the chance. I won't rob a comrade of what they're owed, Kitsune replied. Choose your 3. We're running out of time. Suzuki, Hinata, Kakashi. You 3 go with them. Shikamaru and I will stay here and do what we can for the wounded, Tsunade ordered. Hinata, you're in charge. Understood, Hinata nodded. With that, Kitsune took off running, thanking Kami he had disguised himself enough that Hinata didn't recognize him. As they ran, they noticed they were heading into Kawa no Kuni. "How are you tracking him?" Kakashi asked as they ran. "The seal I gave him," Kitsune replied. "Gaara has been a member of Yu-Gi-Oh for some time, but he was never officially among us until Tsunagakure was. When he joined, I gave him a seal I could use to track him. I can't really explain how it works, but I just know where he is, kind of like how you just know where your arm is, you can't really explain it, but you know." Kakashi nodded, understanding. It was late afternoon when they arrived at a massive boulder. With a nod, Kitsune drew Raging Gufu and slashed the stone, making a deep gash that quickly repaired itself. "Thought so. We need something to destroy the entire stone," Kitsune said, looking at everyone. "Does anyone have something that would fit the bill?" "I do," Hinata replied, walking to the stone, placing a hand on it while using her Byakugan combined with chakra to increase strength. Using a modified Juken, Hinata shattered the stone, opening a path into the cave. "Showtime," Kitsune chuckled, patting Hinata's shoulder. "You do good work." "Thank you," she nodded, following him inside to see a massive statue with Sasori and Deidara on 2 fingers while shadowy forms were on the others. Growling, Kitsune struck, slashing off the flow trying to absorb Gaara's demon, ending the ritual. "What just happened?" one of the shadowy figures asked, looking at the group. "You were followed, Sasori, Deidara." "It appears so. And by Yu-Gi-Oh too," Sasori noted. "Come to save the Jinchuriki?" "Of course," Kitsune replied, handing an unconscious Gaara to Hinata. "Take care of him. If you can use massive strength, you should be able to use medical ninjutsu as well." Of course, Hinata nodded as the statue began sinking into the ground, and Sasori and Deidara prepared to fight. "Saru, oh Ushi, handle the bomber," Kitsune ordered. The two nodded. "I can't command you, Konoha Nin, but Suzuki and Kakashi, I advise you pursue him too." "Why?" Suzuki asked. "Lightning release. It's Iwa's weakness," he explained. "And I know you possess lightning release techniques. I've seen the scar you left on young Uzumaki-san." All the Konoha ninja tensed. It was a detail they preferred to forget or in Suzuki's case, deny, but Kitsune's bluntness confirmed he knew more than he'd revealed. "What about you?" Hinata inquired. "I'll manage Sasori, with Cho's help, of course. Please stay with Gaara and tend to him. I'm unsure how the procedure works, but we interrupted it before significant damage." Kitsune replied, and they assented. Deidara then launched himself on a clay bird, flying outside for optimal combat, while the 4 ninja chased him. Inside, Sasori had already disabled the 3rd Kaze cage and confronted Kitsune, who had drawn both his swords. "Sasori, let's test your art's resilience," he laughed as the former Kaze cage attacked, unleashing a wave of metal sand. The blonde dodged with a grin, swinging Raging Gufu, cleaving the iron wave and leaving a small cut on the puppet. "Interesting. Itaki and Kisame weren't exaggerating your sword skills," Sasori noted. "Of course not," Kitsune grinned. "I wouldn't disrespect your art by holding back." "Then allow me to bury you in its beauty." Sasori laughed as they clashed. Kitsune fluidly shifted forms, evading the puppet's attacks. Sasori smiled, recognizing Kitsune's clear advantage. Laughing, he activated a trap, revealing seals for hundreds of arms designed to swarm Kitsune, injecting poison. With a grin, Kitsune struck, unleashing simultaneous blows that shattered the arms before they could close in, allowing him to approach the puppet. Leaping, Kitsune brought Raging Gufu down, unleashing a wind slash that cleaved the 3rd Kaze cage in 2. Kitsune landed and used Giru to cut through the halves, leaving the shattered puppet in the dirt. "Impressive," Sasori nodded, looking at Kitsune. "I never expected you to dismantle this puppet so easily. Why hesitate to destroy something that should have died long ago?" Kitsune grinned. "I see. Most wouldn't. Many would waver against the late Kaze cage," Sasori remarked. "Perhaps, but I am not most." "So, Sasori, why remain with Akatsuki? Is it to perfect your art?" "And if it is," Sasori asked, "you're wasting your talent. How can you perfect art only shown occasionally? How can you grow if you can't make your art truly beautiful?" Kitsune questioned, as Sasori stared. "Sasori," Cho said, looking at her grandson, "why did you join Akatsuki?" "I joined to perfect my art," Sasori replied. "Then join me," Kitsune offered. "Join Yu-Gi-Oh, and your art can surpass its current level." "What do you mean?" "You could create puppets that endure through ages, puppets used for more than fighting, puppets that ensure your title as the greatest puppet master for eternity," Kitsune said, looking at the young boy. "And I can even promise you'll regain what you lost." "What I lost?" Sasori asked. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Your human body. I can promise you'll regain it, and the ability to truly create puppets that will astonish and impress the world," Kitsune replied. Hinata watched, mildly confused. Why was Yu-Gi-Oh's leader recruiting an Akatsuki member? "Why are you offering this?" Sasori asked, shaking his head. Why offer your enemies a place? Because I believe everyone deserves to see where their dreams can lead. Tell me, Sasori, what are your dreams? Sasori stared for a moment, then answered, I dreamed of being the greatest puppet master. I wanted to make puppets that would last forever. And you still can. Join Yu-Gi-Oh, and I promise you every chance to achieve this dream, to be remembered for greatness instead of fear. Kitsune said, extending his hand. Sasori stared at Kitsune, then nodded, seemingly making a decision. Let's see if you're right. If you can defeat me one last time myself and my puppets that destroyed an entire nation, then I'll leave Akatsuki and accept your offer. Fail, and I'll end your life and continue as before. Sasori replied. I hope you can meet my expectations. One way to find out, Kitsune replied as Cho and Hinata stepped forward. He won't fight alone, Cho replied, unrolling a scroll and releasing 10 puppets, the first puppet masters. Hinata glared, ready to fight. With a grin, Sasori summoned his 100 puppets, sending them to destroy the 13 before him. Kitsune charged, swinging his blades and cutting down puppets. Hinata followed, using her gentle fist and immense strength to destroy puppets, while Cho used her 10 puppets for combination attacks, taking down dozens at once. The battle raged for moments until Kitsune was surrounded by puppets, about to be attacked, when a wave of sand felled them. Gaara stood, tired but ready to fight. You never did watch your back, Gaara grinned. Coming from the man I had to rescue, Kitsune remarked, cutting down another puppet. Kitsune charged, slashing through the remaining puppets surrounding Sasori before clashing with the legendary puppet master, parrying poison blades and dangerous weapons. Kitsune managed to slash off a puppet arm and was severing its legs, trying to leave it trapped and useless. Sasori, however, raised an arm and slashed Kitsune, leaving a faint mark across his chest, forcing him to leap back and throw his swords into the offending arm. He stopped, performing hand signs. Wind release, severing gale. Kitsune declared as wind blades slashed through the immobilized puppet, leaving its body on the ground, with only the head and enough of the chest to show Sasori hadn't been ejected. Looks like I've lost, Sasori sighed. Perhaps, but you've gained something more, Kitsune replied, looking down at the defeated man. It's a pleasure to have you among our ranks. Sasori, Cho murmured, kneeling beside her grandson. Come on, you two, let's give them some peace, Kitsune said, walking out of the ruined cavern. As they left, Hinata stopped Kitsune, insisting she heal him before the poison took its toll. Grinning under his mask, he let Hinata perform the jutsu, removing all poison traces. There. That should do it. Just take it easy for a few days to recover, Hinata ordered. Of course, Kitsune chuckled. Now let's go get those 4 before they blow up the entire area. Outside, while Kitsune and Sasori battled, Deidara had been unsuccessfully fighting the 4 ninja. Ushi and Kakashi's lightning release techniques proved too powerful, and the bomber was retreating, avoiding their long-range attacks as he circled. He paused only to see Sasori defeated before quickly fleeing, before the 4 could injure him further. Coward, Suzuki spat as Sara looked at him. It would be foolish to chase him, even with a lightning release affinity. If pushed too far, he'll do the unexpected, and that could cost many lives, Sara replied, turning back. So, Suzuki asked as the 2 Yu-Gi-Oh nin stopped, looked at him, then shook their heads. Kid was right, this boy's a blight, Ushi sighed as they walked. True. You'd backstab for an inch. Untrustworthy. I now see why Kitsune agreed to your death. Sara nodded as he walked, Suzuki staring angrily at their backs. Suzuki, don't do anything stupid, Kakashi ordered. If you attack them, they won't hesitate to kill you, even to protect a comrade. Like they could kill me, Suzuki huffed as they walked. Once the groups met, they returned to Tsunagakur. Sasori abandoned his puppet body, and his remaining living part, a small cylinder, was carried by Cho until a new body could be created from his DNA. Upon arrival, they were welcomed as heroes, cheers erupting, many rushing to see Gaara, overjoyed he was alive. Seems you're very popular, Kitsune noted as they walked. It would seem so, Gaara nodded. I'm not sure how to react. Be happy, was the reply. And find a nice girl among all these people. I'd bet there's at least one to your taste. Gaara blushed at this as he walked, looking at a young shinin who smiled at him, batting her eyes when she realized he was looking. Back at the Kaze Cage Tower, they met Tsunade, Shikamaru, Tamari, and a fully recovered Kankuro. It's good to see you safe, Gaara, Tsunade smiled, shaking his hand. Thank you, Tsunade. I see you sent most of your escort to help rescue me, Gaara nodded. For that, I am thankful. We all would have gone, but Kitsune said he'd only take 3 of us, Tsunade replied. It was for the best we stayed, too many of us, and things might not have gone so well, Shikamaru replied with a smirk, staring at Kitsune as if solving a puzzle. Yes, now I believe you wanted to discuss something with me, Gaara, Tsunade said, nodding to Kakashi for everyone else to leave the room. Everyone complied except Kitsune and Hinata. You're staying? Hinata asked. Yeah, I might have some explaining to do in a few minutes, Kitsune replied, taking a seat and pulling out a chair for Hinata. She nodded and sat, while Gaara and Tsunade also took their seats. So what did you want to talk about, Gaara? Tsunade asked. It concerns Naruto. I've had recent contact with him. Really? How is he? He's well, and he sends his regards. However, there's more than pleasantries. I'm sure you don't know this, but Naruto is a member of Yu-Gi-Oh! Really? Tsunade asked, frowning. I never expected him to join them. He's one of the founding members, Kitsune replied from his seat. Is that so? Tsunade muttered. Would you like to explain? Gaara asked. Fine. It'll be faster this way, he nodded, looking at Tsunade. Tsunade, while Yu-Gi-Oh! Has nothing personal against you, Hinata, and many others in your village, as a whole, it's been the wish of one of our members that it be destroyed, and we will abide by it. What? Tsunade shouted. I'm sorry we must discuss it like this. However, your village has made too many enemies and is now paying the price. Banishing Naruto was the worst move possible. You lost almost every ally gained in the last 6 years. You no longer possess your former might. Kitsune replied. Why? Tsunade growled. Because we promised to aid one of our members in accomplishing this goal. It's the one thing we guarantee when a member joins, their dream will be accomplished. And while world peace is the group's dream, individual dreams will be met along the way. I won't go into all details, but I will say this, no allied nation will trade with you, so you'll no longer receive trade from the land of lightning, land of spring, land of wind, land of waterfalls, and land of waves. More names will follow. This is ridiculous. Know this, however, we intend to spare as many as we can when we strike. We'll visit Konoha to explain this to your entire council, but you have the right to know what's coming. Kitsune replied. As I said, we have nothing personal against you. We'd actually offer membership to you and many others if we could, but for now, it's not possible. I see. I thank you for telling me this, Tsunade nodded. What will happen to the civilians when this happens? That's not for me to reveal, Kitsune replied. The one who will reveal all will come before you in due time. I see. Is there any way to stop this? There's one way, but it won't happen thanks to your counsel, Kitsune chuckled. What way? Reverse the banishment on Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and all is forgiven, Kitsune replied, laughing. Hinata stared, unsure why he laughed, but hoping Tsunade would reverse it. I can't. I wish I could every day, but I can't. Not without a mass majority of the Shinobi Council, the Civilian Council, and at least 2 elders, Tsunade sighed. And that's why there's no redemption for your village, Kitsune replied, standing up. I'm sorry you can't reverse it, but no, I'll try to spare your life if I can. That won't be necessary. Konoha won't be crushed so easily, Tsunade replied. I know. That's why when the time comes, there will be nothing left but dust on the wind, and may Kami have mercy on our souls when it's done. Kitsune replied, walking out. Hinata was stunned. Kitsune seemed to hold Naruto in high regard to make such a demand to avoid war, but also seemed intent on complete destruction. Tsunade, I'm going to talk to him, Hinata said, standing. Fine, Tsunade nodded, turning back to Gaara. Running out, Hinata saw Kitsune waiting at the end of the hall. About time, he chuckled. I have a message for you. From Naruto, Hinata asked. Of course. He wanted me to tell you to meet him atop the tower tonight. He'll arrive then. Kitsune replied, walking away. Wait, what? Kitsune asked, looking at her. Could you at least tell me which of your members wants to destroy Konoha? I can't. As I said, the one who wishes it will be revealed in due time. He'll speak to Konoha council. Kitsune replied. Remember, tonight. With that, the leader walked off, leaving Hinata very confused. That night, Hinata was atop the tower when a flash of orange appeared, and Naruto stood beside her. Smiling, he kissed her and sat on the tower's edge with her. So I heard you fought alongside the boss, Naruto began. Yeah, he used 2 swords, like you do. Hinata replied. We fight almost identically. We were trained by the same people. Naruto grinned. Naruto-kun. I know someone in Yu-Gi-Oh! Wants to destroy Konoha. Hinata began. Yeah. Naruto trailed off. Do you know who it is? Hinata asked. What difference would it make if I told you? It will still happen, even if that person suddenly dies. We promised it would, and we won't go back on our word. Naruto replied, a cold edge entering his voice that slightly scared Hinata. Naruto noticed, wrapped an arm around her, and smiled. Listen, Hinata-chan, even if the attack happens, I promise you'll be safe. Naruto grinned. What makes you say that? Because I can offer you a way out of Konoha. Kitsune decided you can become a Yu-Gi-Oh! Member. We always seek powerful shinobi and never turn anyone away. But I have duties in Konoha, I can't just abandon them. I know. But the offer still stands, and you can accept it any time. Naruto smiled, taking out a tri-pronged kunao. Here, just roll this in your hand 3 times, and it will let me know you need me. Only use this in emergencies, and even then, not too often. It takes a lot of chakra. I understand. Hinata nodded as he tightened his hug, starting to kiss her neck. Naruto-kun, if you're going to start like that, we'll need somewhere more private. Is that an invitation? Naruto asked, kissing her. Maybe. Hinata smiled, moving away, playing hard to get. I'll take that as a yes, Naruto laughed, moving after her, earning a giggle from Hinata as they played cat and mouse. The next day, Naruto woke with Hinata in the hotel room he'd gotten that night, tangled limbs. Rising, Naruto kissed Hinata as he changed back into his Yu-Gi-Oh clothes. Going? Hinata asked from the bed. Yeah, I have work to do. But I'll see you again as soon as I can, Naruto promised, kissing her goodbye before leaving in an orange flash, reappearing in the Yu-Gi-Oh hotel room where Rashi finished his morning coffee while he ate breakfast. Hungry? Rashi asked. I know people can be very hungry after sex. What? Naruto exclaimed, turning a Hinata shade of red as he laughed. You mean you didn't? Rashi asked, shocked. I figured you two would have gone at it by now. No, Naruto exclaimed. We're waiting until we can see each other more often first. Oh, well then you might be waiting for some time, Rashi laughed. He's right, he chuckled, returning to his breakfast as Naruto grumbled about them being more trouble than they were worth. Once ready, they walked to the Kaze Cage Tower where Gaara waited, the contract complete. As promised, here it is, Gaara nodded. Thanks. How did things go with Tsunade? Kitsune asked, skimming the papers for surprises. As expected. She's upset but understands our reasoning. She expects us to at least accept refugees when you attack. That's fine, but there won't be any until Konoha is gone, Kitsune replied, signing the papers. And now it's official. Keep that seal. Of course, the Jinchuriki nodded as the three left, walking out of the tower to see Kakashi waiting. Yes, Kitsune asked, looking at him. I just wanted to ask you something. We're listening. Is Naruto doing well? Smiling under his mask, Kitsune nodded. He's fine. He's grown stronger than you'd believe, and when you see him again, your village will realize their folly in banishing him. I see. Tell him I hope he's well, and that all his friends miss him, Kakashi said, walking away. That I will. And if you ever need help, Kakashi of the Sharingan, come to Yu-Gi-Oh, you won't be turned away. Kitsune promised, nodding to Saru and Oishi. With that, they warped back to the Land of Lightning, another victory for the master plan. Naruto consulted his counselors, poring over a map and discussing strategy. What's the status of the Sanbai hunt? Naruto asked Gaara directly. Progressing well. We've nearly located it, but there's a hitch. Of course there is, Naruto chuckled. It lacks a container, Gaara stated, and a wave of worry washed over the group. Without someone to seal it into, capturing it is useless. That is a problem, Naruto mused. Are there any suitable Jinchuriki candidates? We have a few, but I wouldn't personally recommend any. We can't afford to be selective, unfortunately, Naruto sighed. Who has the best chance of surviving and wielding its power? Based on our intel, it's Yuki, Gaara began, as all eyes turned to Naruto. He struggled internally with the choice, given his close relationship with her. Flashback. 2 years after his banishment, Naruto's teacher suggested he travel the lands, independently honing his skills. He walked the Great Naruto Bridge to Nami no Kuni, hoping to visit Tajuna's family for a couple of days before continuing his journey. Stepping off the massive structure, Naruto sensed a chakra flare and moved towards it. He found a young girl, no older than 5, cowering in an alley with 3 drunk men looming over her. Now you'll get what you deserve, freak, one laughed, swinging a knife wildly. The girl tried to appear brave, but a massive swirl of blue chakra indicated extreme anger or fear. I'd stop if I were you, Naruto interjected from behind them. They turned, but in their drunken state, one threw a bottle, which Naruto caught and shattered. Instantly, he was in front of the girl, Gira drawn, and the 3 men lay dead, cut down at the waist. Are you okay? Naruto asked, observing her. She met his gaze with muddy brown eyes reflecting deep hurt. She wore tattered rags, her emaciated frame barely covered, and her knotted black hair smelled as though she hadn't bathed in ages. Are you going to hurt me? She whispered as he sheathed his sword. No. Why don't you come with me? I can get you a meal, decent clothes, and a bath. Definitely the bath and meal, Naruto chuckled, scooping her onto his back and carrying her to Tajuna's house. Naruto was welcomed, and Tsunami immediately took the girl for a bath. Tajuna-san, do you know anything about that girl? Naruto inquired, sitting with the elder man at the table. No, he sighed, shaking his head. She arrived with 3 men, looking exactly like that. We planned to confront them about her tonight, but it seems you beat us to it. I don't know who they were, but they're dead now. After threatening her, Naruto replied, his eyes cold. Yeah, so what will you do? We know you can't take her to Konohagakure no Sato, and you're a wanderer. She can stay here if that's what you're suggesting, but I feel it's a waste of talent. She has a lot of chakra, easily as much as I did when I first came here. With proper training, she could become a great shinobi, Naruto remarked. So you'll take her with you? I don't know. If she wants to come, I won't stop her. I'm not much of a teacher, but I'll do what I can for her, at least until I meet my sensei again, Naruto nodded. Footsteps signaled the little girl's return to the kitchen, still damp from her bath, her eyes wary but observing everything. Hi there, Tajuna smiled, and she flinched. It's okay. Tajuna-san wouldn't hurt you, Naruto assured, kneeling beside her. She instantly hugged him, refusing to let go. Feigning defeat, Naruto picked her up and returned to his seat as Tsunami entered, smiling at the sight. You look like a father, Naruto-kun, Tsunami giggled, and Tajuna sighed. I guess I do. And this answers our question. She's coming with me, Naruto grinned as the girl nodded, tightening her grip. But I need a name for you. Yuki, she murmured. Yuki, that's a pretty name, Naruto grinned, hugging her. Alright, your name is Yuki Uzumaki Namikaze. Yuki pulled back enough to smile at him before settling onto his lap as Tsunami brought her food. Yuki ate with such vigor that Naruto had to remind her to breathe. After eating herself to sleep, Naruto carried her to a bed, asking Inari to keep an eye on her while he paid his respects. Walking into the forest glade, Naruto stopped before Zabuza's and Haku's graves, a small smile on his face. I almost wish you were alive. You always seemed so certain in your decisions, both of you. I wish I had that now, even half of it would help. I don't know what to do. How am I supposed to create an organization that will bring about world peace? Naruto asked, looking at the graves. I'm sure you would have some ideas. Maybe even some way to help me get people to join me. He stopped, turning to see Yuki standing behind a tree, watching him. It's okay. I just came to pay my respects to some people I knew. Yuki walked over, looked at the two graves, then up at him. Who? Their names were Zabuza and Haku Mamakai. They were family and honorable ninja. They died in combat, defending what they believed in, Naruto explained. If I can be even half as great as they were, I'd be well off. Oh, Yuki smiled, looking up at him again. You know, Yuki, back in the alley when I saved you, do you know what that blue stuff around you was? No. The men were frightened by it, and it always hurt me when I did it. Well, that's going to change. That's called chakra, what shinobi use to fight and be what they are. You have a lot of it, and I want to teach you to be a shinobi like me, Naruto smiled. Really? Yuki asked. Can we play as well? We'll play every day if you want, Naruto promised, hugging her. So, would you like me to teach you what I can, at least until we can meet my sensei again? Yeah. As long as we get to play, Yuki smiled, returning the hug, and Naruto picked her up. Great. Now it's time for a certain young shinobi to go to bed, Naruto laughed, carrying her back to the house. For years, Yuki had been his constant companion, helping him maintain his resolve to create Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, she was the prime candidate to become a Jinchuriki. Shaking his head, he looked at the gathered members. Try to find another, was all he said. I don't want to force that fate on Yuki. The members nodded and exited, leaving Naruto to sit in a chair, contemplating his next move. The countries were splitting. With 2 of the 5 great nations following him, IWA was dead set against joining them. Tetsu no Kuni agreed to a non-aggression treaty, including a ban on trade with Hai no Kuni. Kawa no Kuni allied with Konoha against Yu-Gi-Oh!, banning them from their borders and providing a haven for Akatsuki. Cha no Kuni was still debating, so Naruto knew he'd have to go there and either convince them or consider them an enemy. Umi no Kuni finally agreed to join, and their diplomat Iserubi returned to continue her shinobi training and assist with underwater training, in case conflict with Mizu no Kuni arose. Mizu no Kuni remained undecided, still recovering from the Kekii Genkai purge. Aim no Kuni refused his diplomats, suggesting peace wasn't an immediate option. Lastly, Yuno Kuni was working on a separate deal with his diplomats, which Naruto would have to handle personally. Sighing, Naruto checked his papers and noted a scheduled council meeting in Konoha today. He sighed, donned his mask, and warped to a road a few miles outside Konoha. Walking slowly, Kitsune prepared for the Pandora's box he was about to open. At the gates, two Chunin glared at him. Passport, please, one man ordered, but Kitsune shook his head. My name is Kitsune. The Konoha no Sato Council expects me, Kitsune replied. The two exchanged glances, checked their sheet, and confirmed his appointment. Sorry for the delay. Go straight to the tower, one nodded to Kitsune, who reciprocated and continued, aware of Umbu and root agents tailing him. He headed straight for the tower, paused, looked up at the massive building, and shook his head. Inside, he received directions to the meeting room, where the counselors were already waiting. Right on time, Tsunade nodded, gesturing to the seat at the end of the table. Now, Kitsune-san, please explain your presence. Of course, Hokage-sama. I'm here to declare war on Konoha no Sato and all its allies, Kitsune replied. The The counselors stared blankly for several seconds before reacting. What is the meaning of this? Homura raged, echoed by many others, with Isako Harano shouting loudest. Kitsune waited several minutes before speaking loudly enough for them to hear, then slowly lowered his voice to a normal speaking volume, silencing them. Due to your many actions, we, the members of Yu-Gi-Oh!, have agreed that Konoha no Sato must be eliminated to ensure world peace and fulfill one of our members' dreams. However, this person informs me there's one way to reverse this situation, Kitsune replied. Danzo noted something was amiss. What is this? Surely we can reach some sort of agreement, Kamura grinned. If, and only if, you reverse the banishment of Naruto Uzumaki, will we of Yu-Gi-Oh! Agree not to eliminate you and all who live here, Kitsune replied. Many jaws dropped, while Tsunade sighed. That's preposterous, a civilian shouted. Why should we take back the demon so you won't fight us? Kitsune looked at the man and released enough killing intent to make him pass out. He then surveyed the room, seeing smiles on some faces and anger on others. This is unheard of. Why would you make such a demand? Hayashi Hayaga asked. Because the boy was banished for unjust reasons you supported, Hayaga-san. Therefore, this is the only way to avoid destruction. Reverse the order, and all will be forgiven. We will discuss an alliance. Refuse, and you'll see our blades red with the flesh of you ignorant fools, Kitsune stated. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. I'll send a messenger tomorrow to collect your answer. And if anything happens to this messenger, we will attack Konoha so swiftly you won't have time to pray to Kami for forgiveness. Kitsune walked out, leaving the counselors worried. What are we going to do? Homura panicked. We cannot reverse this order. And why not? Taking back one banished shinobi to avert a war isn't much to ask, Tsunade argued, and Danzo nodded. As much as I hate to say this, Hokage-sama has a point. We need actions that aid Konoha, not weaken it. I admit that while banishing the boy was the right choice then, it isn't now. We need to consider taking him back, Danzo replied. I, for one, will not see Konoha lost to the ages simply because we were too stubborn to back down. We will not allow him back. Konoha is one of the greatest shinobi nations. We can easily deal with a mercenary group with small ties to Kaminari no Kuni and other countries, Kamura retorted. We need to consider bringing him back, Shikaku replied with a yawn. That kid had more connections to the outside world than anyone else here. He caused us to lose ties with 4 different nations just for banishing him on such weak charges. Imagine what he could do if he brought in all the powers of the nations supporting Yu-Gi-Oh! Konoha would be buried alive against that massive army. The council room descended into a lengthy argument, lasting several hours before the meeting adjourned. They agreed to meet early tomorrow for a final decision before the representative arrived. Leaving the room, Hinata appeared, scanning the area for anything that could cause future difficulties. She found a note on Kitsune's chair, addressed to her. Slowly, she opened it to find a simple message, tomorrow he shall return. Frowning, Hinata wondered about its meaning. Many people could be referred to, but she hoped it was Naruto. The next day, the council met again, still arguing, when Tsunade saw that the representative would arrive shortly. Before she could speak, a bright orange flash appeared, and Naruto stood in the council room, a dark grin on his face. Well, I'm here to collect your answer, Naruto replied, as the counselors stared. It's Naruto. Capture him. Homura and Kamura shouted, and several Umbu agents appeared, but stopped as red chakras swirled around him. I wouldn't if I were you, Naruto warned. I am a diplomat from Yu-Gi-Oh!, and if you attack me, you will all be killed, and no nation will support you for attacking one who promised not to attack unless attacked first. Stand down, Tsunade ordered. No one moved at first, until an Umbu in a fox mask appeared, blade at an agent's throat. You will follow Hokage-sama's orders, or you will be dealt with accordingly, she said, and Naruto grinned. More Umbu appeared, forcing those who answered to the council to stand down and return to their posts. Now that this bit of unpleasantness is settled, what is your answer? Naruto asked, meeting many gazes, some defiant, some smiling, others looking away from his cold stare. After a few moments, Tsunade spoke. Naruto, we haven't reached a decision yet, is that so? Still arguing about whether you want me back, he chuckled, fixing Tsunade with a dark look that sent a shiver down her spine. Yes. If you'd like to go out and eat while we finish our discussion, Tsunade suggested. Fine, but only if the fox-masked Umbu comes with me, Naruto replied. Tsunade nodded, and the Umbu appeared, walking to stand beside Naruto. As they walked out, Naruto whispered, "You look good, my vixen." They walked to Ichiraku Ramen, his favorite place in Konoha. Taking a seat at the bar, Naruto tapped the bell. "Be right there," a woman's voice called. Grinning, Naruto rubbed his hands in anticipation while Hinata shook her head at his childlike antics. "Welcome to Naruto," Ayam shouted, leaping over the counter to hug him tightly as Tukia ran out, grinning. "Ouch." Naruto gurgled, crushed in the older woman's arms, while Hinata smiled at the welcome. "Ayam-chan, you might want to let him go," or I'll have to revive him, Hinata sighed as Ayam blushed, releasing the blonde. Once Naruto was reciated, Tuki asked for their order. The usual for me, and keep it coming, Naruto grinned. A miso ramen for me, please, Hinata smiled as the chef and his daughter went to prepare the meal. So, Hinata, how much of a commotion did Kitsune cause when he declared war? Naruto asked. The council has been arguing about letting you come home since the announcement. It's evenly split right now. I see. If they do take me back, things will turn out better, but some of them still won't like what an alliance with us will cost them, Naruto chuckled. What do you mean? The civilian council will be disbanded, and the elders will lose almost all their power. Really? Yeah. This is a shinobi village, so it should act as such, Naruto nodded as Tuki and Ayam returned with the ramen, which Naruto devoured with gusto. Be careful not to lose a hand, Tuki laughed as the ramen vanished in seconds. So, Naruto, how have you been? Ayam asked. I've been well. I work with Yu-Gi-Oh now, so things are different but better, Naruto replied. So how have things been here? Not too well. You were our main source of income, so we're barely making rent as things stand, Tuki sighed. We might have to close down soon, or you could just move to where I live, Naruto replied with a grin. Where's that? Ayam asked. Kumagakure, he replied. It's Yu-Gi-Oh's main headquarters right now, and you'd do massive business there. The pair looked at each other, weighing their options, while Naruto and Hinata continued eating until 20 empty bowls sat before Naruto, and Hinata had her one. Thanks for the meal, Naruto grinned, leaving a pile of Ryo on the bar to pay for the massive meal. Of course, Naruto. Hope you stop by again before you leave, Tuki shouted. I'll try, Naruto grinned as he and Hinata walked off, heading back to the Hokage Tower. Inside, Naruto quickly noticed the lack of noise from the council chamber, and Hinata grew nervous. Better get your mask back on, Hinata-chan, Naruto said as he opened the door, and Hinata vanished into the shadows. Once he was seated, Tsunade looked at Naruto, mouthed an apology, then stood. Naruto Uzumaki, I must unfortunately say that your banishment will not be removed. I thought so, he nodded. Then we are at war, Hokage-sama. Know this, if any Yu-Gi-Oh member encounters a Konoha Gakure no Sato shinobi, we will not hesitate to attack and kill them. As of now, there are no more negotiations. And what's to stop us from capturing you? Danzo asked, raising a hand as 10 root nin appeared around the blonde, ready to strike. Do you think that wise, attacking a foreign diplomat? Naruto asked. I recall I have an hour after leaving the meeting hall to be out of the village, and another week to be out of the country before you can legally attack me. Tsunade smiled at this, while Danzo mentally cursed the blonde for knowing the law. Still, there must be something we can offer you that would stop such an event from occurring, a civilian began. Save your breath. I told you the terms, and you chose not to follow them. There are no negotiations, no changing the bargains. You have no hope of stopping me from leaving, Naruto replied, standing up. Now, by your leave, I will be going. Until we meet on the battlefield again. Turning, Naruto walked out, while Danzo gave a hidden signal for him to be followed and killed at the first opportunity. Things couldn't have been much worse, Tsunade sighed, and many shinobi counselors nodded. Things are still bad, Danzo remarked. We're now at war with an organization we know next to nothing about. There must be something we can use to stop this, or at least delay it until we're better prepared for battle. There is none, Inoichi replied. I was checking his mental patterns while we talked, he never lied to us, and I think he's the one who wants Konoha Gakure destroyed. What? Tsunade exclaimed. It's not too much of a stretch. He was banished for doing his job, for doing what he was supposed to do, and he probably harbors plenty of resentment towards us. He has every right to want to destroy Konoha Gakure, and he now has the means to do it. He's effectively cut off our allies one by one. Currently, our only ally is Kawa no Kuni, and they won't be much help. They've severed our ties with so many former allies that things are starting to look grim, Shikaku replied, and many shinobi counselors nodded. This isn't important right now. What we need to do is figure out how we're going to prepare for the battle that's surely coming, Danzo replied. They all nodded, beginning to discuss ideas and strategies. Outside Konoha, Naruto stopped, looking over his shoulder at his former home, taking a mental picture before walking further. His agents appeared. Report, Naruto ordered. We've gathered all the intel you requested. Our undercover members will send regular reports on any changes. Also, we killed those fools who were following you. Good. Stay in the area, and try to spy on the council as much as you can without being caught. I want any possible plans you can get. Naruto grinned, hearing Kunao strike flesh as the trailing root nin were eliminated. Once certain things were handled, Naruto Hirae shined back to Kumagakure, stepping out of his room to check for news on other pressing matters. In Oto, Orochimaru was reading reports about the chaos caused by the new group, Yu-Gi-Oh! Strange. They haven't approached us yet, he noted as his right hand, Kabuto, walked in. They may not intend to ally with us, or they may mean to leave us alone, Kabuto remarked. However, I do have some news on this group. Really? Days after the Konoha meeting, Naruto found himself in another discussion about the Sanbai. Naruto, there's no alternative, Gaara sighed. Yuki is our best bet. I don't care. Her life is hard enough, I refuse to use her like this, Naruto yelled. Naruto, as a leader, you must do what's necessary for everyone. We can't let the Akatsuki get the Sanbai, nor can we let Konoha pursue it. You know they will, and if not them, then Orochimaru, Gaara growled. Damn it, Naruto shouted, punching and destroying the wall. I won't let her walk the same path we did. Naruto, there's no longer a choice, Gaara countered. To keep the Jinchuriki safe, we need to create another. Naruto stared at Gaara for a moment before sighing in defeat. Fine, but first, we go after the beast. Of course. Will you lead this mission? Yeah. Tell Fu she can come with me, Naruto replied, looking at Gaara. And tell Han he'll be needed too. Of course, Gaara nodded, walking off. An hour later, Naruto looked at his two comrades and nodded. All right. We're going after the Sanbai. We need to capture it and bring it back here, which is why I'm bringing both of you, Naruto said, warping them to a hideout in Mizu no Kuni. Grinning, Fu led the way out of the base, and they began searching for the Biju. In Konoha, Danzo had convinced Tsunade that securing another Jinchuriki for the village was their best hope. Since the Sanbai currently had no container, it should be captured and brought back to be sealed, adding another powerful shinobi to their ranks. Tsunade decided to send shinobi she could spare, which meant the remainder of Team 7. As the three ninja headed towards the shore, Kakashi briefed them. The Sanbai can produce a mist causing hallucinations and fire twin Bijudama, tailed beast ball. It also has a strong water affinity, creating tidal waves to wash away attackers, and its roar can deflect any attacks. Its skin and shell are incredibly tough and nearly impossible to pierce, Kakashi read aloud as they traveled. So, don't underestimate him, Sakura summarized. That's about it. And we need to be very careful. I doubt we're the only ones hunting the Sanbai, Kakashi replied. It's their funeral if they attack us, Suzuki snorted. With that, they headed north and east towards Mizu no Kuni. After more than a week of searching, Kitsune suddenly stopped, sensing the Sanbai, but not nearby. Crap, he yelled. What is it? Kabutamushi asked, confused. Can't you feel it? The Sanbai is being summoned, and nowhere near us, he exclaimed, grabbing both of them and warping as close to the area as possible. Once on the ground, the three ran towards the three-tailed beast. Skidding to a stop, Kitsune noticed a group of Oto nin summoning the beast, with a young boy showing some affinity to it. Masks off, Naruto ordered, and the two nodded. We go in, take down that beast, and then bring it back to Kaminari no Kuni. You make it sound so easy, Fu laughed. I hope it is that easy, Han noted as they moved to attack. Leaping into the air, Naruto struck first, forming several hand signs. Futon, Tsushutashado, twister shot. Naruto shouted, releasing a gust of wind that created a massive twister, sending several Oto nin flying. Landing, Naruto noticed Kabuto among the ninja, looking very angry. Well, if it isn't Naruto-kun, he noted. You've certainly grown up. Who's the brat? A woman asked, checking on the person trying to summon the Sanbai. He was a former Konoha no Sato shinobi before he was banished. He's been keeping a rather low profile since then, Kabuto grinned. Geez, this guy talks a lot. Can I kill him? Fu asked. If you can, I suggest you do it, Naruto replied. He's a medical ninjutsu user, so he has a strong advantage against taijutsu users. Then I will fight him, Han replied. I have the clear advantage. Fine. Just don't get yourself killed, Naruto said, looking at the woman. Now she's going to be a tough one. How can you tell? Fu asked. She seems to be of equal rank to Kabuto, so she must be strong, Naruto replied. But how strong is the question? You'll just have to find out, the woman laughed as the Sanbai suddenly broke free. Shit, Naruto exclaimed as he and the other two Jinchuriki leaped back, avoiding the tidal wave the beast unleashed. Standing atop some trees a distance back, Naruto surveyed the area. The beast comes first. We can't let it get away, Naruto sighed. Got it, the two nodded as they leaped onto the water and charged at the beast, Naruto drawing on his wind affinity again. Futon, Tsushutashado, Naruto shouted, sending another twister at the Biju. As the windstorm hit the water, it lifted it, smashing into the beast and sending it skidding several yards back. Fu and Han, running along the water, struck next. Yotan, Netsuha Omikuraken, steam release, blinding heat wave. Han shouted, using the water to create a massive steam cloud that blinded the beast, while Fu struck next. Doton, Doryaso, rising stone spears. Fu exclaimed, using the mud created from the water to rise up and smash into the Sanbai's belly. Although it didn't pierce the shell, it lifted it off the ground as Naruto struck again. Futon, Kaze no Yaiba, blade of wind. Naruto shouted, emitting wind chakra from his fingertips, slashing into the hard shell and managing to pierce it, causing the beast to roar in pain. It used one of its tails to try and attack Naruto, who had used the wind sword to deflect the tail and cut it a bit as he went flying back. This is not going to be easy, Naruto groaned. Suddenly, a mist appeared around the area, and Naruto knew they were under attack. Leaping into the air, Naruto saw a pink blade flash by where he had been. Not bad, boy, a woman laughed. We watched you wound the beast. That's no small feat, but we cannot allow you to take this biju. Well, I'm not letting Orochimaru get his hands on it either, Naruto retorted as the mist began to dissipate, revealing Han fighting Kabuto while Fu fought the remaining 3 Otonin. You think you can stop us? I know I can. But let me ask you a few things while we dance, Naruto grinned, drawing Giru and facing off against her pink crystal blade. Go ahead. I enjoy talking to my opponents as I kill them, she laughed. With that, the two clashed, the crystal sword ringing every time Naruto struck it with Giru. So, what's your name anyway? I've never seen you among Orochimaru's forces. My name is Gurren, and I serve Orochimaru because he rescued me. He's using you. As soon as that usefulness ends, he'll get rid of you, Naruto replied. And if he does, then who will protect that boy? Naruto asked as she flinched. I saw how you were eyeing him, how you were making sure he wasn't going to get hurt when the Sanbai showed up. You care for him. So what? She snapped as they leaped away, avoiding one of the Sanbai's tails that was attacking randomly, destroying the area. Who will protect him if Orochimaru kills you? Naruto asked. He wouldn't, she shouted. Really? He has discarded people who had no further use to him before. What's to stop him from doing it again? Naruto countered as they clashed again. Trading blows for several seconds, they leaped back again. And what do you propose I do about it? She asked. I can't exactly disappear. You can, and I can help you do it. I can keep you two safe easily while still being shinobi. I can promise you that he will be safe, Naruto replied, sparing a glance at the Sanbai, which was still rampaging but slowly stopping. I don't know, she muttered. Would you like him to decide? Naruto asked with a grin, looking over to see that Fu had just finished killing the 3 Otonin and Han had managed to force Kabuto to retreat. Yes, she nodded as Naruto nodded before focusing on the Sanbai. That kid, he can control the Sanbai, can't he? Yes, Yukimaru can, Gurren nodded. I see. I have an offer for him once I'm done stomping the turtle. Han, yes, the red-armored ninja asked. Go with Gurren and find the boy Yukimaru. Bring them back here. Fu, you and I will distract the biju long enough for them to get back, Naruto ordered as the two nodded. Once Gurren and Han had left, Naruto nodded to Fu. We go full throttle. How many can you control? I've got 3 at the moment. Then 3 is all you can do. I intend to go all out, Naruto replied as he transformed, drawing on pure yang chakra of the Kyuubi, gaining a glowing yellow flickering aura with a new visible seal and marks similar to the Rikudo Sennin. Grinning, Naruto took off in a flash, appearing above the Sanbai, and smashing into its back, earning a roar from the beast as Fu struck, using her naturally increased power to punch one of the Sanbai's legs, causing it to fall to the ground while Naruto kicked its head, sending it flying. I forgot how strong this form is, Naruto laughed as he charged forward again. For a solid minute, Naruto pounded the Sanbai, while Fu tried to keep up and was doing fairly well at hurting the massive beast. As Naruto stopped, he moved back just as a fireball hit where he had been standing. Turning, Naruto looked at Sasuke and Sakura, who were both staring at him. Well, didn't think I'd see you this early, team, Naruto chuckled. And I have permission to kill any Konoha Gakure shinobi I come across. You wouldn't be able to even lay a finger on us, Sakura shouted as Naruto chuckled. Hey, Fu, Naruto shouted. Yeah, think you can hold off the beast while I show my former teammates how strong I really am? Yeah. Besides, I think Han is almost back with those 2, Fu replied. Good. I'll be back in a few minutes, Naruto nodded as he focused on his 2 teammates with a grin. Now let's get this show on the road, and don't hold back, or you won't live very long. With that, Naruto disappeared and appeared right in front of the 2, kicking Sakura into a cluster of trees several yards away, destroying every tree between there and the starting point while he focused on Sasuke, punching him in the stomach and following through, using only his taijutsu, knocking him around the trees like he was nothing. How is the dope so strong? My Sharingan can't even keep up with his movements. After more than a minute of pounding Sasuke, Naruto stopped and looked at Fu, who was now running from the Sanbai as it was firing Bijudama at her. Sorry, team, but I'm out of time to play. My friend needs some help with our turtle problem, Naruto grinned as he disappeared in the same golden flash and appeared over the turtle, creating a Rasengan that quickly became a Bijudama, firing it into the beast's back, earning a howl of pain. Landing on a nearby tree, Naruto saw that Han had returned with Gurren and Yukimaru. Leaping down to where they were, Naruto stopped using the Yang Chakra and returned to normal. Hey, took you long enough, Naruto remarked. Sorry. We ran into difficulties on the way back, Han said. A shinobi who worked for them thought to attack us. Okay, you're Yukimaru, Naruto asked. Yeah, the young boy nodded. Well, I want to ask you something. You really like Gurren, right? Yeah, Yukimaru nodded. Well, she worries about you, and I noticed that you could command the turtle over there. So, how would you like to make a deal? What kind of deal? You help us stop that thing from rampaging, and I promise to get you two into Kaminari no Kuni and put in a good word with the Raikage if you want to train to be shinobi. Naruto smiled. Why do I sense that there's more to this? Gurren asked. There is, Naruto nodded. This part is entirely optional, off to the side. But if you would be willing to have Scaly over there sealed inside of you, to become a Jinchuriki like me and my two partners over here, I would take both you and Gurren into Yu-Gi-Oh where you will be protected and trained by the very best. And I promise that we will do all that we can to make your dreams come true. My dreams come true. Yeah, I made Yu-Gi-Oh for that main reason. So, will you at least help us with the first offer? The second one you can make at any time, the blonde smiled. Okay, as long as Gurren gets to come with. Yukimaru nodded. You two are a package deal. Any offer I make you extends to her, and vice versa. Naruto nodded, looking at Han. Time to get back to work. I'm low on chakra, so I have to leave things to you and Fu. That's fine. I will make sure that the sandbai is ready for transportation soon. Han nodded as he wrapped himself in his tailed beast cloak, becoming the Irakama and smashing into the sandbai. After managing to pin the turtle, Han aimed a Bijudama at point-blank range, firing the blast without a moment's hesitation, knocking the sandbai unconscious while forcing Han to revert back to normal. Han, Naruto shouted as he ran over to the older man. Hey, it worked, he laughed as Naruto shook his head at the man. Turning, Naruto noticed that Gurren and Yukimaru had followed and were staring at them in shock. That was incredible. Would I be able to do that if the sandbai was sealed in me? Yukimaru asked. With the proper training, yeah, Naruto nodded as he stood up, looking behind them to see Sasuke limping over, rage in his eyes. However, I have a bug to squish at the moment, so please give me a moment. Walking in front of Sasuke, Naruto glared at the man. Ironic, isn't it? Naruto asked. What is, dope? This is the second time that we have clashed, and this is the second time that I have crushed you. Naruto grinned. And I wasn't even at full power. So much for the mighty Uchiha clan. I'll kill you, Sasuke shouted as he tried to draw his blade, but Kakashi appeared, stopping him. Sasuke, don't, Kakashi said as he looked at the Uchiha, who frowned at his former teacher before stepping back. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto grinned. Naruto, it's good to see you again. Kakashi smiled as he shook his hand. You are looking very well. I didn't get to see your battle, but I can tell that you have grown. Thanks, Naruto grinned. Sorry I missed you while I was at Konohagakure. It's fine, I was busy. Kakashi laughed. So you helped take down the sandbai. I guess we should back down. Yeah, if you try to take away the demon after all that we went through to get it, I would beat you up and kill both of them. Naruto chuckled as Sakura staggered towards them, glaring at Naruto. Really now? Kakashi asked, giving Naruto a look. Hey, we are at war at the moment. Naruto grinned. I could technically kill all three of you and suffer no repercussions. Kakashi just shook his head at this while Sasuke snorted. You couldn't, dope. I'd kill you first. Yeah, you only won because you caught us off guard. Sakura shouted. Really now? Naruto asked. Last I checked, we were shinobi, we were supposed to expect the unexpected. So if you couldn't predict that a Jinchuriki was going to wipe the floor with you, then you are beyond hope. A what? Sakura asked as Kakashi sighed. One who carries a demon within them. One who sacrifices their own life at an early age to keep the Biju away from the world. I carry the greatest terror within me, and you think that you can threaten me into submission. You are fools, Naruto chuckled as he started walking away. It's a pleasure seeing you again, Kakashi-sensei. Be sure to give my best to Baa-chan and everyone, and tell Hinata-chan I miss her. With that, Naruto strode over to the sandbai, where Han, Fu, Gurren, and Yukimaru were already waiting. Grabbing hold of the beast, Naruto high-ray shined back to Kumo, leaving the three Konoha nin standing there as high in the sky. Two clay birds flew over. Looks like we were too late, Deidara-senpai. Toby laughed. It seems so. Deidara spat. Who'd have thought that all of these people would be after the sandbai? You didn't. Toby laughed as Deidara ordered the bird to crash and try to kill Toby, who turned intangible for a few seconds to save himself from the explosion. Back in Kumagakure, Naruto had several ninja maintain the powerful barrier they had created around the sandbai as they tested Yukimaru to see if he could be a Jinchuriki. After a few moments, Gaara approached. Well, Naruto asked. He is a better candidate than Yuki, he nodded. Good, Naruto nodded. And he wants to do this? Yes. He said he wants to be able to defend Gurren, Gaara replied. Excellent. Let's start the sealing process. Naruto grinned as he approached Yukimaru. Okay, Yukimaru. I'm going to be the one to seal the sandbai inside of you. That way, if anything goes wrong, I can at least be there to defend you. What about Gurren? Yukimaru asked. She will be nearby, but not close enough to react. What we are going to be doing is going to be very dangerous, and I don't want her getting hurt. That's why I am doing the sealing myself." Naruto smiled. "Now let's get started. The sooner the sandbai is sealed inside of you, the better." Walking towards the barrier, a small opening was made as the two entered, Yukimaru naked as Naruto started drawing the seals on his stomach, creating an intricate pattern, one that was every bit as strong as his. Once finished, Naruto started channeling chakra into the seal and then creating the link that would draw the sandbai into the seal. The sandbai immediately realized what was happening and tried to get away, but the seal was stronger than the last one that imprisoned it, and soon the sandbai was trapped inside Yukimaru, who passed out from the strain. Finally done, Naruto panted as the barrier was dropped. "Yukimaru!" Gurren shouted as she ran over to him. "He'll be fine. Just let him sleep, and eat himself back to sleep when he wakes up. Tomorrow, we will start training him." Naruto smiled as he patted her shoulder before stopping. "Oh, that's right." Turning, Naruto placed a seal next to Yukimaru. "Make sure that he keeps that with him at all times. In case the Akatsuki ever come looking for him, I can find him quickly." "Okay," Gurren nodded as she picked up Yukimaru and was led to a room where the two of them could rest. Grinning, Naruto looked up at the sky before laughing. "And this makes 8. Only one left to find." "Sir," a voice shouted. Turning, Naruto saw a man running over. "What is it?" Naruto asked. "Sir, the diplomats that you sent to AIM have been killed," the man panted. "What?" Naruto growled. "Yes, I went to go check in on them a few days ago and found them all dead, and saw 7 people leaving the scene." "I see. The Akatsuki decided where they want to stand with us," Naruto growled as a young man walked next to him. "What do you make of it, Sasori?" The redhead had been genetically recreated into a new body using his cells to replicate his body at the young age he had been at when he had turned himself into a puppet. It was likely the leader, he noted. AIM is his home, so he likely attacked himself to make a point. If one was a woman, then that would be Konan. "I see. Any chance that they could be convinced to join us?" Naruto asked. "They might be. It would come down to how good your luck was," Sasori replied. "Leader isn't one to be underestimated. He has the Rinnegan from what I saw in the meetings." "Does he now? Well, I suppose I should rip apart his organization bit by bit then." Naruto grinned as he looked at the revived puppet user. "And I will be needing your help for this. Whatever you need, just let me know." Sasori nodded. "Just one thing, who are the remaining members?" Sasori explained. "When I was there, it was Itaki and Kisame, a strong team not to be underestimated. Then there was the undead team, Haiden and Kakuzu. Haiden, a Jashin worshipper, is unkillable. Kakuzu, seemingly immortal in a different way, uses black threads for reattachment and can wield almost every elemental jutsu. The only solo member is Zetsu, our spy. He travels widely, has a literal split personality, and consumes dead members' bodies. Lastly, there's Leader and Konan. They never leave Omegakure unless for major battles, and only Zetsu knows anything about them, but he shares nothing." Naruto nodded, "And, of course, Deidara and his new partner. We'll dismantle this organization. Itaki and Kisame will join us, I'm certain. The undead team will be killed. I'm unsure about Zetsu, but we'll figure it out. Deidara might be persuaded, but it's not certain. I hope we can convince the last two." "If you say so," Sasori grinned. As they walked, Naruto asked, "How are your new puppets coming along?" Sasori beamed, "Very well. I'm using a new method, proving your point that a human body surpasses anything. I found a way to use a living person as a base without killing them. I've recreated the third Kaze cage with denser armor, and altered the iron sand for more pliability and easier manipulation, with no lag. It responds to the smallest motions." "I see. And your other works?" "They're progressing. I'm looking into your suggestion for stringless puppets. I have ideas, but I need a prototype to make progress." "Keep at it. I have faith in your abilities," Naruto grinned, letting Sasori go to his workshop. Naruto then stopped, stared into the distance, and called out, "I know you're here, Jiraiya." The white-haired Sunin appeared. "Hey, Gaki. You shouldn't be here. You know Yu-Gi-Oh declared war on Konohagakure," Naruto remarked. "I know. I hope to convince you to abandon that." "Not likely," Naruto chuckled. "I know. You're as stubborn as your mother," Jiraiya laughed. "You wear her sword well." "Thanks. So, what brings you here?" "This isn't a social visit. Information. I hope to trade Akatsuki information for details on your organization," Jiraiya replied. "For you, Jiraiya, I'll accept this deal, but I'll only tell you as much as your information is worth." Naruto smiled, sitting on a nearby rock. "Thanks. Well, for starters, I found something I think might interest you. I'm all ears. The Akatsuki leader isn't one person, it's 6, all with the Rinnegan." "Wait, I thought only one person could have it." "That's what I thought. The truth is, I think I know who leads the Akatsuki, Nagato. I met him during the AIM war when I got my Sunin title. He had the Rinnegan and showed great shinobi potential. Something happened, I heard they were dead, but I recognized too when your diplomats were attacked. You were there, Naruto asked, glaring. It wasn't my place to interfere. Besides, it was a good chance to get information on two of Konohagakure's enemies, Jiraiya replied. Fine. So, who did you recognize? Actually, all of them. I think Nagato controls dead bodies. He's currently using 6, all shinobi I'd encountered. The main one I recognized was my former pupil and Nagato's friend, Yahiko. He's using his friend's dead body like that. Yeah. Tell me, is there any chance he could revive the dead if the body was intact, no matter how long they were dead? Naruto asked. Maybe. I can't say for certain, but it's a possibility, Jiraiya nodded. I see. Something to look into, Naruto muttered. Anyway, the other person I recognized was Konan, the last of the 3 I trained. She fights with paper. Interesting. This is more information than I had. Alright, Jiraiya, you've earned 5 questions, Naruto grinned. Alright. How many Jinchuriki do you have? 7 trained, with an 8th starting soon. Only the Rokubai is missing, so you got the Sanbai. Okay, how many nations have allied with you? Currently, 5 nations will fight with us, 2 refuse to join, and the rest are still deciding. Current level of shinobi, most are Chunin to Umbu. A few have cage level skills and lead important missions. Location of bases, in every country, mostly in Kaminari no Kuni. Who are the highest ranking people? Jiraiya, I can only tell you so much. Code names only, fair, fine. Kitsune commands all Yu-Gi-Oh members. Tanuki, Nico, Kame, Saru, Irakama, Kabutamushi, and O-Ushi are advisors, along with Ryu, Bato, Kobura, and Washi. Allies send representatives to keep us informed. All other members are equal, and positions can shift by majority vote to a more suitable person, Naruto replied. I see. Listen, Naruto, if things get bad here, you can always find me. Thanks, but I'm fine with things as they are. Just don't get yourself killed. I expect you to join us once Konohagakure is gone, Naruto laughed. Really, that confident? Jiraiya, you haven't seen us in action. We're doing small work, establishing our limits and powers. Soon we'll strike, and the world will tremble at the true terror within the growing darkness, Naruto grinned as he walked off. And Jiraiya, you have until tomorrow evening to be out of Kaminari no Kuni before things get violent. Jiraiya gulped, walking away and shaking his head at the information exchange. Once back in Konohagakure, he went to Tsunade with the details. I see. So we're in trouble, she sighed. That about sums it up, Hein, he nodded. I believe the kid when he says he'll destroy Konohagakure, he means business. The Toads refuse to participate since their 2 summoners are on opposite sides. That's not good. Has Naruto gone to Mount Mayaboku yet? No. The Toads say he hasn't gone to learn Senjutsu yet, but it's only a matter of time. But by which way? He could be using this war as a distraction to gain training. No. He doesn't know the secret paths, so the only way would be a reverse summoning, Jiraiya replied. Besides, the Toads aren't important right now. Our main concern is this: Yu-Gi-Oh may not have many members, but they have enough to fight us for a long time. They have 8 Jinchuriki, all learning to use their demons to their fullest. They have several allied nations, with 2 of the 5 great nations already on their side. We're at a massive disadvantage, our only strengths are superior numbers and a lot of talent. I get it, Tsunade sighed. But what can we do? As much as I hate to say it, we may have to talk to the remaining nations that haven't allied with them if we want any chance of winning, Jiraiya sighed. That means we have to convince Iwagakure and Kirigakure to assist us. Ugh, Tsunade sighed, slamming her head on her desk. Jiraiya, send messengers to Iwagakure and Kirigakure. Tell them I want to discuss something of mutual interest. The white-haired Sunin nodded and left, passing the message to Shizune, who sent out the birds. Faster, Naruto shouted, kicking Yukimaru in the stomach, momentarily lifting him, and continuing his barrage. Yukimaru tried to respond, but Naruto was far superior, forcing the youth to dodge attacks most jonin would struggle with. Is he always this harsh? Gurren asked from the training grounds, where the other Jinchuriki watched. Normally, yes, Gaara nodded. He's a hard taskmaster, but he knows how to draw out his students' full potential, Yujito agreed. He won't push him beyond his body's limits. Are you sure? Gurren asked, seeing Yukimaru exhausted. Of course we're sure, Yukimaru can endure, he grinned as Yujito smacked him. I thought we said no rapping, she sighed. I'm curious, how was Yu-Gi-Oh set up here? Gurren asked. It was almost a year ago, Yujito began. Flashback. Yujito and B were summoned to the Raikage's office, a show of force for Yu-Gi-Oh's leader. Rumors circulated that Yu-Gi-Oh had entered their borders, helping villagers with problems usually handled by shinobi. The mysterious leader was coming with a small party to speak with the Raikage. Just stay silent, and let's see what he has in mind, A stated as the 2 took positions among his guards. Soon, A's secretary announced Yu-Gi-Oh's party. The doors opened, revealing a young man in a fox umbu mask, near Yujito's height, carrying one sword. He exuded confidence. Two others accompanied him, a young girl in a Kirigakure-style hunter-nin mask with blue markings, and a man as tall as the rakeage, with long brown hair, brown eyes, a tan poncho, baggy gray pants with 3 leg straps, fingerless gauntlets with 4 knuckle protrusions, and shoes with 2 cylindrical protrusions. This man scared Yujito more than the fox mask man. Rakeage-sama, the fox masked youth nodded, bowing slightly. So you're the leader of Yu-Gi-Oh? A asked, getting straight to the point. I am called Kitsune, he replied. I've come to discuss an alliance with you. An alliance? A frowned. Why seek to ally with a nation when you're just mercenaries? A reasonable question, Kitsune nodded. To answer, I seek to unite the world under a single banner, to bring about everlasting peace. I aim to unite all nations. While Haru no Kuni has agreed to support us, we're a growing organization, and they can't aid us alone much longer. That's why I've come to you for this alliance. You got Haru no Kuni, the biggest neutral village in the elemental nations, to side with you. A blinked. I have a history with their leader, Kitsune shrugged. But as I said, it's not enough to support us forever. We need one of the 5 great nations behind us. And you chose us? Am I supposed to be flattered? A snapped. No, I chose you based on logic and a goal we've set. At a member's request, Kitsune shrugged. Iwagakure would reject us, fearing upset to the power balance. Kirigakure is too unstable from their 4th purge. Tsunagakure lacks resources for more than they already have. And Konoha-gakure? A asked. We will see it burn, Kitsune stated bluntly. They've crossed too many lines recently, becoming a cancerous sore on the name of shinobi. We will remove that sore. A blinked. He'd heard many oppose Konoha-gakure, but never one who spoke of peace. He probed further. Let's set aside Konoha-gakure for a moment, as you know there's little love lost between us. Why should we ally with you? What's in it for us? Very well. First, we'll offer the best benefits. We aim to unite the world, by diplomacy or force. You'll get your own fleet of airships, which Haru no Kuni is prototyping. Once done, I'll show them to you before we build the real fleet. Second, access to Yu-Gi-Oh's knowledge. I've traveled for years, found much lost knowledge, and I'll share it. Finally, a vow, should hostilities befall your village, Yu-Gi-Oh will aid you with all our power. A frowned at this, but if true, he was being offered a large sum of gold. I assume there are conditions for your end of this deal, A remarked. Indeed. First, your full support for our plans. Once allied, you'll have access, no secrets. Second, if we go to war and call for aid, you must help us. Lastly, I'd like your 2 Jinchuriki to join us as full Yu-Gi-Oh operatives. No, A stated bluntly. I will not release the Jinchuriki to you. This isn't mine or your choice, it's theirs, Kitsune replied, looking at B and then Yujito. Yu-Gi-Oh was created as a haven for Jinchuriki, a safe place where they won't be mistreated. So you say, A snorted. Why would I lie, he asked. To gain 2 incredibly powerful Jinchuriki under your control, then stab us in the back. To control this village with 2 powerful demons to crush any rebellions, A sneered. Silence. Then, red chakra swirled around Kitsune, emanating killing intent, forming several angry tails. Before anyone could move, the girl grabbed his arm and pulled. Girl needs to get back, kid's about to crack, B shouted, drawing a blade. Kitsune looked at the girl, and the red chakra faded as he calmed. Thank you, Nami. I owe 20 ryo to the jar, he sighed. What was that? A asked. Are you? I am, he nodded. I inherited my mother's burden. So that's why you're so intent on helping Jinchuriki, Yujito stated. Yes. Consider this a show of good faith, he stated, removing his mask. My full name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. All shinobi blinked. Namikaze was a well-known name. If he was his son, he was either a missing nin or banished. It's safe to assume you know our history with your father, A remarked. That was then, this is now, Naruto replied. Just because my father was your foe doesn't mean I am. I see. Care to explain that little display? Kurama hasn't fully bowed to my will, Naruto sighed. When my temper flares, he gets a foothold and does what you just saw. Nami is the only one who can calm me without battling me. Otherwise, it takes several jonin or my sensei to stop me. And the jar? Yujito asked. Every time I lose my temper, I put money in the jar, to help me stop losing it so often. Once it's full, I get her a treat, Naruto explained. Yujito giggled when Nami spoke. It's almost full, Nami stated, her voice smiling. I assume your sensei is the man behind you, A remarked. I am, he nodded. Your name? I have many names, but you may call me How Sakura, How smiled. How Sakura, A exclaimed. The How Sakura, the Buzoku Shushin? The Yuso no Meisuda, the one and only, How nodded. It's refreshing to know I'm still well known after all these years away. And how did you become this kid's sensei? A asked. I found him wandering the world and took an interest. He had great potential, and I sought to bring it out. How smiled. He's an adept student, devouring jutsu like a glutton. He'll make an excellent successor when my time comes. You know I have bigger dreams than that, Naruto chuckled. This is a lot to take in. A sighed. I know I ask a lot, and there are many risks, but the rewards are worth it, Naruto explained. So you say. I'll need time to think. I'll inform you of my decision when I've made it, A replied. That's perfectly fine. We'll camp near the mountains to your south. Send a messenger bird when you've decided. Naruto nodded, bowed again, and left with his companions. It took the Raikage a few days to decide, and his choice wasn't popular. He finally agreed to ally with Yu-Gi-Oh, causing several revolts. Yu-Gi-Oh helped put them down, and in the end, we let the surrendering shinobi rejoin with no repercussions, Yujito explained. That's simple, Gurren asked. Yeah, the boss is as soft as sometimes, Yujito chuckled. He should be finished with Yukimaru in just a moment. Naruto struck again, sweeping Yukimaru to the ground, then stopping a punch just before it connected. Time, he shouted to the spectators. 3 hours, 47 minutes, 43 seconds, Han shouted back. Alright, Yukimaru, we're done for today. Go eat and rest. Tomorrow, you're working with Han on that mist of yours, Naruto explained, patting the boy's back. Gurren walked over and accompanied the boy to the dining hall while Naruto spoke with the other Jinchuriki. So, what do you think? Naruto asked. His ninjutsu skills are low Chunin currently, but he has a strong affinity for water and wind, Gaara replied. He has some taijutsu skill, but much work remains, Yujito added. His drawing on the Sanbai's power is slow. He can handle only a single tail now, and we're still working on him getting the second tail with just chakra, Rashi stated. That mist isn't a Kekii Genkai. It might be a bastardized Kirigakure no Jutsu, Han noted. He has no genjutsu skill, but I have him working on recognizing them until we find some he can handle, Fu shrugged. No need to hate, this kid will be great, B laughed. Glad to see we all agree, Naruto nodded, leaving. I'm going to get some rest. Wake me if there's an emergency. Got it, Fu nodded as the other Jinchuriki went their separate ways. At the Kaminari no Kuni border, two figures in black cloaks with red clouds approached a border station. So Leader Sama wants us to break in and kill as many as we can, the scythe wielder asked. That's what he told us, the other man nodded. Kill any in our way, and try to capture any Jinchuriki we can. So, no need to hold back. None, you idiot. Ah, Jashin will be pleased with this carnage, the other exclaimed as they reached the border station. Naruto slept peacefully until a seal on his person heated up. Jumping out of bed, he checked it. It was one of the seals he'd given all Yu-Gi-Oh Jinchuriki. Number 2 was flashing red, meaning Akatsuki was attacking, and they were stronger than the Jinchuriki could handle. Knowing other seals would also be activating, Naruto headed towards Yujito's training ground. He used Hiraishin to get close and arrived in minutes, seeing Yujito already in her Biju form, trying to crush the two attacking Akatsuki. Showtime, Naruto growled, leaping down and flashing through hand signs. Futon, Ronkuten, drilling air bullet. The two Akatsuki were caught off guard by the blonde's sudden arrival and sent flying. Naruto took a fighting stance. You okay? Naruto asked. Been better, Yujito replied. They can't die. Damn, Naruto muttered. Guess we just cut them into tiny pieces. So who's this fucktard? The side user spat. That's Naruto Uzumaki. Danzo from Konoha has a bounty on his head, and he's a Jinchuriki. A 2-for-1 deal, the other chuckled. Well, let's get him, Kakuzu. Not so fast, Haiden. This kid isn't to be taken lightly, Kakuzu warned. That's right, especially when I'm not alone, Naruto chuckled as the other Jinchuriki arrived. You've been looking for us? Well, here we are. Kakuzu noted each Jinchuriki, then stated, I count 7. You're one short. He isn't ready to play with you, Naruto replied. Split up, take the one best suited to your abilities. Got it, they nodded, striking. Naruto, Gaara, and Fu went for Haiden, who grinned maniacally, swinging his scythe. Naruto blocked with Giru, while Gaara sent sand waves, and Fu prepared Doton techniques. The others focused on Kakuzu, who, realizing his disadvantage, unleashed all his hearts to target the Jinchuriki. B went for Kakuzu, while Yujito handled the wind and lightning masks. Han fought the fire mask, and Rashi handled the water mask. Yujito, still in Biju form, blocked a combination attack from the two masks, smashing the wine one and letting fire devour it before grabbing the lightning mask with her tails and firing a point-blank Bijudama. Meanwhile, Han fought the fire mask, counteracting fire jutsu with water jutsu and closing in. Suten Han Hanryu, tearing torrent. Han roared, smashing his hand through the mask with water jutsu, destroying the heart inside. Kakuzu worried. He'd felt 3 hearts destroyed and realized he might die. He gave him no chance to retreat, using the Raikage's Raiden no Yoroi, lightning release armor, to gain an edge and cancel Doton Domu, Earth Spear. This isn't looking good, Kakuzu grunted, dodging a punch. This wasn't the plan. Your plan has failed, and you've no chance to bail, Be laughed, striking. Lariat. Kakuzu was unprepared for the powerful neck strike and fell dazed. B plunged a lightning-enhanced blade into his heart, pinning him. Rashi smirked, effortlessly dodging the water mask's attacks, then amplified his final technique with his Biju's power. Leaping back, he completed the hand signs, a grin spreading across his face as he declared, lava release, binding lava. The molten magma he'd drawn to the surface surged forth, pinning the masked monstrosity. Turning, Rashi walked away as Kakuzu, observing, clung to a faint hope of escape, a hope that swiftly died with the activation of the technique's second phase. A magma pillar erupted, engulfing the creature before cooling into a colossal stone column. Magma pillar, Rashi stated as the final heart shattered. Kakuzu managed a weak chuckle, finally succumbing after centuries of life. Haiden bristled, annoyed by Naruto, Fu, and Gaara's tactics. Naruto, wielding Raging Gufu, kept Haiden at bay, inflicting minor wounds, while Gaara-san prevented Haiden from reaching Fu, who was readying something from a cylindrical object on her back. You bastards! Just die! Haiden shrieked as Naruto agilely dodged his scythe, and Fu signaled she was finished. Fu stood, holding several short metal spikes, now glowing red with the Nanabe's chakra. Try this. Piercing storm, Fu grinned, launching the spikes. They impaled Haiden, pinning him to the wall, eliciting a cry of pain. You fking bitch! How dare you put all these fking holes in my body? I'm going to enjoy making you suffer, you bitch! Haiden roared. Quite the mouth on him, Naruto noted, swinging Raging Gufu to sever Haiden's head, prompting more curses. Gaara, if you would be so kind. Gladly, Gaara replied, his sand encasing Haiden's headless body, removing the spikes, and crushing it beyond repair. You fking shits! You just FKED up my body! I'll kill you, he raged as Naruto checked on the others. Everyone okay? Naruto asked. Yeah, Yujito affirmed, now in human form. Hey Kakuzu, get up and help me. Haiden yelled at his partner. Too late, Rashi snorted. The fool is dead. No way, Haiden shouted. Fed up, Naruto placed Haiden's head on the ground, pried open his mouth with one hand, and with the other, cut out his tongue. I still have no idea why he's alive, Fu remarked, watching Naruto toss the tongue aside. Or how he kept talking after we cut his head off. Let's just chalk it up to being a disciple of Jashin and leave it at that, Naruto replied, the others nodding in agreement. But I have to admit, not being able to die is a pretty sweet deal. No kidding, but the cost is rather high, Han observed, looking at the two Akatsuki. So what should we do with them? I have an idea, Naruto grinned, a slight unease settling over the others. The boss is in a mood, this is going to be good, he chuckled as Naruto's grin widened. The following day, two heads on spears marked the main entrance to Kaminari no Kuni. One was relatively unharmed, the other's mouth was stitched shut, its eyes and ears missing, both disfigured by burns almost beyond recognition. A sign below read, "Beware all who enter here with evil intentions." That same day, Tsunade met in Kawa no Kuni, Jiraiya and Hinata concealed nearby for backup. As she sat, the door opened, revealing a young woman and two men. The woman wore a blue strapless dress, accentuating her ample bosom, her red hair obscuring her right eye. Her escorts were striking opposites, one young, with goggles and a massive, two-hilt weapon on his back, the other older, eye-patched and weather-beaten. Their headbands identified them as Kirigakure ninja, and their deference to the woman indicated she was the fifth Mizukage. Hokage-sama, she smiled, nodding. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Mizukage-sama, Tsunade returned. Please, we're both equals, call me Mei. Tsunade. Before pleasantries continued, three more entered, an old man with a prominent nose, flanked by a young man and woman. So, only the three of us, he asked with a smirk. Sachikage-sama, Tsunade acknowledged. Well, we're all here, so what is this about, he inquired, taking a seat. Yes, I am just as curious about this meeting, and why the Raikage and the Kazekage were not invited, Mei noted. Straight to the point then. We are the only three of the great shinobi nations that have not bowed to Yu-Gi-Oh, Tsunade stated. Ah, the Tsuchikage nodded. Now this makes sense. At the moment, the world is being divided between Yu-Gi-Oh and remaining independent. Any who don't bow to them will be destroyed, Tsunade explained. Are you certain? Mei asked. Konoha was not offered the chance to join. A member of this organization wants us destroyed, Tsunade sighed. And I think I know who, but pray that I am wrong. Oh? Who among this organization that preaches peace wants to destroy you? That Tsuchikage inquired. His name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, a former Konoha shinobi banished on very weak charges, Tsunade replied. Damn. I knew he had a son, that Tsuchikage snorted. But why would the son of the village's most cherished Hokage be banished? Only a select few knew that information. Now that he is over 16, however, this information can be divulged to certain parties. However, we are straying from the point. I assume both of you have received representatives from Yu-Gi-Oh! I have, he nodded. I turned them down. Uegakure has remained a strong and independent village since its founding, and I will not have that thrown away while I remain Suchikage. They approached my village as well. We haven't given them an answer yet, but the representative warned us that if we take too long, we may be deemed an enemy and have to be invaded, Mei explained. Then you can probably understand why I have asked you here. It is in our best interest to form an alliance against Yu-Gi-Oh! If we hope to remain free, Tsunade proposed. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, that Suchikage nodded. I can see the wisdom in that. If they already have so many other nations supporting them, now is not the time to be divided. We work together and oppose them. I must decline at this time, Mei remarked. My village is still recovering from the previous Mizukage's madness. I can't condemn my people to a battle that we might not even be able to win. Until I am certain that we would stand a chance against Yu-Gi-Oh! I must stand down. That is your choice, Mizukage, that Suchikage snorted. But only a coward sits back and waits. Better cowardice that protects my people than bravery that condemns them, Mei replied coldly, turning and leaving. Well then, Suchikage, shall we begin planning? Tsunade asked. Yes, let's. And my allies may call me Oniki, he nodded. With that, the pair began discussing strategies against Yu-Gi-Oh!, hoping their planning would suffice should war erupt. Naruto and A scrutinized a map of current national borders, marking their allies. Before they could mark many more, a flustered Yu-Gi-Oh! Shinobi burst in. Reikage-sama, Kitsune-sama, we just received word from our operatives in the south. Morio has been revived, he exclaimed. What? Naruto and A shouted in unison, exchanging glances. How did this happen? A asked. The shrine housing his spirit was attacked. No one survived. At the moment, his army is on the march, heading towards Hai no Kuni. Naruto frowned, tracing the likely route on the map. If they take Hai no Kuni, too many of our allies will be helpless. As much as I'd like to watch them fall, we can't afford to leave our allies vulnerable to this demon, Naruto mused. I'll head to Konoha and see what they plan. This is a Class A emergency. Send word to all Yu-Gi-Oh! Operatives to gather and prepare for war. Right. I'll get the Kumagakure Nin ready and send word to the rest of our allies. A nodded as Naruto donned his mask and high-ray-shined to Tsunade's office. Tsunade had just finished briefing the village's jonin when a flash of orange revealed Kitsune. Kitsune, Tsunade nodded. Hokage-sama. I am here about the Morio problem, he stated. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is preparing to fight this threat as we speak, along with the rest of our allies. Really? Tsunade asked, surprised. We may want you destroyed eventually, but Morio is too great a threat to leave alone. Yu-Gi-Oh! Will soon be entering your borders to assist your forces in handling his army, Kitsune explained. It is safe to assume that you will be sending a team to help the priestess stop this calamity. I did, Tsunade nodded. Then allow me to send an operative with them. Someone who will work well with almost any team you decide on, Kitsune offered. How do I know this isn't a trick? Tsunade asked. Because I am a man of my word, and I swear to you here and now that until Morio has been dealt with, Yu-Gi-Oh! And its allies will make no move against you, he replied, bowing his head. This threat is too great to ignore, or to let our differences stop us from protecting the world. Tsunade sighed, acknowledging his point. Fine. How soon can your operative be here? Give him 20 minutes, and he will be here. And if anything should happen to him and I suspect treachery, well, let's just say that you had better hand over all parties responsible, or we will hasten our plans to destroy you, Kitsune warned, vanishing in a flash of orange light. Tsunade sighed again, instructing Shizen to summon Niji Hayaga, Rock Lee, and Sakura Harino. Once they stood before her, she explained their mission. While the bulk of our forces handle the army, you four are to protect the priestess until she can stop Morio, Tsunade stated. Tsunade-sama, there are only 3 of us, Sakura pointed out. That is because the 4th operative is on loan to us, Tsunade explained, as Naruto suddenly appeared via High-Ray-Shin. Hey Baa-chan, Naruto grinned. Here and ready to work. You! Sakura shouted, making the others flinch. Yes, me, you Banshee, Naruto stated. Kitsune sent me, saying I have the most experience with Konohagakure Shinobi and would be the easiest to integrate into a team. A wise choice, Tsunade nodded. I assume you've been briefed. Yep, Naruto affirmed. Good. Time is of the essence, you 4, and failure is not an option. Do whatever it takes to complete this mission, Tsunade ordered. Yes, Hokage-sama, Niji nodded as the 4 turned to leave, Sakura glaring at Naruto. The blonde paused, turning to Tsunade. Tell Hinata-chan that I said hello, Naruto smiled, then followed the group to the village gates, where he and Niji immediately began discussing the plan. Lee is our close-quarters fighter, Niji stated. With Sakura as medic and myself as scout. And I'm your wild card, Naruto replied. I've got plenty of ninjutsu skills, plus I've also picked up a few other tricks since I left. That is what I thought as well, Niji nodded as they set off. It will take several hours to get to Oni no Kuni, then we better work fast. Time is against us, Naruto replied, picking up the pace. They traveled most of the night, reaching the temple outskirts. As they neared, Naruto suddenly accelerated. Naruto, what's wrong? Niji asked. Don't you smell that? It's blood. Naruto roared, sprinting into the compound, leaping over fallen bodies, and into the temple, where he found 4 shinobi about to kill the priestess. Oh no you don't! Naruto shouted, leaping over them, skidding to a halt in front of the priestess. All she saw was a black coat swaying, a familiar golden sunburst on it. Who is this? One shinobi asked. Why didn't he sneak up on us? The second wondered. Is he super strong like us? Or perhaps he's an idiot, the final one snickered. One way to find out, Naruto chuckled, drawing his swords. Let's dance. Channeling wind chakra into his blades, he swung, sending a massive gust that launched all 4 outside the temple. Naruto leaped down after them, his intricate blade work keeping them from the temple as he ducked, weaved, and slashed. They quickly realized the blonde was delaying them, and their leader slipped away towards the priestess. Naruto leaped over the remaining 3, crossing his blades, flashing the dawn light into the trees above the temple. Suddenly, Lee crashed down among the 3, while Niji pursued the fleeing shinobi. Die, you brat, the female shouted, fire release, running fire. A ring of fire erupted before her as her teammate struck. Wind release, godly wind of the mountain, he roared, the wind hitting the fire, creating a jet aimed at Naruto and Lee. Cry out, Raijin Gufu. Naruto shouted, pouring more chakra into the sword, sheathing Giru to hold it with both hands, and cleaving the fiery jet in 2, sending a blade of wind towards the pair, who leapt aside. This kid is crazy, the last guy yelled as their apparent leader returned, signaling retreat. They fled, and Naruto frowned before sheathing his blade. He saw Sakura arrive, having followed Niji's order to scout for hidden shinobi. Clear, Sakura stated, checking Lee for injuries. Good. Let's go meet our client, Naruto smirked, walking towards the temple. Niji met them with the priestess and one of her remaining bodyguards. After a few moments, the priestess was seated, and her bodyguard introduced her. Behold, Shin, the priestess of Oni no Kuni, he stated. I am Rock Lee. Hi, Sakura Harano. Niji Hayaga, my lady. We are the guards sent from Konoha Gakure no Sato. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, representative from Yu-Gi-Oh! In this matter, Naruto stated with a nod. Niji began discussing losses and events with the bodyguard, Taraho, when Shin spoke, claiming her bodyguards died defending her and would be glad their sacrifice had purpose. Is that right? Naruto growled, Shun suing directly in front of her. I know a bastard who thinks everyone should sacrifice everything for him, and I've made it my personal mission to see him miserable. Now, is that what you really think? Naruto! Sakura yelled, about to hit him, when Shin spoke. You are going to die. Very soon. Naruto blinked in surprise. Is that so? Care to elaborate? You will be pierced through the chest. Defending me, Shin said, trying to control her trembling. Humph, Naruto snorted. I don't hold much in prophecy. Please, allow me to show you to a room so you may relax before you leave, Taraho offered. Naruto and Niji nodded, walking with him. So, does that predicting death thing happen often? Naruto asked. Yes. It usually involves one of my lady's retainers dying to protect her, he explained. And how often is she right? Naruto continued. You shouldn't worry, Taraho replied. So, not often? No, she has 100% accuracy on her predictions, Taraho stated. That is why you shouldn't worry, for there is nothing that can be done about it, so worrying would only make you miserable. Who knows, maybe this will get you to wise up, Baka, Sakura laughed as Naruto paused, looking at her with an amused smirk. Maybe I'll just kawaremi with you right before it happens, Naruto replied as they entered the room. Now, until it is time to leave, I plan on sleeping. Very well. I will awake you when it is time, Niji nodded as he and Lee moved to the table to plan. Naruto lay awake for a time, pondering Shin's words, trying to envision a scenario where his death would be necessary for the mission. Frowning, he decided worrying wouldn't change anything, his only option was to try and avoid death, and perhaps Kyuubi's power would save him. A few hours later, Niji woke Naruto, telling him they were leaving. Soon, the 4 shinobi and Shin headed towards a waterfall at the back of the temple. Aren't you supposed to have an escort, my lady? Sakura asked. I can choose to leave them behind if I wish, Shin replied calmly. Don't want to risk any more lives. I can respect that, Naruto nodded as they passed through the waterfall, then leaped through the trees towards their destination. As they moved, Naruto fell back slightly and heard Shin comment on Sakura's lack of a womanly shape. Naruto burst out laughing, smiling at Shin. She has a point, billboard brow, Naruto chuckled, stopping and dropping to the ground just as an arrow struck the branch he was about to step on. Ahead, Naruto saw Taraho had caught up, determined to keep pace. This quickly devolved into a one-sided argument between him and Shin. Should we stop them? Niji asked. It is most unyouthful to watch this bickering, Lee noted. They can't last much longer, Naruto shrugged, walking over, putting 2 fingers in his mouth, and letting out a loud, shrill whistle that made everyone jump. Okay, I've personally had enough of this one-sided argument. Shin, he's not going to leave, so just suck it up and accept that you'll have one bodyguard instead of the full entourage you were expecting. We're wasting time, and the longer this takes, the more likely Morio's ghost army will reach the border where our forces are waiting, and I'd like to have this finished before that happens so we don't lose any good shinobi. So shut up, get on Sakura's back, and let's get a move on. No one had a counter as Naruto turned and resumed walking. They soon realized this single guard would slow them, turning a one-day trip into 2. It was dark when they finally stopped on a cliff overlooking their path. Niji quickly set up camp, and Naruto returned from setting traps. No fire, Naruto stated as Sakura looked up from her cooking pot. Why not? Sakura asked. Because we are being hunted, Naruto replied calmly. We go with cold rations tonight so we don't end up fighting the enemy too soon. Sakura frowned but accepted Naruto was right, soon preparing cold rations. Shin turned her nose up at them, deeming them unfit to eat. This almost led to an argument with Sakura when Naruto intervened, handing Shin a bento from his pack. Here. You can have mine, Naruto replied. She opened it to find a variety of uncommon foods. Frowning, she began eating while Naruto sat against a tree, eyes closed, seemingly asleep, having taken the last watch. This is good, Shin stated as she ate. Thanks, Naruto replied, revealing he was awake. Did you make it? She asked, and Sakura snorted a laugh. That baka. He can't cook to save his life. He survived off ramen almost his entire life. Sakura laughed. Due to not being able to afford anything else, Naruto replied. But no, I didn't make that. Someone very dear to me did. Who might this most youthful person be? Lee asked. Is she your girlfriend? No, Naruto chuckled. Just someone I've been close to for a few years now. She's really sweet and is family to me. She made that for me since she knew I would be working with Konoha. Why is that important? Shin asked, confused. We're at war, Niji answered. Yu-Gi-Oh is poised to attack Konoha no Sato, but this issue with Morio has created a ceasefire. Really? Taraho asked in surprise. You don't like each other, but you band together in a crisis? Not exactly, Naruto chuckled. Kitsune didn't want Hai no Kuni to fall for 2 reasons. First, if they fell, the enemy would have unrestricted access to many of our allies, and we'd be spread too thin. And the second? Shin asked. We don't intend to let someone else get to Konoha no Sato before we do, Naruto grinned. If you hate them so much, why work with them? Shin continued. Greater good, Naruto answered. And I don't hate all of them, just the majority of them. Like right now, there are 2 exceptions here with us. Shin looked at the 3 Konoha shinobi and instantly figured Sakura was exempt from his kindness. Deciding to ask more later, she lay on the blanket provided while Niji began his watch. Late that night, Niji woke Naruto for his half of the watch. The blonde nodded, sitting comfortably. Naruto nodded to Taraho, and they sat in silence for a few minutes. Mind if I ask you something? Naruto eventually broke the quiet. Not at all, Taraho responded with a smile. Why do you stay with Shin, knowing she might predict your death one day? Naruto questioned. My family owes Lady Shin's family a great debt. If my death helps settle it, I'd die willingly, Taraho explained. But that's not the only reason. He then revealed that others feared Shin's prophecies, as they almost always foretold someone's demise, and they avoided her to escape that fate. Naruto frowned, then nodded, understanding Shin better. As the sun rose, they sat on the cliff, gazing at it. Naruto turned at approaching footsteps and saw Shin. Good morning, Naruto greeted her with a nod, which Shin returned before telling Taraho to go back. Her demeanor was more resolute this time, and Taraho quickly grasped the reason for her change of heart. You've had a vision, haven't you? He stated, and Shin's expression confirmed it. Naruto sighed, realizing this, and promptly woke the others, urging them to move. They soon set off, with Taraho announcing he'd take an alternate route and meet them at the other temple. The 4 shinobi and the priestess, once again carried by Sakura, traversed a river via several stone pillars nestled between 2 cliff faces. This is insane. There has to be another way, Shin exclaimed, halting. Lady Shin, this is likely the safest route, Niji countered. From what we observed yesterday, they don't use water release techniques, so this gives us an advantage. You jinxed us, Naruto sighed as they all turned, and he pointed to a water dragon bullet technique hurtling towards them. Reacting swiftly, the 4 leapt onto the cliff, and Niji immediately began searching for the source of the persistent technique. This is unusual, Niji remarked. Elaborate, please, Naruto prompted. I found the shinobi using the technique, but the strange thing is, she was using fire release yesterday, he clarified. Is she alone? Naruto inquired. No, there's another with her, Niji stated. Alright. Lee and I will handle them while you and Sakura get Shin out of here, Naruto instructed. Niji nodded in agreement, and the two teenagers sped off towards the shinobi determined to stop them. Lee soon branched off, and Naruto located the girl controlling the jutsu, striking with a smirk. Wind release, gale palm, Naruto shouted, clapping his hands together. The gale slammed into his unsuspecting target, sending her flying and dissipating the water dragon. Humph. So you're back for another round, you little brat. I'll make sure to finish you this time, she cackled, initiating another jutsu. Water release, rising water slicer. Suddenly, water surged from the ground. Naruto reacted by leaping several meters into the air, reinforcing his legs with chakra, already preparing his counterattack. Wind release, vacuum great sphere, Naruto roared, firing the massive sphere of wind. He smirked as she leapt out of the way but was still struck by debris from the blast. Pursuing, Naruto chased her as she leapt through the trees, employing a new technique to try and kill him. This involved sending smaller, highly compressed jets of water at the blonde, who effortlessly weaved around them. He then smirked, drawing raging gufu and channeling his chakra into it, causing the blade to emit a high-pitched whistling sound that momentarily made his opponent pause. Swinging the blade, he smirked as she attempted to defend herself with a water jet, but was shocked when the wind blast cut straight through the attack, cleaving her in two. Naruto cursed, realizing she had replaced herself with a water clone and was now a short distance away, creating a massive sphere of water. I'll kill you with this one, you little blonde bastard, she laughed. Go ahead and try, Naruto smirked, sheathing his blade and channeling more chakra for a final attack. Die. Water release, water gathering Gorgon, she screamed. Wind release, roar of the gods, Naruto bellowed, letting out a roar that began to tear the area in front of him asunder. Chunks of earth flew, uprooting trees and sending them crashing towards his opponent. She realized this blonde was far more capable than she'd anticipated, and after narrowly avoiding a crushing tree, she fled, her jutsu destroyed by his technique. Naruto panted in exhaustion, surveying the destruction he'd caused with a wince. Looks like how Sensei was right. That technique is really draining, no wonder it's S rank, Naruto panted, standing up to find Lee. It didn't take long to find the shinobi, who was inexplicably drunk. How the hell are you drunk right now? Naruto grumbled, carrying Lee back towards the others. I'm not drunk. It was medicine in a special candy guy Sensei gave me, Lee exclaimed. Yeah, sure, Naruto nodded as they reached the others. Sorry for the wait. Those guys had some skill, I'll give them that, but Lee's opponent is dead and mine got scared off before I could finish her. Naruto, Niji began, but before he could finish, Naruto saw Shin's body lying behind him. What happened? Naruto snarled, glaring at Niji and Sakura. You were supposed to protect her, there was nothing we could do, Sakura muttered. What? Naruto roared, giving the pink-haired girl a murderous look. That's enough, a voice from the tree lean commanded. Blinking, Naruto turned to see Shin standing there. Doing a quick double take to ensure he wasn't under a genjutsu, he looked at Shin and asked, okay, if you're still alive, then who's that? Taraho. Sakura whispered. I couldn't save him. Niji then explained what had happened. Taraho had used a strange jutsu to alter his appearance, disguising himself as Shin to lure the enemy away from the priestess. We need to bury him, Naruto stated, and Niji nodded in agreement. Don't bother. The fool died a pointless death, Shin stated. Is that what you really think? Naruto asked. He just died to save you, and that's all you can say. Shin turned and stormed off, but Naruto wasn't finished. He gave up everything for you, his hopes and dreams, his future, and all you can say is he was a fool. Do you even care that he's dead? How could I not care, now that someone so close to me is dead? Shin shouted, sobbing. Naruto frowned as she knelt in front of a tree, but his kinder nature took over. He walked to her, crouched down, and placed a hand on her shoulder. If you really cared so much about him, then why did you let that happen? Naruto asked. If I hadn't, then I would have died. The foresight the priestess has as her future self, who has died, coming back and showing her a way to avoid death, though it's usually by having a retainer take her place, Shin explained, choking back sobs. Naruto stayed with her for a while, letting her cry, before picking her up and carrying her piggyback to the others. So that's why your prophecies are always right, Naruto noted. They make them real. Yes. Then there might be a chance I can prove yours wrong, Naruto smiled. As my sensei put it, I'm a being that upsets the natural order of things. I don't think that will change this, Shin replied. Well, how about I tell you a story, to take your mind off things, Naruto offered as they walked. He then recounted a story from his life, omitting names, detailing the hardships this boy faced and how he ultimately refused to give up, doing whatever it took to succeed, even after losing everything he once knew. So you see, just because things look bad, doesn't mean we give up. We find another way to win, Naruto explained as they finally rejoined the others, with Shin looking at Naruto in a new light. Neji and the others had been busy, gathering dozens of stones to construct a makeshift tomb for their fallen friend. It was dusk by the time they finished, and they were soon discussing their next move. We can't delay much longer. The ghost army must be reaching the land of fire by now, Naruto noted. Yes. One of us must take Shin and go on ahead while the others handle the 3 remaining ninja hunting us, Neji agreed. Then I shall go, Lee exclaimed. No, Naruto stated. I will. But the prophecy, Lee protested. Whether it comes true or not isn't important. It all comes down to this, a final rush. I'm the strongest one here, so it makes sense that I take Shin and go on ahead. You 3 handle the ninja and meet up with me there when you can, Naruto replied. Very well, Neji nodded. Be cautious. Hinata would be heartbroken if you died. Don't I know it? She'd find a way to bring me back just so she could beat me to death, Naruto laughed as he picked Shin up and began leaping away. You really don't like Sakura, Shin observed. Nope. We have a history, and to put it simply, if she were to die fighting those ninja, I'd probably thank them, Naruto replied. Why don't you like her so much? She betrayed me in one of the most hurtful ways. I doubt I could ever forgive her, Naruto answered, picking up the pace. Soon, they stood on a small overhang, overlooking the temple's entrance. Outside, several hundred stone ovals lay, seemingly for some ceremonial purpose. Naruto slowly walked down when one of the stones shook, its outer coating shattering to reveal a stone warrior. Within 5 seconds, the others revealed themselves, and Naruto realized it was a trap. Crap, Naruto cursed, dodging a slash from a stone warrior. He moved around, trying to keep Shin safe while avoiding hits himself. Soon, they were backed against a cliff. Naruto tried to dodge, but felt Shin fall from his back and down the cliff. Double crap, Naruto shouted, kicking one of the stone warriors back as he leapt off the cliff, throwing a flying thunder god konoha toward Shin. He warped to it just as it got close, grabbing her and twisting so he landed back first into the water below. Once out of the water, Shin sat against a tree while Naruto took off his coat and rubbed his back. I hate it when I backflop, Naruto muttered. Why did you save me? If you had let me die, you would have lived, Shin stated. Because I'm going to find a way to save both of us, Naruto replied. You can't. You have to die for this to succeed. Then I won't die. Then I will. I won't let you die either, Naruto exclaimed. You can't. One of us has to die, Shin stated. I won't let it happen, Naruto replied, leaning closer to her, their faces a small distance apart, causing Shin to blush and look away. This is pointless, Shin sighed. Nothing is pointless, or written in stone, Naruto replied calmly, shaking water from his hair. At one point, his profile was silhouetted against the moon, water droplets glistening, giving him a mystical look. Your destiny is what you make it. No one can tell you how to live your life and what's going to happen tomorrow. Only you can make those choices, not some special power that tells you what a possible future is. Naruto then put his coat back on, letting Shin see the sunburst on the back again. I was told that my dreams would never come true, that I would always be a failure. But here I am now, one of Yu-Gi-Oh's strongest and most feared operatives, and I don't intend to die before my dreams have come to pass. Do you promise? Promise to keep us both safe, Shin asked. You have my word on it. And I never go back on my word, Naruto smiled as he knelt down for her to climb on. Soon, they were back on the overhang outside the temple, and Naruto was prepared this time. Creating several hundred shadow clones, he sent them charging down, Rasenons at the ready, letting them smash the ghost army with their technique as Naruto made his way through with Shin. Once he dropped her off at the entrance, he leapt back, drawing his blades and smirking as he began fighting the stone soldiers, buying Shin as much time as he could so she could handle Morio before he revived. As Naruto fought the soldiers, he realized his clones were slowly dying, and he was soon by himself, his back against the temple entrance. Well, let's go out with a bang, Naruto grinned, preparing to shift into his Nine Tails chakra mode. Tailed Beast Bomb, a voice roared as a blast of pure destruction hit the army in front of him, and Killer Bee and Yujito dropped down. We got this, boss, Yujito smiled, looking at the enemy. And we brought some backup. Lightning Blade, Kakashi shouted, striking from the side with Hinata and several other Konoha ninja, pushing the army towards the cliff. So don't wait, you're already late. Killer Bee laughed as he and Yujito charged the army while Naruto turned and entered the temple to find Shin standing there. Did you do it? Naruto shouted, making his way through the paths. Is it done? Naruto. Shin began. I should have died. What? Naruto asked, as Morio suddenly appeared, his true body restored, resembling a massive multi-headed dragon. Naruto reacted by making dozens of shadow clones and attempting to fight, managing to stab the demon several times with his konoha. But when he was knocked into the air, he saw one of the tentacles coming to spear him in the chest. Before he could react, though, he was encased in a sphere of light that protected him. He landed and saw that Shin was now inside the demon, trying to destroy it with herself. What did you do? Naruto shouted, charging forward, weaving around Morio until he used hundreds of clones to grab his ankles as he went inside Morio and grabbed Shin, pulling her out. You stupid priestess, Naruto shouted as they pulled her out. Open your eyes. Breathe. Can you see? Can you hear? What is your heart telling you? That it wants to die like this? You want to fade and disappear. But I can't hear you. Shin, say it in your own words, Naruto shouted as they started to reach the apex of the pull from the clones. I don't want to die, Shin shouted as they finally reached the apex. Alright, Naruto grinned, holding up a hand, and Shin placed one of hers over it, the bell floating between them. Me, and all my comrades, don't want to lose anyone. If you don't like the hand that destiny has dealt you, fight for a better one. In their hands, a supercharged Rasengan was forming, and Naruto could feel its power. More. Release all your feelings. Just as the Rasengan finished, Morio rose from the lava, intending to stop them, but Naruto just smirked. Too slow. Take this, Shin, and my super chakra Rasengan. Naruto roared as he and Shin crashed down towards Morio, ramming the Rasengan into the demon. I promised you, didn't I? That I would change your destiny. As the technique hit, the temple began collapsing, and Naruto realized they had reactivated the volcano it was built upon. Oh shit. Naruto cursed, grabbing Shin and leaping onto the collapsing paths, making his escape to a safe distance before they were caught in the eruption. As dawn rose, Naruto and Shin stood a safe distance from the volcano, watching the magma still spew forth. So what now? Are your priestess days over? Naruto asked with a smirk. No, I realized that the evils of man's heart created Morio, so I will remain a priestess to protect the world against the next Morio, and my power must be passed down to the next priestess. Would you like to help with that? Shin asked with a smile, looking at the blonde. Now, Naruto might not always be the smartest person in the room, but his time abroad had taught him enough to understand Shin's offer. He knew his next words would determine the rest of his love life, especially since Hinata was standing less than 10 feet away, staring at him to see his answer. Well. Naruto stammered, trying to find the right words before Hinata walked over. Choose your next words very carefully, Naruto-kun. Hinata smiled in the terrifying way women do when they're about to get very angry. And who is this, Naruto? She seems to be a Konoha shinobi, which I understand you are enemies with, Shin remarked, looking at Hinata with a smug grin. I almost feel sorry for him, Yujito chuckled, seeing Naruto's discomfort. I don't, Kakashi laughed. This is pure gold. I have to let Jiraiya-sama know about this. Should we help him? Tamari asked. I feel kind of sorry for him. No, let him handle it. It would be troublesome to get involved in this, Shikamaru stated as Hinata and Shin continued their stare down. Ladies, let's discuss this somewhere more private where we can hopefully work this out without me getting killed by one of you, Naruto offered. The two looked at him and finally nodded in agreement. Fine. Let's return to the land of demons, Shin offered. Hinata nodded, quickly telling Kakashi she'd be going with Naruto for a few days. I'll let Lady Tsunade know, Kakashi promised as Hinata went and picked up Shin. Naruto took the opportunity to thank Neji and Lee for their help with the mission. It was our pleasure, Naruto, Neji nodded. Yosh! It was most wonderful to see you again, my youthful friend, Lee shouted. If you guys ever need me, just send Yugira a message, I'll get it from there, Naruto promised. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to find a way to convince two women not to kill me. With that, Naruto, Hinata, and Shin returned to the land of demons, arriving by nightfall. They were soon seated in Shin's quarters, at a table, with a heavy silence hanging between them. So, Naruto-kun, I've spoken with Shin-san, and she has explained the situation to me, Hinata began. And we have come to a decision, Shin nodded. Oh, Naruto asked, feeling more worried than he had been earlier. Yes, we want you to decide, they said at the same time. Naruto mentally screamed in terror, realizing there was no safe way out of this. Now, that isn't exactly fair, Naruto started. I mean, I've been loyal to you, Hinata-chan, for some time, and I know we have something special. But Shin-chan and I have grown close over the past 2 days, and she has been a good friend. So you're saying you don't want to hurt either of us, Hinata stated as she and Shin looked at each other. Well, yeah, Naruto nodded as the girl stood up and walked over to him, causing his pulse to skyrocket as they leaned down and both kissed his cheek. Told you, Hinata laughed as Naruto looked utterly confused. What just happened? Naruto asked. It's simple, Shin explained. Hinata told me enough to understand that you and she were together, but also that since you're one of the last of the Uzumaki bloodline, you fall under the Clan Restoration Act, as it became law across the entire elemental nations after the First Shinobi War. What now? Naruto asked in complete confusion. Your family is from a deceased village destroyed during the Second Shinobi War, and they were scattered. There are maybe a few dozen of your family left, and according to law, that places you in the Clan Restoration Act since you do have a Kekii Genkai, Hinata explained. I do, Naruto exclaimed. Yes, you're healing, Hinata replied. It's not all from the 9 tails, it's also from your family. Okay. This is kind of crazy, Naruto sighed. What's crazy is that I'm the only other girl who has fallen for you since Hinata, Shin remarked with a grin. I mean, what's wrong with these women? Naruto-kun is a catch. I know, Hinata smiled. Wow, this is going to be weird, Naruto sighed as they both looked at him and started to laugh. They soon went to sleep, with Naruto and Hinata both having separate quarters. The next day they spent together, getting to know Shin and for her to know them. On the second day, Hinata said farewell and left while Naruto sat with Shin to discuss something that had been bothering her. Yu-Gi-Oh has been sending operatives to every nation. Naruto, fresh from finalizing trade agreements, sat atop the Raikage Tower. A crow delivered a note. To the members of Yu-Gi-Oh, my partner and I urgently request a meeting with Kitsune. We're hidden in Hi-no-Kuni, in a location only an Uchiha would know. Please find us quickly, Konoha will soon discover our presence, and we risk being hunted and killed. We need you to hurry. Signed, Itaki Uchiha. Frowning, Naruto decided to meet them promptly. He informed A he was going abroad for potential recruits. Despite A's skepticism, Naruto wouldn't be swayed. Masked, he high-shined to Hi-no-Kuni to find Itaki and Kisame. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Danzo informed Suzuki of Itake's hiding spot in Hi-no-Kuni. Suzuki demanded to hunt and kill his brother. Tsunade, though hesitant, agreed to get Suzuki out of her way while she planned for a possible Yu-Gi-Oh invasion. Very well, Suzuki. Take 3 shinobi and hunt Itaki, Tsunade sighed. I'll take Kakashi, Sakura, and Hinata, Suzuki declared smugly. Kakashi and Sakura are fine, but Hinata has more important duties. If you want a Hyaga, Niji can go, Tsunade countered. No, only Hinata, Suzuki insisted. Tsunade, weary, knew this would lead to an argument. She could assert her authority, but Suzuki would go to Danzo and the elders, who would then overrule her and send Hinata anyway. All right, Hinata can accompany you, but it must be her choice. I won't order her, and if she refuses, that's final, you'll pick someone else. Hinata emerged from the shadows, removing her mask. You know he'll go over your head if I don't go, so to save time, I'll go. But Suzuki, if you try anything, I'll Jaiken you into a coma, she warned. Suzuki merely smirked and left. This is going to be troublesome, Tsunade sighed. I know, but we might get lucky, and Itaki will kill Suzuki and Sakura, Hinata smiled, making Tsunade chuckle. Hinata then joined the 3 shinobi at the gates. Suzuki made it clear he would deal with Itaki alone, no one else was to touch him. Hinata and Kakashi exchanged glances before following the raven-haired teen and his pink-haired banshee. Kitsune, realizing the vast search area, had a vague idea where to start but no precise direction. Aimless searching would be disastrous. He paused, hearing movement through the trees, and smirked seeing Suzuki's team. He decided to follow them, keeping his distance to remain unnoticed, observing their clear destination. Once he figured out their heading, Kitsune sped up, arriving 10 minutes before them. He quickly navigated the halls, finding Itake and Kisame in a throne room. So you came, Itake nodded, looking at him. Thank you, Kitsune-san. I'll hear your request, but make it quick. Suzuki and his team are almost here, Kitsune remarked. To be frank, we've been sold out, Itake calmly replied. Leader-sama thinks Kisame and I are compromised and wants us eliminated. He tipped off Danzo to our location, intending for us to be killed. By Suzuki? Doesn't sound likely, Kitsune chuckled. But since Akatsuki abandoned you, you want to join Yu-Gi-Oh? Yes, Itake nodded. What about you, fish face? Kitsune asked Kisame. I'm with Itake. Besides, Leader-sama isn't the real mastermind. The true power, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Try me. It's Madara Uchiha, Kisame stated. Kitsune tilted his head in confusion. Madara Uchiha? Shouldn't he be dead? Somehow, he survived the years, Itake explained. Will you allow us to join? I'll need to search your minds to ensure you haven't been tampered with or sent by Akatsuki to infiltrate us, Kitsune warned. But if everything checks out, then yes, you may join. Fine with me, Kisame nodded. Agreed, Itake stated. Good. We have 4 enemies approaching, 2 are definitely a threat. So, Itake, consider this a welcome gift, Kitsune said, pulling a scroll from his pouch. It revealed 4 symbols, fire, lightning, earth, and water. Placing his hand over the fire symbol, he unsealed a sword similar to his Raijin Gufu. This is Shokyaku Moka, Incinerating Inferno. I've kept it aside for the day you join us, Kitsune stated, handing Itake the blade. It will enhance your katana abilities and nullify wind and lightning attacks. Itake examined the blade with interest just as the doors burst open, revealing Suzuki and his team. I finally found you, Itake, Suzuki declared. I've done what you asked, my hatred has grown, and I'm ready to kill you. It's a shame, little brother, that only your hatred has grown, Itake stated. You failed to gain the eyes I told you to acquire before facing me again, and you failed to kill your best friend. That bastard has no friends, Kitsune remarked. He drove everyone away. Kitsune-san? Why are you here? Hinata asked. For these two, he replied. So I'm afraid I must rob you of your prize, Suzuki. I need Itaki alive. I won't let you, Suzuki growled, flashing hand signs. Chidori! He charged, aiming to stab Kitsune, who simply twisted, avoiding the thrust. Kitsune's wind-wrapped fist smashed into Suzuki's side, sending him flying across the room and into the wall. Damn, Kisame whistled. That was vicious. I don't hold back on fools, Kitsune replied, hearing Sakura charge him. Kisame-san, feel free to put her in her place. Kisame grinned, swinging Same Hata at Sakura, sending her flying out the door and into the hall. Kakashi and Hinata watched in shock as Kisame followed her to continue the beating. Itaka focused on Suzuki, while Kitsune looked at Kakashi and Hinata, who remained motionless, not helping their teammates. Staying out of this? He asked. Yes. It's better not to get involved when we'd be outclassed, Kakashi replied. Besides, I'd like to see them both die here, Hinata remarked. I understand that, Kitsune calmly nodded. But they aren't allowed to die yet. What do you mean? Kakashi frowned. I mean, I promised their heads to someone else, Kitsune replied. Naruto? Hinata asked. Got it in one, he nodded. He's still quite bitter, and I agreed that if the chance arose, he'd be the one to kill them. He seems to hate Sakura more than Suzuki, though. After what that pink-haired bitch did to him, I don't blame him, Hinata stated with a cold, womanly fury. He did mention that if you want to, Hinata, you can take her life. But Suzuki is his, for now, until stated otherwise. Did he now? Kakashi frowned. I didn't realize Naruto had gotten so bloodthirsty. He grew up, Kitsune shrugged, glancing over his shoulder. Suzuki had tried to use Chidori through his blade, but Itaka's new sword nullified the electricity. Itaka calmly spoke to his younger brother, egging him on towards a mistake and an opening. Kitsune walked out to see Kisame had already defeated Sakura and was dragging her unconscious body back, throwing her into the room, hitting Suzuki. Distracted, Suzuki was caught in a genjutsu by Itaki, who then walked towards Kitsune and Kisame. Nice one, Kisame chuckled. What illusion! He thinks he's still fighting me, and that he dodged my follow-up attack. I used it so seamlessly that he's none the wiser, Itaka replied. I heard enough to know you want him alive for now. Yep, Kitsune nodded, the pair standing beside him. Kitsune then turned to Kakashi and Hinata, who were watching Suzuki lying there in a daze with Sakura behind him. Care to join us? Kitsune asked. No, we need to get them back to the village, Kakashi sighed, starting to walk towards them. That's fine. It seemed like a good chance to offer, for you to leave that sore you call a village, Kitsune shrugged. We appreciate the offer and concern, Kitsune-san, but we can't abandon the village so simply, Hinata sighed. As much as I want to some days, I know Naruto-kun would think less of me for breaking my vows to the village. I doubt it, Kitsune chuckled. Naruto thinks the world of you, and if leaving the village was what you wanted, he'd understand and support you. And how do you know? Hinata asked. I've worked with Naruto for many years. I have nothing but respect for him and his abilities. He has only kind words about you, and I know he'd forgive you for almost anything, Kitsune shrugged. But again, do what you think is best. Thank you, Kitsune-san. Tell Naruto-kun I love him, and I hope to see him soon, Hinata nodded, walking towards Suzuki to help snap him out of the genjutsu. You'd better leave before they awaken. Planned on it, Kitsune nodded, grabbing Itaki and Kisame and Hairei shining back to Kumagakure. Upon arrival, Kitsune called for a team of mind walkers, like the Yamanaka clan, to search their minds. It took almost an hour to confirm they weren't plants or threats. They were then allowed into the main part of Yugure, where several people nodded at the two, who had removed their Akatsuki robes. Welcome to Yugure, Kitsune nodded, leading them to the central meeting room where Rashi and Gaara were. Gentlemen, our new recruits. Gaara blinked, then nodded, motioning them in. Rashi stared at them for several seconds before assenting, trusting the blonde had taken precautions. Glared briefly before Kitsune walked to the head of the table, removing his mask, shocking the two. Well, I'll be the son of a whore. Kisame exclaimed. It's been that blonde Gaki driving us off the deep end. Aren't you the son of a whore? Naruto asked innocently, earning laughs from Rashi and while Gaara and Itaka smirked and shook their heads as Kisame fumed. This explains why Akatsuki had such difficulty with you. We could never grasp your numbers or Jinchuriki situation. Leader was even considering invading himself, Itake noted. Would have been a bloodbath, Naruto calmly stated, sitting down. He may be stronger individually, but we beat him with numbers and general ability. I'm sure you do, but the Rinnegan's power isn't to be underestimated, Itake noted. Trust us, every free shinobi is investigating it, Rashi nodded. We know we'll face him eventually, so we're researching the Rinnegan's powers, but separating fact from fiction is the biggest problem. Then we might be of assistance. We were high-ranked and dealt with leader far more often than others, especially me, Kisame explained. Excellent, A grinned, motioning for them to examine their findings at the table. The meeting continued for hours as they reviewed Itaki and Kisame's information, which filled gaps in Naruto's intelligence. Afterward, Naruto gave them a tour, during which Itaka brought up Konoha. What do you plan for Konoha Gakure? Itaki asked. It's all part of the plan. We're nearing the close of the opening moves, Naruto explained. The next stage begins soon. Which is what? Kisame asked. Phase 1 was gathering nations and prepping our forces. The last bits are recruiting the final Jinchuriki and finalizing agreements with other nations, then Phase 2 begins. Phase 2 will be short and decisive, a show of force to sway neutrals. This leads to Phase 3, where we assault nations against us or on the elimination list, Naruto explained as they walked. Such as Konoha, Itaki nodded. Yes, Naruto calmly replied. What about the people of the village? Most will die, Naruto shrugged. When we strike, they won't see it coming, and anyone who doesn't flee quickly will be killed. We have specific targets to acquire, and certain people will be captured or rescued, depending on the situation. Such as? Kisame asked. Well, for Itaka-san, we'll ensure we save his girlfriend, Ayamanai-chan, Naruto chuckled, as Itaka flushed bright red, struggling for an answer while Kisame started laughing. So you were dating a civilian, he roared. How did you know, Naruto? Itaki asked. I practically lived off Ichiraku ramen. I visited their home many times and saw your photo in Ayamanai-chan's room, Naruto explained. Besides, I wouldn't leave her and Tukajiji behind. You're hard to read, Kisame noted. 1 minute you're hard as iron, the next you're a total softie. Makes me hard to predict, Naruto chuckled, continuing the tour. Upon returning to Konoha, Sasuke immediately demanded an invasion of Kumagakure to retrieve Itaki from Yugure. Both Tsunade and Danzo quickly shot him down, neither wanted to provoke the sleeping dragon currently. Sasuke ranted, then Danzo had Root escort him home before speaking with Tsunade. And now Yugure has acquired the Sharingan themselves, Danzo stated. I'm more worried that they have a former Konoha Umbu at their disposal. Not much has changed since Itaki worked for Umbu, Tsunade replied. That's why I have Root, Danzo nodded. Now more than ever, we'll need them. Perhaps, but things are worsening, Tsunade stated, handing him a report. Kiba just brought this back. Apparently, Orochimaru has noticed what's going on and is trying to join Yugure. Danzo paled slightly but tried to play it down. It's unlikely they'll let him join. I agree, but they might and just use him against us, Tsunade argued. And Jiraiya is still investigating AIM, so if Orochimaru attacks us to prove himself worthy of joining Yugure, we could face a bloodbath. Perhaps. But there's this, Yugure has made it clear they don't want anyone else taking their prizes, seeing as they aided us during the Morio crisis. Perhaps if Orochimaru gets too noisy, they'll silence him, Danzo theorized. Or they might let him finish us off before striking themselves, saving their own troops for a later fight, Tsunade argued. Either way, there's not much we can do, Danzo replied. I have my Root agents on high alert and will monitor the situation for now. Good. For now, I'll devise new battle plans. We'll need something new when Yugure strikes, Tsunade nodded as the old war hawk walked off. Hinata then emerged from the shadows. Yugure has us by the short hairs, Hinata noted. You don't need to remind me, Tsunade groaned, grabbing a bottle of sake. Anything for the report that should be kept quiet? Yes, Hinata nodded. Naruto doesn't want Sasuke and Sakura to die yet, he wants to kill them himself, though according to Kitsune, he'll let me kill Sakura if I want. I see, Tsunade sighed. This is getting complicated fast. Naruto is too hard to read now, and I'm not certain what he will and will not do. I know. Another thing, Kitsune offered to let Kakashi and me leave and join them right then and there, Hinata explained. Tsunade blinked, surprised Hinata was still there. And you didn't? Tsunade asked. I was tempted. Sorely so. But in the end, I can't go back on my word. Naruto may be with Yugure, and I trust his actions are for the best, Hinata replied. I see, Tsunade sighed. Hinata, if you ever do decide to go to Yugure, all I want you to do is tell me, and I'll craft the best lie possible to hide you. Hinata smiled, nodded her thanks, and headed to her apartment. From the shadows, a person smirked and began writing a note for Yugure's blonde leader. Naruto groaned, sifting through stacks of papers, realizing why the third Hokage had done so little. The paperwork was endless. Damn it, I'm a shinobi, not a paper pusher. Naruto complained. Not much of a difference once you can make changes, A laughed, walking in. One of your Konohagakure operatives sent this, and we got a missive from Oto no Kuni. Finally, Naruto sighed. I wondered when Orochimaru would show his face. You were expecting this? A asked. Yeah, Orochimaru is many things, but somewhat predictable. If someone wants to destroy Konoha, he'll likely appear or be tied to them. Odds are he wants an alliance to get close, then try to take our most skilled shinobi for new bodies when his current host expires, Naruto explained, standing and grabbing his mask and the two scrolls. He glanced at the Oto no Kuni scroll, nodding at the information. Then, he looked at the konoha note and nodded at its contents. Everything's going according to plan, Naruto smiled. Everything? A asked. Well, all the major parts of my plan, Naruto amended. I'll go to this meeting with the snake, then head for Haru no Kuni. Are the ships finally finished? A asked. Almost. I just want to be there for the test flight, plus there was that side project I had them working on for me, Naruto stated, walking out, donning his mask. Hours later, Kitsune stood atop a large hill with a forest surrounding the area, but far enough away to leave a large clearing. Orochimaru arrived shortly, alone, with his creepy smirk. At last, we meet, Orochimaru smiled. I received your missive, Kitsune stated. I won't bother introducing myself since I know you know who I am. So, tell me, what do you want? Straight to the point? Fine. I wish to work with you and Yu-Gi for our mutually beneficial goal of destroying Konoha no Sato, Orochimaru offered. No, Kitsune calmly stated. We don't want your assistance, things are already moving in our desired direction. Such a quick answer, Orochimaru chuckled. And you're quite certain you wouldn't want one of the Sannin on your side? I have the stronger of the two Uchiha brothers, 8 of the 9 Biju, almost every country in the world, and a man many nations claim as a god. I don't need your reputation or horrific skills, Orochimaru, you who created a village just to experiment on them and become the strongest shinobi ever known. Orochimaru blinked at Kitsune's cold statement, but before he could speak, Kitsune continued. But no matter how many lives you live, in the end, you'll be nothing more than a pale shadow, capable of nothing more than lying on the floor, talking of secret plots and plans, but in the end, you are nothing. We will see your petty village burn as well, Orochimaru, traitor and deceiver. When we are finished with you and yours, the world will be a far safer place. Orochimaru merely glared at the blonde, then struck, drawing Kusanagi and stabbing the masked blonde, who disappeared in a puff of smoke. Orochimaru searched for him but found nothing, though he heard a voice from somewhere. Let this be a fair warning, Orochimaru. If you attempt to attack our allies, we will kill you. If you attempt to destroy Konoha before us, we will kill you. If you attempt to disrupt our plans, we will use all our strength to counteract yours. You are trapped, Orochimaru, you gaze too long fixed on your own ambitions to see that the world has changed and a new era has begun. You are a relic of the past, one that shall be destroyed so that the new age may begin. Goodbye, Orochimaru, until we meet upon the field of battle, Kitsune stated, then went silent, leaving Orochimaru in angry silence. That damn fool. Thinking he can scare me. I will destroy him and his petty organization. He will regret trying me so, Orochimaru vowed as he stormed off. Naruto arrived at Haru no Kuni, a place he hadn't visited since demonstrating their prototype to A. Now, he was here to see the completed airships. Naruto-kun. Koyuki greeted him warmly. Koyuki-chan, Naruto replied, returning her hug. Good to see you. You too. Hear about the airships, I assume, she asked. Yeah, some of our allies are getting restless, Naruto explained as they began walking. We're almost done. The power source you gave us really sped things up, Koyuki noted. The Stone of Gulul is incredibly useful. Any progress on that side project? Naruto inquired. Yes, we got it working. You can try it tomorrow when we finish the last of the work, Koyuki answered. Great, Naruto nodded. Might as well stay here then. No point in wasting chakra. Great, Koyuki exclaimed, grabbing his arm and pulling him towards the village. Late that night in Kumagakure, explosions shattered the village's silence. A quickly emerged, directing villagers to safety. What's going on? He yelled to a nearby jonin. We don't know. We're being attacked from above, the jonin replied. Damn it, accursed, herding the last civilians into shelters as shinobi searched for the threat. Suddenly, the explosion ceased, impacting a barrier above the village instead. It appears I returned just in time, a man announced, descending from the sky. How-sama, A nodded. What happened? How were we attacked? An old nation has decided to revive itself. They were merely using you as a test subject before moving on to their true enemy, How explained. Sora no Kuni, A cursed. I thought they were eradicated. Not all of them. They've been regaining their numbers, preparing to avenge their destruction. This was merely a test run to ensure their plan would work, How shrugged, glancing over the shinobi. Naruto isn't here, which means Haru no Kuni has almost finished their work. Yeah, A confirmed. Excellent. Naruto will want to test them out, and Sora no Kuni has just volunteered themselves, How smiled, heading towards the Raikage Tower. I chuckled, following him. 2 days later, Konoha no Sato was under siege, just like Kumagakure. The attack was swift and deadly, with Sora no Kuni shinobi targeting vital areas. Hokage-sama, and Umbu shouted, entering the tower. I know, Tsunade stated, staring at the flying shinobi. Protect the civilians and non-combatants. Those with long-range ninjutsu, start taking them down. The Umbu nodded, relaying the orders. Shikamaru and Shikaku soon joined Tsunade, brainstorming countermeasures. This isn't looking good, Shikamaru observed. They're too mobile for our long-range attacks to be effective, and their carriers are too far for us to deal with without leaving the village exposed, Shikaku added. Tsunade groaned in frustration as another Umbu entered. Hokage-sama. Something has appeared above us, he exclaimed. What? Tsunade asked, going to the window. 3 massive vessels, the size of large ships, descended from the clouds. Unusual cylinders on their undersides emitted energy, keeping them aloft. Each bore a name and a giant sunburst emblem. Kami above. Tsunade whispered in horror at the Ygir fleet. It's okay, a young voice said from behind her. Tsunade turned to see a young girl. Kitsune is here to beat up Sora no Kuni. Who are you? Shikamaru asked, ready to capture her. I'm Yuki Uzumaki Namikaze, she smiled. Naruto adopted me. Tsunade's jaw dropped. Hinata, lurking in the shadows, blinked in shock, recalling a letter from Naruto about rescuing a young girl who had taken a liking to him. Kitsune is here for Sora no Kuni? Tsunade inquired. Yep, they attacked Kumagakure while he was away, so he's really mad, Yuki nodded. That's why he brought the main fleet to attack them. Tsunade shook her head in disbelief, looking up at the still-moving ships. On board the flagship, Kitsune directed his forces. Have the Shoku, Eclipse, send out their fighters and deal with those flying pests. Tell the Inajima, Lightning Bolt, to head over the ocean and handle the carriers there, Kitsune ordered. And the Arashi, a shinobi asked. Prepare the smaller crafts to take care of any stragglers or those trying to escape. I want no survivors, Kitsune stated. The battle progressed rapidly. Fighters launched, working in teams to overwhelm Sora no Kuni shinobi, barraging them with explosive tag kunao and sending them plummeting over the village and surrounding area. Over the ocean, the Inajima hovered above the enemy fleet. A sphere on its underside opened, revealing a glowing crystal sphere within. Seconds later, a focused blast of pure heat tore through 2 carriers, destroying them and sending them to the depths. Retreat, the commander shouted, ordering his forces to flee Ygir's wrath. Sir, the enemy is beginning to retreat, a nin reported to Kitsune. Good. Deal with them, he nodded. Sir, our sensor nin are picking up unusual chakra readings, another nin reported. Kitsune frowned, walking to the map where the nin pointed out the source. Monitor it. If it doesn't stop growing, inform me, he stated, walking away. Now, let me go pick up Yuki. With that, he high-ray shined to the Hokage Tower, finding one of the most unusual scenes he'd encountered. Yuki sat at Tsunade's desk, playing cards with Tsunade, who seemed to be losing. I should warn you, Yuki has the most luck I've ever seen, he stated, walking over. I know. She's already won 800 Ryo off me, Tsunade sighed. No child should be this good. Naruto would agree, Kitsune nodded. She once used a henge to look like an adult and then cleaned out an entire casino. Tsunade blinked, quickly folding and letting Yuki take her small bet. Yuki smiled, then walked over to Kitsune. Thanks for playing with me, Tsunade Bah-chan, Yuki smiled, eliciting both agitation and amusement from Tsunade. Don't make me hurt you, Gaki, Tsunade said before looking at Kitsune. So, you got your revenge. That we did, Kitsune nodded. They chose to attack us, I simply made sure they paid for it, and gave an impressive show of force while you were at it? Tsunade asked. I don't know what you're talking about, he replied, placing a hand on Yuki's shoulder. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to ensure we eliminate the remnants of Sora no Kuni. Kitsune then high-ray shined back to the Arashi. Yuki went off to explore the ship while Kitsune returned to the map, noting the still-growing chakra. Sir, this isn't looking good, the shinobi stated. It's getting larger by the minute, almost comparable to a biju. I see. He nodded. I'll go investigate this. Have a small party on standby just in case I need a pickup. Yes sir, the shinobi nodded as Kitsune walked off, removing his mask and heading for the bay doors. He stepped onto a custom-made piece of technology, nodding for the shinobi to open the doors. Naruto's stomach dropped as the doors opened beneath him. He moved his left foot to the back of the board, tapping a button, and the board came to life. It was powered by a smaller stone of Gullul, designed specifically for the board. His right foot moved to the buttons controlling its movement, one for forward thrust and one for upward thrust, allowing him to adjust his elevation. Naruto turned the board, heading for the chakra source, arriving just as a massive fortress rose from the ground, reaching into the sky. Damn! Naruto whistled, seeing the fortress. This must be Sora no Kuni's legendary base. Naruto quickly made his way to an opening and landed, unsealing the board into a scroll before proceeding. He navigated the fortress, avoiding detection by Sora no Kuni shinobi. He eventually reached a massive throne room where a man sat, with another person chained to the wall to Naruto's left. The man was elderly with long gray hair and a darker gray beard. His yellow eyes, with wrinkles beneath them, held an evil, sadistic look. He wore a black shirt with a white GI, brown and blue edges, a sleeveless red jacket with gold sides, and simple blue pants. The chain person had brown hair covered by a blue bandana, thick eyebrows, blue eyes, and a mole under her left eye. She wore a cyan blue GI with a cream-colored vest, blue shorts, and dark arm and leg bands. She had clearly been crying and looked like she'd been through hell. "Who dares stand before the Sora no T, Sky Emperor?" the man said, his voice instantly making Naruto want to punch him. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, member of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Naruto stated. "And you think you can trespass in my fortress?" he sneered. "I think since you attacked Kimagakur, I can kick your asses however I damn well please," Naruto replied with a smirk. "Care to explain why that person is chained to your wall?" "She's unimportant. Simply a battery to fuel the power source," he snorted. "Ah-ha," Naruto nodded. "Who are you, miss?" Amaru," she mumbled. "Be silent," the man roared. "Oi," Naruto shouted, getting the man's attention. "I don't believe I caught your name either. I am the Sora no T. I have no need to tell a mere worm my name, but since you are about to die, it won't hurt to let you know the name of the man who slayed you. I am Shino, and I will end your miserable life," Shino boasted. Naruto just shook his head at the classic villain mentality. "Well then, Shino, I'll be finishing the job we already started," Naruto replied, moving closer. "And I'll be releasing Amaru while I'm at it." "You think you can defy me? And what do you mean, the job you already started?" Shino asked. "Sora no Kuni's destruction. My fleet has already decimated your carriers, and we're in the process of destroying every last one of your shinobi. By the time the sun sets, your nation will sink back into the depths of history, never to be seen by living eyes again," Naruto explained, stopping in front of the throne. "Now, why don't you get off that throne and just die quietly?" "You arrogant little bastard," Shino cursed, rising from the throne and glaring at Naruto. "I will kill you myself." Naruto felt dark chakras surge from the man, seeing him transform. His hair and beard grew wilder, longer, and blackened. His eyebrows became black and thicker. His muscles expanded greatly, tearing his upper clothes, leaving him bare-chested with only shreds of sleeves around his wrists. Naruto sensed Shino's power and knew things would escalate quickly if he didn't react. Before Naruto knew what happened, Shino was behind him, and Naruto was backhanded across the room, slamming into the wall. "Ouch," Naruto grumbled, standing up and shaking off debris. "That hurt, you son of a bitch." "That is only the beginning," Shino roared. "With this power, I can utilize the power of Hachiman, 8 gates, all 8 of them, without any drawbacks. So I got the super-powered crazy," Naruto remarked, pulling himself out of the wall. "Guess this means I get to go all out today." "You won't get the chance," Shino shouted, appearing in front of Naruto, grabbing him, and throwing him again. Naruto reacted mid-air, pulling out a scroll and unleashing its contents. "Sen Kunao no aim, reign of 1,000 Kunao." Naruto shouted as he unsealed the scroll, and 1,000 Kunao shot out across the room. Shino only laughed, sending a burst of dark chakra to deflect any Kunao near him. Before he could move, Naruto appeared in front of him in a flash, Giru drawn. "It's been a long time since I faced someone this strong. I hope you meet my expectations," Naruto stated, striking. "Uzu no Ken Urami, Whirlpool Sword, Riptide." Naruto struck, swinging the blade in a series of blows that forced Shino back until he was caught by the finishing blow, a deep slash across his front that quickly began to knit itself closed. "Pitiful. I can heal practically any wound. I might as well be immortal." Shino laughed. This caused Naruto to start laughing as he high-ray shined away and sheathed Giru. "Now that is funny," Naruto chuckled. "There's no such thing as an immortal. Everything can die, all you have to do is put forth the effort to reach that point." Shino only sneered as he disappeared and tried to strike Naruto, but he high-ray shined away, striking from behind. Shino dodged. The fight continued for several minutes, both moving at impossible speeds. Soon, Naruto stopped and gripped Giru again. "Uzu no Ken, Daiuzu, Maelstrom," Naruto stated, striking. This time, he used High-Ray Shinkunao to enhance the technique, unleashing at least 2 slashes every time he appeared near Shino, who soon realized that even with strong healing, he couldn't keep up with the damage. It wasn't long before Shino collapsed, barely alive from Naruto's assault. "I'll just let you lay there," Naruto stated, walking over and drawing Raging Gufu. He cut through Amaru's chains. "You okay?" "Why, yeah." Amaru nodded, looking at Shino. "Is he dead?" "No, but he probably wishes he was," Naruto stated, looking towards the entrance where a figure now entered. "And it appears I'm not the only one who sensed the chakra." "That's right," Suzuki stated, walking in. "Danzo knew about this fortress from the war, and when he realized it was still functioning, he sent me to claim it so we can use it against Yu-Gi-Oh!" "Well, I can't let that happen," Naruto remarked, letting Suzuki approach. "I mean, we just got our fleet up and running, I can't let you possess a weapon that could destroy it." "Too bad," Suzuki smirked. I'll use this weapon to destroy you and Yugir, my brother, and anyone who stands in my way. Naruto shook his head, looking at Amaru, who was staring at them. Go ahead and get out of here. I'll catch up and get you somewhere safe. Amaru nodded and ran off through a side entrance, leaving the room just as Sasuke drew his blade and struck, channeling his Chidori down the blade as he swung it at Naruto. The blonde blocked the strike with raging Gufu and grinned as his other hand drew Geru, bringing the blade up towards Sasuke, who drew a kunao to block the second blade. The two stood in a deadlock for a few moments, staring at each other before breaking it and leaping back. Naruto grinned, using Hiraishin to disappear and reappear across the room, keeping up the flashes to disorient Sasuke, whose Sharingan couldn't follow the rapid movements. Naruto used this opportunity to strike, slashing Sasuke across his arm, cutting deep enough to sever some tendons and render his left arm useless. Looks like this is checkmate, Naruto stated with a smirk, sheathing his blades. You're not even in the same league as me. Why are you so much stronger? I'm an Uchiha, an elite. That's why I'm stronger, Naruto replied, walking towards a door at the back of the room. I'm stronger because I worked hard to be strong. Through my blood, sweat, and tears, I've become stronger than you, and almost anyone who would oppose me. In the end, Sasuke, you're still just a child who can't even stand up to a single shinobi. Sasuke roared in rage, swinging his Chokito at Naruto's back, but the blonde had anticipated that and Hirae shined out of the way, appearing behind Sasuke. He slashed the back of Sasuke's legs with a kunao, severing more tendons, causing Sasuke to collapse to the ground, flopping like a fish as he tried to stand. Now, why don't you just lay there while I go deal with this fortress, Naruto stated, entering the doors and making his way through the hallways until he reached the power source. He realized it was a demon trying to imitate the Biju. So this is the Ribi, Zero Tails, Naruto mused, taking out a small, heavily sealed scroll. Guess this merits using this, How-sensei. Naruto unsealed the scroll, placed it next to the tablet holding the Ribi, and began walking away. Once outside the room, he made a single hand sign and started running as he felt the rumbling begin as the scroll unleashed its power. It didn't take long for him to catch up to Amaru, who was standing near where Naruto had boarded. Hold on! Naruto shouted, grabbing her and jumping off the fortress. Amaru screamed in fear as Naruto unsealed the board and activated it, taking off as quickly as he could from the fortress. Twisting mid-air, he turned and looked back at the fortress just as the scroll finished its work and destroyed it. Inside that scroll was a special demon destroyer How had discovered years ago and given to Naruto to deal with any demons too dangerous to leave alone. The scroll targeted the demon's chakra, converting it into pure kinetic energy and heat, creating the massive explosion that tore apart the fortress. As Naruto watched the explosion, he saw Sasuke using his cursed seal wings to fly out, charred but alive. Good. It would be a shame if you had died so easily, Naruto nodded, letting Sasuke head back to the village. Turning, Naruto flew off towards the Arashi, where he could have Amaru checked over to ensure she was fine. In Konoha, Danzo was furious that Sasuke had not only been easily defeated but had also failed to capture the fortress and, in fact, had allowed it to be destroyed. Once you've finished healing Sasuke, take him to the training grounds. I want him trained until he can handle any of these Yugir scum, Danzo ordered. Yes sir, a root shinobi nodded, continuing to heal Sasuke's wounded body. In the Hokage Tower, Tsunade reviewed reports on the village's damage, realizing that Yugir's intervention had saved them from the worst, but it had also shown that Yugir clearly surpassed them in power, ability, and numbers. It was only a matter of time before the worst-case scenario. Hinata, Tsunade sighed. Yes? Hinata asked. Can you get in contact with Naruto? Yes, I can. Why? We need to try and buy some time, Tsunade sighed. I need time to convince the counselors that we need to bring Naruto back and prevent our destruction. You know they're unlikely to listen, Hinata noted. I know, but I have to try, for the good of the village, Tsunade answered. So, will you talk to him? I'll send word to him and let him know you want to talk, Hinata nodded, walking out of the shadows to prepare the message. But you should know that I intend to tell him everything, including why you want to talk to him. That's fine, Tsunade replied. But realize he may say no, Hinata nodded as she left the room. In Kumagakure, Naruto finished reviewing new reports from his allies, expressing satisfaction with the airships. Trade was no longer an issue, and their plans were looking promising. Standing, Naruto made his way to the medical area, where he found Amaru sitting on her bed. How are you feeling? Naruto asked as he approached. Better. I just can't believe Shino would betray me like that. He did so much for me. Amaru sobbed. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder, letting her cry. She soon stopped, and Naruto coaxed the story from her. Shino had healed her when she was ill, taken her as an apprentice, and had been her first real friend. I know it hurts, Amaru. But in the end, you need to live up to the ideals that Shino had, not the man he turned out to be, but the man you thought he was, the kind man who took care of you and helped you. The man who taught you that it's better to help people than to hurt them. Live up to that man's ideals, Naruto explained with a smile, talking to her. He sat with her for most of the day, talking and helping her work through her problems. Thanks, Amaru nodded. I really appreciate it. Of course. If you like, you can stay with Yugir. We can always use another medic, Naruto smiled, standing up. Do what you think is best, and if you choose to stay with us, just let me know, and we'll get you situated here. Thank you, Amaru said as Naruto left. As he did, a shinobi approached, handing him an envelope. Frowning, he looked it over and saw it was from Hinata. Dear Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled, walking through the halls of Haru no Kuni. It had been a while since his last visit, which was to Shoei the prototype's test flight. Now, he was here to see the finished product. Naruto-kun, Koyuki exclaimed upon seeing him. Koyuki-chan, Naruto responded, hugging her. It's good to see you again. You too, Naruto-kun. I assume you're here about the airships? Yeah, some of our allies are getting antsy about them, Naruto replied as they began to walk. We're almost finished. That power source you gave us really sped things up, Koyuki noted. The Stone of Gulul is useful, indeed. Any progress on that side project? Naruto inquired. Yes, we got it to work. You can try it out tomorrow once we finalize everything, Koyuki answered. Great, Naruto nodded. Might as well stay here then. No point in wasting chakra. Great, Koyuki exclaimed, grabbing his arm and pulling him towards the village. Late that night in Kumagakure, explosions shattered the village's silence. A quickly emerged, directing people to safety. What's going on? He yelled to a nearby jonin. We don't know. We're being attacked from above, the jonin replied. Damn it, A swore, as he got the last civilians into shelters and shinobi scrambled to find the threat. Suddenly, the explosion ceased, deflected by a barrier that had appeared above them. It seems I returned just in time, a man said, descending from the sky. How-sama, A nodded. What happened? How were we attacked? An old nation has decided to revive itself. They were merely using you as a test subject before moving on to their true enemy, How explained. Sora no Kuni, A cursed. I thought they were eradicated. Not all of them. They've been regaining their numbers and preparing to take revenge on the one who caused their destruction. This was just a test run to ensure their plan would work, How shrugged, glancing at the shinobi. I see Naruto isn't here, which means Haru no Kuni has just about finished them. Yeah, A confirmed. Excellent. Naruto will want to test them out, and Sora no Kuni has just volunteered themselves, How smiled, heading towards the Raikage Tower. I chuckled, following him. 2 days later, Konohagakure no Sato faced a siege, similar to Kumagakure. The attack was swift and deadly, with Sora no Kuni shinobi targeting vital areas. Hokage-sama, and Umbu shouted, entering the tower. I know, Tsunade stated, staring at the flying shinobi. Protect civilians and non-combatants. Those with long-range ninjutsu, start taking them down. The Umbu nodded, relaying the Hokage's orders. Shikamaru and Shikaka soon joined Tsunade, brainstorming a counter-strategy. This doesn't look good, Shikamaru stated. They're too mobile for our long-range attacks to be effective, and the carriers are too far for us to deal with without leaving the village vulnerable, Shikaku added. Tsunade groaned in frustration as another Umbu entered. Hokage-sama. Something has appeared over us, he exclaimed. What? Tsunade asked, going to the window. She saw 3 large vessels descending from the clouds. They were ship-sized, with unusual cylinders on the bottom emitting energy, keeping them aloft. Each bore a name and a giant sunburst. Kami above. Tsunade whispered in horror at the Yugir fleet. It's okay, a young voice said from behind her. Tsunade turned to see a young girl. Kitsune is here to beat up Sora no Kuni. Who are you? Shikamaru asked, ready to restrain her. I'm Yuki Uzumaki Namikaze, she smiled. Naruto adopted me. Tsunade's jaw dropped. Hinata, in the shadows, blinked in shock, remembering a letter from Naruto about rescuing a young girl who'd taken a liking to him. Kitsune is here for Sora no Kuni? Tsunade asked. Yep, they attacked Kumagakure while he was away, so he's very mad at them, Yuki nodded. That's why he brought the main fleet to attack them. Tsunade shook her head in shock, looking up at the still-moving ships. Aboard the flagship, Kitsune directed his forces. Have the Shoku, Eclipse, send out their fighters and deal with those flying pests. Tell the Inajima, Lightning Bolt, to head over the ocean and handle the carriers there, Kitsune ordered. And the Arashi, a shinobi asked. Prepare the smaller crafts to take care of any stragglers or those who try to escape. I want no survivors, Kitsune stated. The battle progressed swiftly. Fighters were deployed, attacking in teams to overwhelm the Sora no Kuni shinobi, unleashing barrages of explosive tag kunao, sending them plummeting over the village and surrounding area. Over the ocean, the Inajima positioned itself above the fleet. A sphere opened, revealing a glowing crystal sphere inside. Within seconds, a focused blast of pure heat ripped through 2 carriers, destroying them and sending them sinking. Retreat, the commander shouted, ordering his forces to flee Yugir's wrath. Sir, the enemy is beginning to retreat, a nin reported to Kitsune. Good. Deal with them, he nodded. Sir, our sensor nin are picking up unusual chakra readings, another nin reported. Kitsune frowned, walking to the map where the nin pointed out the source. Monitor it. If it doesn't stop growing, inform me, he stated, walking off. Now, let me go pick up Yuki. With that, he high-ray shined down to the Hokage Tower, finding one of the most unusual scenes he'd ever encountered. Yuki was at Tsunade's desk, playing cards with Tsunade, who seemed to be losing. I should warn you, Yuki has the most luck I have ever seen, he stated, walking over. I know. She's already won 800 Ryo off me, Tsunade sighed. No child should be this good. Naruto would agree, Kitsune nodded. She once used a henge to look like an adult and then cleaned out an entire casino. Tsunade blinked, then folded, letting Yuki take her small bet. Yuki smiled, walking over to Kitsune. Thanks for playing with me, Tsunade Bah-chan, Yuki smiled, leaving Tsunade both agitated and amused. Don't make me hurt you, Kiki, Tsunade stated, then looked at Kitsune. So, you got your revenge. That we did, Kitsune nodded. They chose to attack us, I simply made sure they paid for it, and gave an impressive show of force while you were at it? Tsunade asked. I don't know what you're talking about, he replied, placing a hand on Yuki's shoulder. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to make sure we eliminate the remnants of Sora no Kuni. Kitsune then high-ray shined back to the Arashi. Yuki went off to explore, while Kitsune returned to the map, seeing the chakra still growing. Sir, this isn't looking good, the shinobi stated. It's getting larger by the minute, it's almost comparable to one of the Biju. I see. He nodded. I'll go investigate. Have a small party on standby just in case I need a pickup. Yes sir, the shinobi nodded as Kitsune walked off, removing his mask and heading for the bay doors. He soon stepped onto a piece of technology he'd requested, nodding to the shinobi to open the doors. Naruto's stomach dropped as the doors opened beneath him. He moved his left foot to the back of the board, tapping the button, and the board came to life. It was powered like the airships, with a smaller stone of Gulul. His right foot moved to the control buttons, one for forward thrust, one for upward thrust to adjust elevation. Naruto turned the board, heading for the chakra source, arriving just as a massive fortress rose from the ground, reaching the skies. Damn! Naruto whistled, seeing the fortress. This must be the legendary base of Sora no Kuni. Naruto quickly made his way to an opening and landed, unsealing the board into a scroll before walking through the fortress, avoiding detection by Sora no Kuni shinobi. Eventually, he reached a massive throne room where an elderly man sat, with another person chained to the wall to Naruto's left. The man had long, flowing gray hair and a slightly darker gray beard. His yellow eyes, with wrinkles beneath, held an evil, sadistic look. He wore a black shirt, a white GI with brown and blue edges, a sleeveless red jacket with gold sides, and simple blue pants. The chained person had brown hair covered by a blue bandana, thick eyebrows, and blue eyes with a mole under her left eye. She had clearly been crying and looked like she'd been through hell. Who dares stand before the Sora no Sky Emperor, the man said, his voice making Naruto want to punch him. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, member of Yugir, Naruto stated. And so you think you can trespass in my fortress, he sneered. I think that since you attacked Kimagakur, it lets me kick your asses however I damn well please, Naruto replied with a smirk. Care to explain why that person is chained to your wall? She is unimportant. Simply a battery to help fuel the power source, he snorted. Aha, Naruto nodded. Who are you, miss? Amaru, she mumbled. Be silent, the man roared. Oi, Naruto shouted, getting the man's attention. I don't believe I caught your name either. I am the Sora no I have no need to tell a mere worm my name, but since you are about to die, it won't hurt to let you know the name of the man that slayed you. I am Shino, and I will end your miserable life, Shino boasted, as Naruto shook his head at the classic villain mentality. Well then, Shino, I'll be finishing the job we already started, Naruto replied, moving closer. And I will be releasing Amaru while I'm at it. You think you can defy me? And what do you mean, the job you already started? Shino asked. Sora no Kuni's destruction. My fleet has already decimated your carriers, and we are in the process of destroying every last one of your shinobi. By the time the sun sets, your nation will sink back into the depths of history, never to be seen by living eyes again, Naruto explained, stopping in front of the throne. Now, why don't you get off that throne and just die quietly? You arrogant little bastard, Shino cursed, rising from the throne and glaring at Naruto. I will kill you myself. Naruto felt the dark chakra and saw Shino changing. His hair and beard grew wilder, longer, and blackened. His eyebrows became black and thicker. His muscles expanded, tearing his upper clothes, leaving him bare-chested with shreds of sleeves. Naruto sensed the power from Shino and knew things would escalate fast if he didn't react quickly. Before Naruto knew it, Shino was behind him, backhanding him across the room, smashing him into the wall. Ouch, Naruto grumbled, standing and shaking off debris. That hurt, you son of a bitch. That is only the beginning. Shino roared. With this power, I can utilize the power of Hachiman, 8 gates, using all 8 without any drawbacks. So I got the superpowered crazy, Naruto remarked, pulling himself from the wall. Guess this means I get to go all out today. You won't get the chance. Shino shouted, appearing in front of Naruto, grabbing him, and throwing him again. Naruto reacted mid-air, pulling out a scroll and unleashing its contents. Sen Kunao no aim, reign of 1,000 Kunao. Naruto shouted, unsealing the scroll, and 1,000 Kunao shot throughout the room. Shino only laughed, sending a burst of dark chakra to deflect any Kunao near him. Before he could move, Naruto appeared in front of him in a flash, gear drawn. It's been a long time since I faced someone this strong. I hope you meet my expectations, Naruto stated, striking. Uzu no Ken Urami, Whirlpool Sword, Riptide. Naruto struck, swinging the blade in a series of blows that forced Shino back until he was caught by Naruto's finishing blow, a slash across the front, leaving a large gaping wound that quickly healed. Pitiful. I am capable of healing practically any wound. I might as well be immortal. Shino laughed. This made Naruto laugh as he high-ray shined away and sheathed Giru. Now that is funny, Naruto laughed. There is no such thing as an immortal. Everything can die, all you have to do is put forth the effort to reach that point. Shino sneered, disappearing and attempting to strike Naruto, but he high-ray shined away and struck from behind. Shino dodged. The fight continued for several minutes, both moving at impossible speeds. Soon, Naruto stopped, gripping Giru again. Uzu no Ken, Daiuzu, Maelstrom, Naruto stated, striking. This time, he used High-Ray Shinkunao to enhance the technique, unleashing at least 2 slashes every time he appeared near Shino, who soon realized that even strong healing couldn't keep up with the damage. It wasn't long before Shino collapsed, barely alive from Naruto's assault. I'll just let you lay there, Naruto stated, walking over and drawing Raging Gufu to cut the chains holding Amaru. You okay? Why, yeah. Amaru nodded, looking at Shino. Is he dead? No, but he probably wishes he was, Naruto stated, looking towards the entrance where a figure now entered. And it appears I'm not the only one who sensed the chakra. That's right, Suzuki stated, walking in. Danzo knew about this fortress from the war, and when he realized it was still functioning, he sent me to claim it, so we can use it against Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, I can't let that happen, Naruto remarked, letting Suzuki walk closer. I mean, we just got our fleet up and running. Can't let you possess a weapon that could destroy it. Too bad, Suzuki smirked. I'll use this weapon to destroy you and Yu-Gi-Oh!, my brother, and anyone that stands in my way. Naruto shook his head, looking at Amaru who was staring at the two. Go ahead and get out of here. I'll catch up and get you somewhere safe. Amaru nodded, running off down a side entrance, leaving the room just as Suzuki drew his blade, channeling Chidori down it as he swung at Naruto. The blonde blocked with Raging Gufu and grinned, his other hand drawing Giru, bringing the blade up towards Suzuki, who drew a kunao to block the second blade. The two stood in a deadlock for moments, staring at each other before breaking it and leaping back. Naruto grinned, using High-Ray Shin to disappear and reappear across the room, keeping up the flashes to disorient Suzuki, whose Sharingan couldn't follow the rapid movements. Naruto used this opportunity to strike, slashing Suzuki across his arm, deep enough to sever some tendons and render his left arm useless. Looks like this is checkmate, Naruto stated with a smirk, sheathing his blades. You aren't even in the same league as me. Why are you so much stronger? I'm an Uchiha, an elite. That's why I am stronger, Naruto replied, walking towards a door at the back of the room. I'm stronger because I worked hard to be strong. Through my blood, sweat, and tears, I have become stronger than you, and almost anyone who would oppose me. In the end, Suzuki, you're still just a child who can't even stand up to a single shinobi. Suzuki roared in rage, swinging his Chokito at Naruto's back, but the blonde had expected that and High-Ray shined out of the way, appearing behind Suzuki as he took a kunao and slashed the back of his legs, severing more tendons, letting Suzuki fall to the ground and flop like a fish, trying to stand. Now, why don't you just lay there while I go deal with this fortress? Naruto stated, entering the doors and working his way through the hallways until he reached the power source. He realized it was a demon trying to imitate the Biju. So this is the Ribi, Zero Tails, Naruto mused, taking out a small, heavily sealed scroll. Guess this merits the use of this, Kao-sensei. Naruto unsealed the scroll, placed it next to the tablet holding the Ribi, and started walking away. Once outside the room, he made a single hand sign and began to run as he felt the rumbling begin as the scroll unleashed its power. It didn't take long for him to catch up to Amaru, who was standing near where Naruto had boarded. Hold on! Naruto shouted, grabbing her and jumping off the fortress. Amaru screamed in fear as Naruto unsealed the board and activated it, taking off as quickly as he could. Twisting mid-air, he turned and looked back at the fortress just as the scroll finished its work and destroyed it. Inside that scroll was a special demon destroyer Hao had discovered years ago and given to Naruto for dangerous demons. The scroll targeted the demon's chakra, converting it into pure kinetic energy and heat, creating the massive explosion that tore apart the fortress. As Naruto watched, he saw Sasuke using his cursed seal wings to fly out, charred but alive. Good. It would be a shame if you had died so easily, Naruto nodded, letting Sasuke head back to the village. Turning, Naruto flew off towards the Arashi where Amaru could be checked on and ensured she was fine. In Konoha, Danzo was furious that Sasuke had not only been easily defeated but had also failed to capture the fortress and, in fact, allowed its destruction. Once you are finished healing Sasuke, take him to the training grounds. I want him trained until he can handle any of these Yu-Gi scum, Danzo ordered. Yes sir, a root shinobi nodded, continuing to heal Sasuke's wounded body. In the Hokage Tower, Tsunade reviewed reports on the village's damage, realizing that Yu-Gi's intervention had saved them from the worst, but it also showed Yu-Gi clearly surpassed them in power, ability, and numbers. It was only a matter of time before things turned dire. Hinata, Tsunade sighed. Yes? Hinata asked. Can you get into contact with Naruto? Yes, I can. Why? We need to try and buy some time, Tsunade sighed. I need time to try and convince the counselors that we need to bring Naruto back and stop us from being destroyed. You know it's unlikely they'll listen, Hinata noted. I know. But I have to try, for the good of the village, Tsunade answered. So, will you talk to him? I'll send word to him and let him know that you want to talk, Hinata nodded, stepping from the shadows and preparing the message. But you should know that I intend to tell him everything, including why you want to talk to him. That's fine, Tsunade replied. But realized that he may say no, Hinata nodded as she left the room. In Kumagakure, Naruto finished reviewing new reports from his allies, expressing satisfaction with the airships. Trade was no longer an issue, and their plans looked promising. Standing, Naruto went to the medical area, finding Amaru on her bed. How are you feeling? Naruto asked, approaching. Better. I just can't believe Shino would betray me like that. He did so much for me. Amaru sobbed. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder, letting her cry. Soon, she stopped, and Naruto got her story. Shino had healed her when she was ill, taken her as an apprentice, and been her first real friend. I know it hurts, Amaru. But in the end, you need to live up to the ideal Shino had, not the man he turned out to be, but the man you thought he was, the kind man who took care of you and helped you. The man who taught you it's better to help people than to hurt them. Live up to that man's ideals, Naruto explained with a smile. He sat with her for most of the day, talking and helping her work through her problems. Thanks, Amaru nodded. I really appreciate it. Of course. If you like, you can stay with Yu-Gi. We can always use another medic, Naruto smiled, standing. Do what you think is best, and if you choose to stay with us, just let me know and we'll get you situated here. Thank you, Amaru said as Naruto left. As he did, a shinobi approached, handing him an envelope. Frowning, he examined it, seeing it was from Hinata. Dear Naruto-kun, Tsunade has asked me to write this letter because she wants to meet with you. She would like to see if it is possible to call a ceasefire for a time so that she might be able to convince the counselors to let you come back and prevent the destruction of Konoha. I understand if you say no to this. A thick mist enveloped the great Naruto bridge as Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Hinata stepped into Nami no Kuni, arriving at the meeting point Naruto had specified for 9 a.m. As they paused on the bridge, the mist intensified, and soon two figures emerged. Hinata quickly recognized them. Naruto-kun, Hinata called out to the taller figure. Naruto laughed, embracing her as he became visible. Great to see you too, Hinata-chan, he chuckled, stepping back. This is Yuki, the little stray who got attached to me last time I was here. So I heard, Hinata smiled. Still can't believe you have a kid, Tsunade sighed, looking at Naruto. It's good to see you again. Same, Baa-chan, Naruto nodded, then addressed Jiraiya. Arrow Senin, Kaki, Jiraiya chuckled, patting his shoulder. Well, come on, let's get something to eat, Naruto said, motioning for them to follow. He led them into town, where he was greeted warmly by several people, returning their greetings. Hinata observed the happy interactions, thinking, Naruto-kun is so liked here. He did so much for them, and when he tried to do this for Konoha, he gets banished. Naruto soon led them to a restaurant, where the owner nodded to him before flipping the closed sign. They settled into a back booth, Yuki, Naruto, and Hinata on one side, and Jiraiya and Tsunade across from them. So, shall we get straight to business? Naruto asked. Might as well, Tsunade nodded. I was hoping you could convince Kitsune to give us more time to meet his conditions for not attacking us. I can give you a month, but there are some conditions, Naruto warned. What might those be? Jiraiya inquired. The first two conditions apply if you manage to revoke the banishment, Naruto began. First, the civilian council will be disbanded, and the elders will return to an advisory role. This ensures shinobi matters are handled by shinobi, not power-hungry non-combatants. Second, upon my return, I am to be given the rank of Jonin. The last condition must be met for me to confirm this delay, Senjutsu training. Jiraiya sighed in relief, and Tsunade nodded in agreement. You'll understand if I don't inform the civilians and elders about those first two conditions, Tsunade remarked. Yeah, Naruto nodded, looking at Jiraiya. So, do we have a deal? Kaki, all you had to do was ask, Jiraiya chuckled. It's your right as a summoner for the toads to learn how to become a Sennin. Naruto smirked. A waitress approached, setting down tea and sake. Thank you, Naruto nodded, and the waitress smiled before leaving. Well, we might as well enjoy this. Everyone nodded in agreement, beginning to drink. A few minutes later, food arrived. As they ate, they talked with Naruto about his experiences since leaving the village. I wandered for a few months before deciding to go to Uzu, Naruto explained. That's where I met my sensei. Your sensei? Jiraiya asked with a frown. How Sakura, Naruto replied, causing Jiraiya's jaw to drop and Tsunade to spit out her drink. What? They both exclaimed. Who's How Sakura? Hinata asked, confused by their reaction. He's a legend, Jiraiya began. He's a shinobi of such power and skill he's been compared to the Rikudo Sennin. No one knows where he came from, but he owes allegiance to no nation and avoids worldly conflicts, spending his time learning all the lost secrets of the world. That's putting it lightly, Naruto chuckled. How on earth did you become that man's student? Tsunade asked, still shocked. Well, it started about 7 months after I was banished, Naruto began. Flashback. Naruto had just tied up the small boat he'd used to sail to the island, grateful to the fisherman who sold it to him. He'd been wandering, using his shinobi skills to assist various villages with problems ranging from bandits to overwhelming workloads, earning money, lodging, and food in return. Now, he stood on his ancestors' land, the ruined home of his mother. He walked slowly through the nation's ruins, noting the war's destruction had truly finished it off. He realized the village had the same layout as Konoha, which brought a smile to his face. His gaze fell upon the ruins of what was likely the Uzukage Tower. Inside, he found several destroyed mosaics depicting scenes from his home's history, including the formation of the alliance with Konoha. He then heard a voice from a ledge behind him. It has been some time since a traveler has come to the ruins of this great city, the person stated. Naruto turned, hand gripping Giru, and faced the man. Who are you? Naruto asked. Names are powerful things, young one, the man chided, scanning him. But you seem to be a very interesting one. Thanks. Naruto nodded, maintaining his grip on the blade, unsure if the man was a threat. That blade is very interesting. If I'm not mistaken, that blade is known as Giru, once the blade of this village's founder, forged with the aid of Tetsu no Kuni's samurai and said to be nigh indestructible. Last I heard, it had made its way to Konoha, the man nodded. Though it's obvious you've learned precious little about Kenjutsu, judging by your stance. Yeah, this was given to me before I was able to learn any Kenjutsu. Why might that be? I was banished for doing my job. Naruto growled. The man frowned, gave Naruto another cursory glance, and then nodded at what he saw. The son of the Yondaime Hokage banished. The village of leaves has truly become lost, the man sighed. You knew my father, Naruto exclaimed. Just in passing. We met once when he was still a Jonin. His Hiraishin technique was impressive, and his work on creating the Raiznan was ingenious, the man replied. I had great respect for Minato Namikaze. Thanks, Naruto nodded. What are you doing here anyway? I often search the remnants of the lost to find their hidden secrets, he replied. This place may very well hold lost secrets. Why are you so interested in that? Knowledge is power, he replied. But it is a greater crime to forget our own origins. I seek to keep that knowledge alive by finding the lost secrets and making sure that they are preserved and brought back. So you're like an archaeologist? Naruto asked. Something closer to a treasure hunter, the man chuckled. Would you care to join me in searching these ruins? We might find something truly interesting. Naruto nodded, dropping his fighting stance. The man leapt down, towering over Naruto. The man then led him through the ruins, tapping on walls here and there, seemingly taking note of different things. So, what should I call you? Naruto asked. How will do, How replied. Okay then, How, are we looking for anything in particular? Naruto asked. Item-wise, no. However, what we are looking for are secret doors and passages that have been overlooked. These will often lead to something interesting or give us a better understanding of the place we are searching, How explained as they walked. He tapped on another wall, and when Naruto followed suit a little further on, there was a hollow sound. How stopped and looked at the blonde with a smile as he tapped on the same spot. Very well done, How laughed, rapping on the wall to determine the doorway's dimensions. Once he had them, he moved his hands along the wall, seeming to search for something. What are you doing? Naruto asked. Looking for the doorknob, How replied. The Uzumaki clan was well known for their shinobi abilities, and thus they would trap the door in case someone tried to break it down. By opening it the way it was intended, we can avoid the trap and keep progressing. Naruto nodded, stepping back to let Hao work. Soon, Hao pressed something, and the door opened. Hao nodded for them to proceed. The passage angled downwards, spiraling to stay close to the village's center. It grew dark, and after a few moments, Hao unsealed an item from a small scroll that emitted a steady green light. "You're a shinobi?" Naruto asked. "I am," Hao nodded. "However, I owe my allegiance to no village as I do not wish to involve myself in their petty squabbles." "Really?" Naruto asked. "Yes, I was trained in a shinobi village, but after my brother was killed, I left," Hao explained. "Since I just disappeared, I am not a wanted shinobi." "I see," Naruto nodded as they continued in silence until they reached the bottom. They found it was a crypt, containing the remains of each of the village leaders. The pair walked amongst the dead until they stopped before one body that held a scroll. Hao crouched down, examined the remains, and nodded before gently removing the scroll. This was likely the last survivor of the city, and he took the secrets of the village and hid them in the one place where he would be safe. Hao nodded as he opened the scroll and read a few items. "Would you care to see what you helped uncover?" "Yeah." Naruto grinned, moving over to look at the scroll, seeing it contained a detailed list of kenjutsu forms along with several Suiten techniques. "This is incredible." "Indeed it is," Hao nodded, looking at Naruto with a smile. "You said that you were banished from your home. What is your rank?" "I was a genin," Naruto replied with a sullen look. "I see. Since you have nowhere else to go, and you seem to have a good heart, why don't you become my apprentice? I will teach you all I know and help mold you into an amazing shinobi," Hao offered. "You'd do that for me?" Naruto asked in shock. "I would. I like the look of you, you seem like a good, honest young man. I will teach you everything I know, and who knows, maybe one day you will carry on in my footsteps," Hao offered with a smile. Naruto could only smile as they returned to the surface and began traveling together. "It wasn't long after that we met Kitsune, and we came up with the idea to form Yu-Gi-Oh! Hao liked it and helped us make the first crucial steps," Naruto explained with a smile. Hinata looked at Naruto with a smile of her own, enjoying seeing him in this kind of setting and looking so happy. "You are one lucky Geki," Tsunade sighed. "Hao Sakura is an SSS rank shinobi, and if he ever enters a war, he has a flea on sight order." "I know," Naruto nodded. "He's what helped me and Kitsune become A rank shinobi, and he says we can become stronger still." "I'd say you're probably higher rank than that," Jiraiya nodded. "If you are as strong as Kitsune, you are easily S rank now. Still have a ways to go to meet Hao-sensei as an equal," Naruto noted with a grin. "Why do you always call him Hao-sensei but Jiraiya Erosenin?" Hinata asked. "That's because Hao-sensei earned my respect by living up to some of the highest standards of life. While Erosenin over there is the lowest of the low, he's still a good guy," Naruto explained, earning laughter from the two women and one child, while Jiraiya just fumed. Another 20 minutes passed before Tsunade finally stood up. "I'd better get back to the village. I only have a month to try and make the council see reason," Tsunade sighed. "I'd better get going too," Jiraiya nodded. "I need to get you set up with the toads for your senjutsu training." "Jiraiya, one more thing," Naruto began, causing Jiraiya to blink at the serious tone in Naruto's voice. "Stay out of aim. You're on their radar now." "What?" Jiraiya asked. "I managed to get some intelligence from Akatsuki defectors, and they told me that the last time you were in aim, Nagato noticed you. He's going to try and kill you if you go back," Naruto warned. "Naruto, I have to get more intel on these guys. If Tsunade does manage to convince the counselors to let you come back, then the Akatsuki are going to come after you, possibly through the village, and we need to be prepared," Jiraiya explained. "That's what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is for. Even if I do come back, I still have responsibilities with them. Please, Jiraiya, don't go back there," Naruto pleaded. Jiraiya looked at his godson, knowing he should listen to Naruto's warning, but he felt the potential information was worth the risk. "I'm sorry, Geki, but I have to get the intel," Jiraiya replied. Naruto frowned, then took something from his coat and handed it to Jiraiya. "Then take this. If you get yourself into trouble, I'll be able to help you," Naruto explained. Jiraiya simply nodded, took the seal, and left with Tsunade. "Are you staying?" Yuki asked Hinata. "For a day or two," Hinata replied with a smile. "I have plenty of days off saved up." Naruto chuckled as they all stood up, Naruto leaving money on the table for the bill. They soon left and were sitting on the beach, relaxing with Hinata curled up against Naruto while Yuki built a sandcastle. Naruto and Hinata lay there, enjoying each other's company, when Yuki finished her sandcastle and walked into the shallows. Naruto suddenly had a bad feeling about what the tiny shinobi was about to do. Before he could voice his worries, Yuki finished her jutsu, and a giant wave crashed down on him and Hinata. The pair sputtered as the wave receded, and Yuki began giggling. Naruto stood up with an evil grin, disappeared, picked up Yuki, and then threw her out over the water, watching her land on top of the water before she blew a raspberry at him. Naruto only chuckled, flashed through hand signs, and got her with a wave of his own. Naruto, Yuki, play nice, Hinata sighed, seeing where this was going. But Kaa-chan. Yuki complained as Naruto stopped and looked at her before laughing, while Hinata turned a deep shade of red at Yuki's complaint. Soon, Yuki joined the laughter, while Hinata managed to retain her dignity by hugging Naruto before throwing him into the water as well, earning a cheer from Yuki. This soon led to an all-out water war between the three, and by the time the sun had set, they were all soaked. Okay, that was fun, Naruto laughed as he shook some water out of his hair. Yeah, Yuki cheered as she leapt onto his back. Hinata smiled as they walked toward the bridge and stopped. Take my hand, Hinata-chan, Naruto said. Why? Hinata asked, taking his hand despite her confusion. She didn't mind holding his hand, but she wondered about his request. Suddenly, an orange light enveloped them, and they found themselves in a room. Welcome to Yu-Gi-Oh! Naruto smiled, setting Yuki down. Okay, Yuki, head to your room and shower. You need to wash off all that salt water. Right, Yuki said with a smile, running out of the room. Naruto turned to Hinata, a smile on his face. This is your room in Yu-Gi-Oh!, she asked. No, it's yours, Naruto replied. Hinata blinked. I told you before, you're more than welcome with us, but, you're still a Konoha shinobi? Hinata, you can leave all that behind if you want, Naruto offered. I can't, Hinata sighed. I want to, but I can't bring myself to break my word. Caught between a rock and a hard place, huh? Naruto nodded, walking towards the door. Hinata, I understand why you don't want to leave the village, but honestly, what's really keeping you there? Your word, or your fear that I'm wrong about this? With that, Naruto left, giving Hinata space to change into dry clothes and consider his words. As she rummaged through the wardrobe, finding plenty of shinobi gear that would likely fit her, she thought about what Naruto had said. She loved him with all her heart, but she feared he might be biting off more than he could chew, that he might get himself killed. While her word held significant value, the truth was, she didn't want to leave because she was scared. Sighing, she sat on the bed, contemplating her choices, and her mind drifted back to the day she left the Hyuga clan. Flashback. A year had passed since Naruto left, and Hinata had completed all her preparations. Niji had assisted her greatly by helping research clan laws. Once everything was in order, Hinata approached her father. Tio-san, Hinata stated, her voice as cold as it usually was with most of the Hyuga clan. Hinata, what is it? Hayashi asked with a frown. Hinata said nothing, simply handing him a form to read. After reading it, he blinked and stared at her. What is the meaning of this? He asked. You intend to leave the Hyuga clan? I do not wish to be part of any family that would force an innocent boy to leave simply because they thought he was a bad influence, Hinata replied. Hayashi blinked at her words. You have read the notice, and there is a precedent, so I am within my rights to do this. However, I am within mine to set a condition, Hayashi stated. Defeat your sister in combat, and I will allow you to leave. Very well, Hinata stated. I will be waiting in the training hall. Hinata turned on her heel and was soon in the training hall, letting her anger flow inside her, solidifying her resolve. It took only 10 minutes for Hayashi to return with Hanabi and several elders who had examined the letter and informed Hayashi that Hinata was within her rights to do this. Hanabi, you are here to test your sister, who wishes to leave the Hyuga clan, Hayashi explained. This will be a standard match. Begin. Before Hanabi could move, Hinata had closed the distance, unleashing a deadly rain of gentle fist blows that pinned her sister against the wall, creating an impression of her younger sister as she continued the strikes. She kept going until there was a cracking sound, the wall gave out, and Hanabi fell into the other room, disabled and barely conscious. That should settle the match, Hinata stated as she turned and walked out. I am no longer a part of this clan, and due to the conditions of my leaving, I am not trapped by the cursed seal either. Hayashi blinked at this, as did the elders, who looked over the terms of her leaving and found that she was right, much to their displeasure. Before they could move, a kunao landed in front of them as Niji, a newly promoted jonin, cut them off. I will not allow you to harm Hinata. She is no longer a member of this clan and therefore is no longer bound by our laws. If you attempt to lay a hand upon an innocent free shinobi, you will bring shame upon this family, Niji stated calmly as the elders and Hayashi stared at the teen. By this time, Hinata had already collected her belongings and was walking out the front gate, where Kiba and Shino were waiting to help her get everything set up in her new apartment. Remembering that day, Hinata realized she was in the same situation again, this time choosing between her home and the love of her life. Sighing, she finished changing and walked out of the room, finding Naruto walking toward her. Was just coming to get you, Naruto nodded, but Hinata held up a hand to stop him. Naruto-kun, Hinata began. I'll join. Naruto blinked at Hinata's statement, and then a smile spread across his face. Are you sure? He asked. Yes. I'll need to go back to Konoha, gather some things, and have Tsunade give me a passable cover story so the council won't come after me, Hinata explained. Naruto only smiled as he hugged her, then took off her headband and held her hand, leading her out to give her a tour. He let her stop and observe different things and meet some of the people around the buildings, including a new face for Naruto. "So you're Utakata," Naruto smiled as he finally met the last Jinchuriki. "That I am, Naruto-san," Utakata nodded to the blonde. "Your colleague found me camping in the woods not too far from the border of Kaminari no Kuni. I have heard much about Yu-Gi-Oh, and it is my pleasure to join you." "The pleasure is all mine. This is Hinata Hyuga, another new recruit and my girlfriend," Naruto smiled. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Hinata nodded to the dark-haired man. Utakata nodded to Hinata before saying his farewell and walking off. For the rest of the day, Naruto gave Hinata the grand tour, and soon it was time for dinner. They were soon sitting in the dining hall, with various people shouting greetings to the blonde and to Hinata as they took a seat among several other shinobi who seemed to be discussing different things. Hinata observed the various people, noting their diverse nationalities and how many of their homelands were not on good terms with one another, yet here they were, sitting and talking as if they had known each other their whole lives. "It's amazing," Hinata said to Naruto. "This is what you want the world to be like?" "Yeah. I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh has had its infighting at times, I'll admit, but for the most part, we all get along," Naruto chuckled as he began eating. By the time they finished, Naruto walked Hinata back to her room and kissed her goodnight, telling her he would get her back to Hai no Kuni in the morning. Walking off to the main office, he found Hawana sitting there, looking over a form. "What's up?" Naruto asked as he walked over to them. "Bad news," Hao stated as he handed the form to Naruto. It was a detailed account of several of their shinobi being killed in IWA. Apparently, Oniki had somehow found a few of their spies and had them publicly executed for treason. "This wasn't supposed to happen," A noted. "No, I didn't give that old bastard enough credit," Naruto growled. "Change of plans. Once the month has ended, we are going to IWA first." "Are you sure?" Hao asked with a frown. "Changing your plans this late in the game could be disastrous." "It should be fine. The only shinobi they're capable of flight is Oniki himself, and I will deal with him personally," Naruto replied with a dark grin. "For what he did to our comrades, his village will suffer 100-fold. Hao only nodded at this, knowing full well that Naruto's resolve was beyond question. A grinned at this and soon was writing down the order to be given for them to begin preparations for their attack. "We will have to change our strategy a bit, but the same general plan we have for Konoha should work," A said as he passed the blonde a new sheet of paper. "Problem is that without our spies, we are going to have to rely on the airships alone." "Yeah. And with that old bastard's ability to disintegrate mountains, I don't think that's the best idea," Naruto nodded as he read over the plans. "We can discuss this more when I return. The toad should be reverse summoning me for Senjutsu training soon, so when I return, then we can finalize our plans and strike." "Of course," Hao nodded. "Train quickly, Naruto. While it may seem leisurely to stay on the peaceful mountain, the events of the world will be moving apace." "Don't I know it?" Naruto nodded as he walked off to his room. The next morning, he high-shined Hinata to the outskirts of the village and kissed her goodbye. "Be safe," Naruto smiled. "You have a little more than a month to get out. Have Tsunade help you if necessary." "I know. I'll see you soon, Naruto-kun," Hinata nodded as she kissed him again and then walked off toward the village. Before Naruto could leave, he felt the reverse summoning hit, and he was soon sitting on Mount Mayaboku with an old toad sitting across from him. "So you're Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," he nodded. "Yes. And who might you be?" Naruto asked. "I'm Fukazaku, one of the sages on this mountain," he replied. "Jiraiya said you were coming here to learn Senjutsu." "Yeah, Erosenin said he would tell you guys," Naruto nodded. Fukazaku blinked and then started laughing. "Erosenin," he roared in laughter. "That does fit the boy." "I know it does," Naruto smiled as he surveyed the scenery. "Not to sound rude, Senin Ji-chan, but I'd like to get to work. I already had my sensei explain the idea of Senjutsu, so we can get straight to it. Not wasting any time, eh?" "Alright then, Naruto, let's get started." Fukazaku nodded as he took Naruto to a fountain that was dispensing an oil. He then explained that this oil would open him up to the natural chakra in the air, but if he let it overwhelm him, he would turn into a toad statue like the 100 around him. Naruto nodded his understanding and sat, letting the oil fall on him as he tried to attain perfect stillness. His first few attempts went badly, with Fukazaku having to use his staff to stop him from absorbing too much. It was after the first dozen failed attempts that Naruto brought up using Cage Bunshin to help. "No more than 4 of you. I won't be able to keep up with anything more than that," Fukazaku replied as Naruto created the clones and soon was back to work. They trained for the rest of the day, and Naruto had made great progress but still wasn't quite there yet. That night, they went to Fukazaku's home where his wife Shima, another sage, was finishing dinner. "You're late," she shouted at the older toad. "No, I'm not, you're finishing early," he shouted back. This led to an argument between the two of them, and Naruto only smiled as he crouched through the house, sitting down near the table. "So you're Minato's boy. You have his looks," Shima nodded as she set a bowl in front of him, filled with all sorts of insects. Naruto stared at this, trying to decide if refusing would be a bad idea, but in the end, his hunger won out, and he dug in, surprised that it didn't taste as bad as he thought. In fact, it was better than Shin's attempt to make dinner for him last week, which had resulted in a blackened mess, and they had just gone out to eat. Yeah, but he has a lot of his mother's temperament, Fukazaku replied. Got the best of both, Naruto replied as he finished what was in his mouth. This earned a laugh between them as they continued eating, and the next day they were back to training. It had taken Naruto 2 days to move past the oil, having stopped it at the point where only his eyes were changing. Then, they took him to a series of stone spikes where Naruto was to balance on a stone platform, sitting on top of one of the spikes, and maintain his senjutsu. As Naruto sat there, he found that this was far harder, but not impossible. He sat there for close to a full day before he was able to sit without moving the platform, and he then refused to come down, saying that he wanted to get this right. Naruto sat there for a whole day before he was able to maintain his Sennin mode, and Fukazaku was very impressed. The boy has talent. He has already surpassed Jiraiya in this, Fukazaku thought to himself. They then moved on to the technique portion of the training, with Naruto learning the frog kata, and with the help of Kage Bunshin, he mastered it in 10 days. This left only one last thing to learn as Fukazaku leapt onto Naruto's shoulder and explained that in order to use this in combat, he was going to need to fuse with him. That way, one of them would be still while the other moved and fought. As the older toad tried to fuse with Naruto, he felt an angry force hit him, and red chakra struck with it, forcing him to stop. What's wrong? Naruto asked. The Kyuubi won't let me fuse with you, Fukazaku explained. Because of this, Senjutsu won't be able to be used in combat. Naruto frowned at the explanation and was soon trying to think of a way to use it without running into a problem. Naruto thought on the problem all night when it suddenly hit him. The next morning, he created 3 clones and had them gather the natural chakra while he trained, shocking the older toads. That is ingenious, Shima noted. No kidding, Fukazaku nodded as he watched the blonde work. Before anything else could be said, the pair were summoned, and Naruto had the feeling like something bad was about to happen. Gamabun ta! Naruto shouted as he ran to find the boss toad. What is it, Kaki? The toad asked as he smoked his pipe. Fukazaku and Shima were just summoned. Where exactly is Jiraiya? Naruto roared. Aim, the toad replied as he saw Naruto pale. Why, what's wrong? It's the leader of the Akatsuki. He's attacking Jiraiya. Naruto shouted as he honed in on the seal that he had given Jiraiya. Once he had it locked in his mind, he warped to it, just in time too. Jiraiya was on the ropes as he dodged the 3 bodies trying to kill him, and he felt like he owed Naruto an apology if he got out of this situation. There were only 3 bodies against him, and he could barely hold them off. Just as the Deva path was heading for him, there was a flash of yellow, and Naruto was standing there, blocking the fist that had been heading for Jiraiya. In a heartbeat, Naruto countered the attack and pushed back the body, who stared at him before placing its hand on the ground and summoning the rest of the bodies. Naruto, Jiraiya panted. Ero Sennin, you are an idiot, Naruto sighed. I told you that they were onto you, but you just had to come back here. I know. You can gripe later, Jiraiya replied as he looked at the 6 foes in front of them. We've got to be careful, they can use each other's sight, so there are no blind spots, then we just overpower them. 2 Sennin against the 6 paths of pain, I think we can win, Naruto replied as he entered Sage mode. So you figured out a way to use it without us, Fukazaku nodded. Good to know, my boy. How on earth did you do that? Jiraiya asked. Kage Bunshin. Left a few of them on the mountain to remain still and gather the chakra while I fight, Naruto explained as he took a fighting stance. Now, less talking, more fighting. Jiraiya and Naruto both moved, each taking a side. Naruto created a raised non in his hand and moved in towards the human path, who leapt away, but Naruto wasn't done as he leapt up after it and smirked as it went right into the path of Jiraiya's attack and was smashed in the back with his Otama raised non. Turning, they saw that the animal path had summoned several beasts to attack them, and the pair leapt away as a multiple-headed dog tried to eat them. Any bright ideas? Naruto asked. One, Jiraiya replied as he came to a stop. Cover me. Can do, Naruto replied as he created several clones and had them draw their blades, holding off the various summons that were heading for them. It took Jiraiya a few moments to finish whatever he was doing and shout for Naruto to get out of the way. Leaping back by Jiraiya, he heard the 2 older toads start croaking a song that soon was paralyzing the beasts and several of the paths. Naruto smirked as he charged forward, creating 2 Raiznan and leapt over the beasts before smashing into the animal path and letting the 2 Raiznan destroy its head. Naruto prepared to keep going when he was blindsided by the repaired human path. Skidding away from the attack, Naruto picked out the body that was doing the resurrecting. Jiraiya, we need to take down that one, Naruto shouted as he pointed to the Naraka path. Little busy here. Jiraiya shouted as he dodged the Azura path's taijutsu attacks. Muttering to himself, Naruto charged in but was met halfway by the Prita path and the Deva path that moved to block him and try to defeat him. Dodging one attack from the Deva path, Naruto smirked as he rammed a Raise-Non into its side when it was open, giving him the opening he needed to head for the Naraka path before it could get to the animal path and revive it. Naruto soon started fighting hand-to-hand, where he showed that he was far more skilled than he had been as a genin, using a form of taijutsu that met any resistance with little force and instead redirected it so he could attack with his own force. It wasn't long before he had his opening, but he knew that the human path was watching its back and would let it know what he was about to do if he was too slow. Moving in close, he made a punch that it was able to dodge, but not what attached to its cloak. Before it could remove the seal, Naruto high-ray-shine close and rammed a wind-style Raise-Non, Futon, Raise-Non into the path, sending it flying and ending the resurrection that it could do. "How you doing?" Naruto shouted over to Jiraiya, who had managed to destroy the Azura path. "Not too bad," Jiraiya nodded. "We took out 2 of the fighting ones, it looks like." "Yeah, but what can these other ones do?" Naruto asked as he glared at the 3 remaining bodies. Before they could move, the Deva path held up its hands, and they were sent flying back by a sudden burst of gravity, smashing them into the wall behind them. "Ouch," Jiraiya grumbled as the pressure stopped. "Well, that's one of them," Naruto noted as he created a few clones and had them start helping him. "But let me give this a try." Soon, Naruto had a Raisin Shuriken in his hand, shocking Jiraiya with the technique as he threw it at the bodies. It was then that the Preta path stepped forward, holding his hands up as he absorbed the attack, draining the chakra out of it. "And that says what he can do," Jiraiya nodded as they realized that long-range attacks were out of the question while the Preta path was still fighting. Naruto simply smirked as he drew Giru and stared at the 3. "Jiraiya, buy me some time, and I can take down that chakra absorber." "If you can do it, then go ahead," Jiraiya nodded as he prepared to fight off the human path. Naruto charged forward, moving in towards the Preta path, who met Naruto halfway and dodged the initial slash but not Naruto's fist rising in an uppercut that the other paths couldn't see due to the angle. As the body was airborne, Naruto unleashed his attack. Uzu no Ken, Kanketsusen Hakasa, Tearing Geyser. Naruto roared as he slashed at the body, unleashing several dozen slashes while it was airborne and letting the severed pieces of the body fall to the ground. Turning, he looked at the Deva path and simply sheathed Giru. "Looks like things are falling apart for you," Naruto stated as he stared at the body. "Perhaps, but all I have to do is call for the shinobi of the nation to come aid me, and you will be overwhelmed," the Deva path replied calmly. "And they will see that their leader, a supposed god, is on the ropes by 2 shinobi," Naruto noted with a smirk. The Deva path frowned at this. "You lie," he finally answered. "No. I've been researching the Rinnegan's powers and learned you can bring people back to life, but at the cost of your own. However, Sakura and I discussed my plan, and he agreed it would work, but all our movements and actions must be perfectly timed. It will be dangerous, but I can help you bring back Yahiko," Naruto explained. "Kaki, do you have any idea what you're messing with?" Jiraiya asked. "I know this is taboo, but it's to right a wrong that should never have occurred," Naruto countered, staring at the Deva path body. "Which will it be, Nagato?" "Jiraiya and I can continue this fight against you and finish off Yahiko's body, possibly destroying it beyond repair, and then come find you. Or, you can surrender now, join Yugir, and I will help revive Yahiko. The choice is yours." Konan stood a few feet away, feeling as conflicted as her friend. They both missed Yahiko. He was the driving force behind much of what they had done these past years. Still, they had to be cautious that this wasn't a trap to kill Nagato and herself. "I want your word that you will do these things you have promised me," Nagato finally said. "I know enough about you that you will always keep your word." "Swear it on your life." "Agreed," Naruto said without a second's hesitation. "I swear upon my life that I will help you bring back Yahiko." Jiraiya frowned at this development but knew Naruto understood what he was doing. Naruto smiled, approached, and offered his hand to the Deva path body. There was a moment of hesitation before they finally shook, but before anything could be said, Naruto tensed and pulled the body with him, avoiding an explosion. "Ha! I knew you were going to turn traitor," Deidara shouted as he flew overhead. "Oh boy," Jiraiya grumbled as he leapt away from more explosions. "This guy is going to be annoying." "Hey, Arrow Sennin," Naruto shouted, dodging another blast. "What, think you can hold him still for a few seconds? Just give me a bit," Jiraiya exclaimed, starting to talk with the 2 toad sages. Soon, he stood still while the pair emitted a powerful croaking song that paralyzed Deidara. Naruto grinned, created 2 clones to help him, made the Raisin Shuriken, and sent it flying into Deidara, who screamed as the attack hit him, then fell to the ground dead. Jiraiya blinked at the damage before walking over and examining the body, then looked at Naruto, who was talking to the Deva path body again. "I'm taking the body," Jiraiya called over to the blonde, who only nodded. Soon, the older sage had the body sealed up before seeing the Deva path body leading Naruto up into the highest reaches of aim. "Jiraiya," Konan nodded to her former sensei. "Please leave the way you came. We will not fight with you anymore, but for the time being, there are appearances that need to be kept." Of course, Jiraiya nodded as he started to leave. If Naruto succeeds in bringing Yahiko back to life, let me know. I'd like to see all three of you again someday. Of course. Konan smiled as her sensei left, then turned and followed the two to the highest point in aim. Once there, Naruto finally met Nagato face to face and nodded to the man who shared such a similar goal. It's a pleasure to meet face to face, Naruto said as he approached the handicapped man. I am not certain I can say the same just yet, Nagato replied. I still do not fully trust you, but you have given your word, and I am willing to let you try to do this. Thank you, Naruto nodded. If we are to do this, though, I will need to take you to Yu-Gi's main base. I already have a seal placed in the room where we will be performing the revival. Very well. Nagato nodded, letting Naruto place a hand on his chair. Then, Konan and the Deva Path body both placed hands onto Naruto. There was a brief moment before they arrived in the room, and Naruto sent word that he needed Amaru and Shin. It didn't take long for the two women to arrive, and Konan looked confused by their presence. These two are essential for what we are going to need to do. Shin has a very special chakra that can either separate a soul from its body or replace it. Once Yahiko's soul has entered this plane, she will place it in his body, stopping you short of killing yourself, Nagato. Amaru is here to help heal him, just as his body is revived. Some of his old injuries may return, Naruto explained as he motioned for the body to lay down. It took a few moments for them to remove all the chakra receivers in the body, and once it was lying down, he nodded to Nagato, who opened the seventh path and started to look very pale as the soul finally appeared. Naruto snapped him out of it as Shin took over. Her chakra soon grabbed onto Yahiko's soul and was pulling it into his body, and once it was in, Amaru's hands were glowing green as she started healing injuries that were appearing. It took another half hour to heal all the injuries, and as they finished, Yahiko's eyes shot open, and he looked around panicked until he saw Konan and Nagato. Guys, he panted. Where are we? Yahiko. Konan gasped as she soon hugged him. Easy on him now, Naruto chided as he walked over. Who are you? Yahiko asked in confusion. I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Another student of Jiraiya, Naruto smiled. I'm also the one that helped you return to the world of the living. Return? Yahiko asked as he frowned, then his eyes widened. I was dead. Hanzo killed me. Relax, Nagato sighed. We brought you back to life. But how? A lot of research on my part, Naruto replied with a grin. I held up my end of the bargain. So you have. You returned our friend to us and risked much in doing so. We will join Yu-Gi, Nagato nodded. Yes, Konan nodded as well. Yu-Gi? Yahiko asked. I'll explain everything soon, Naruto replied as he helped the young man up. Let's get you all situated. In Konohagakure, Tsunade sighed in frustration as the council once again turned down her request to bring back Naruto. She had one more day left for the agreed ceasefire, and she knew it wouldn't help in the slightest. Haim, Jiraiya called as he entered the room. What? She asked with a frown as he motioned for her to come with him. Jiraiya soon had her in the medical area where the dead body of Deidara lay. I need you to examine this guy, Jiraiya explained. This guy was taken out by Naruto. How? Tsunade asked. A variation of the Raiznan. He finally finished it, Jiraiya smiled. He did what Minato couldn't. He added an elemental release, Tsunade exclaimed. Yeah, and he made a second variation that he used to take this Akatsuki member down. Killed him in one shot, Jiraiya explained. Tsunade frowned as she started examining the body and then paled at what she saw. He destroyed this guy. The nervous system has been severed at the cellular level. Whatever hit him did massive damage quickly and killed him before he even had a chance to react, Tsunade sighed. If Naruto did this, he is in possession of an S-rank Kinjutsu. No kidding. He showed up and aimed to help me out when I got caught by my former students. He helped me fight them off, and he soon managed to convince Nagato to join him, by reviving their dead friend. What? Tsunade exclaimed. He said that he found a way for them to bring Yahiko back to life, and that how Sakura had agreed to it, Jiraiya sighed. He is just shattering all beliefs that we have had. I know, Tsunade sighed. And things aren't looking good here. The council has refused to bring Naruto back, and I have tried multiple times and explained to them what will happen if we don't, but they won't listen, just saying that we have a large enough shinobi force to handle anything that they could do against us. Add in the fact that Hinata has left as well, things aren't looking good. Hinata left, Jiraiya exclaimed now. Yeah, she finally told me that she was going with Naruto. I gave her a long-term mission, so the council has no idea yet, but they are going to catch on eventually, which means that I will have to make her a missing nin, Tsunade explained. I'm more surprised that she left now instead of sooner, Jiraiya chuckled. The pair stood there for a moment before walking back to the tower, neither sure of what they could do to avert the situation the council seemed to be dragging them into. Naruto frowned as they moved pieces on the map they were overlooking. He currently stood aboard the Arashi, with Nagato, Hinata, Hao, Rashi, and Han overlooking the map. It won't be easy, Han noted. Oniki moved several of his forces to the passes, so a ground invasion won't go well for us, and unless we deal with the old Tsuchikage quickly, air combat is out as well, how noted. I know, but will our plan work? Naruto asked. It should, Nagato noted as he moved a smaller, more detailed map of the village that Rashi had made for them. I can have the bodies drop at the key points to distract them while you move in from the air with Hausama. While he does that, I will help guide our forces from here. Hinata nodded in turn. The problem comes into play here. She pointed to the outlying forces. If we take too long, reinforcements will arrive, and we are going to have a bloodbath on our hands. Agreed. We need to work fast and keep it coordinated, Rashi nodded. You have the time frame? Yeah, Naruto nodded as he laid down their list of objectives. Our primary goal is to eliminate Oniki and to claim the tower. If the tower proves to be unclaimable, we are to move to Variation 1. Capture the key points we discussed and make sure to take the Jutsu library along with all of their records. There was a general nod as they moved to their stations and gathered their gear, taking the short-range comlinks with them so they could stay in contact with Hinata on the Arashi. Dawn rose as it usually did in Uegakure, with most shinobi rising and going about their business, having no clue that Yu-Gi-Oh was about to strike. There was a deafening boom as a smaller ship flew over and dropped 6 bundles that smashed into the ground with enough force to destroy the buildings they were near. The 6 were grouped in pairs and began attacking the shinobi near them, causing a general panic throughout the village. Oniki saw the destruction and was soon shouting orders as he took off into the air to handle the ship hovering over them that was likely preparing to drop down more enemies. Just as he was preparing to strike, he felt an increase in heat and flew to the side just as a massive inferno passed him, singeing his beard a bit. It has been some time, Oniki, Hao said as he lowered himself to the older man's level, and Oniki glared at him. Hao asked Sakura. I thought you didn't take sides. I haven't, until recently, Hao replied as Naruto lowered down as well, both blades drawn. However, my student here convinced me that it was time to give you all the guidance that you have been lacking since the days of the Rikudo Senin. Oniki mentally cursed as he realized that it would take all of his skill to handle Hao, but now with the son of his most hated enemy hovering a short distance away, he knew that he would have to be the best he had been in a long time. I would normally offer you a chance to surrender, however, for executing our comrades, you will have to be punished, Naruto explained as he channeled chakra down Raging Gufu, causing the blade to let out its high-pitched scream. Oniki didn't bother answering as he held up his hands and prepared his attack. Jinten Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu, Dust Release, Detachment of the Primitive World Technique. Oniki shouted as he created a massive cone-shaped attack that was soon heading straight for the two. Naruto sped off on the board, clearing the blast radius as Hao flew off to the other side, avoiding the attack as he faced Oniki. As impressive as ever. However, I have surpassed the understanding of most shinobi in both technique and power. Allow me to give you a demonstration, Hao noted as he flashed through hand signs. Shinkatan, Teo Ryuen, True Fire Release, Sun Dragon's Flame. From Hao's mouth, a golden flame shot out, heading for Oniki, who tried to dodge it but was shocked when the flame looped around and was heading right for him. Oniki soon created another Jinten Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu and fired it at the flame, letting the detonation go off, destroying the technique. Smirking, he turned to look at Hao and almost lost his head as Naruto struck, swinging his blade at Oniki, who dodged it but felt the sting of a cut as the wind slashed into his arm, leaving a shallow wound. The battle twisted through the air as Hao and Naruto worked together to push the old cage back away from the ship, just in case it got hit in the crossfire, while still inflicting several wounds on the older man. Naruto flew off to the side as he dodged a smaller blast of Oniki's lethal attack when Hao took his back and punched, sending the old Tsuchikage crashing into the ground where the pair soon landed and continued the battle in the mountain pass they had landed in. I won't fall so easily, Oniki stated as he flashed through several hand signs. Doton, Chikyu Otabi, Devouring Earth. With that, he placed his hands on the ground, and the literal earth became their enemy. The ground rose up in a set of jaws, intent on crushing them, but Hao was already prepared, finishing hand signs for his jutsu. Shinkatan, Haigaku no Arii no Gekido, Rage of the Spirit of Fire. Hao exclaimed as Naruto disappeared in a flash of orange, appearing above the blast zone, right underneath the smaller airship where Hinata and Nagato were. Naruto watched in fascination as the fire exploded outward with such a destructive force that it looked almost like a Bijudama had gone off there. Flying back down, he found that Hao was perfectly fine and that the Tsuchikage had been sent flying from the attack. Swinging back towards Oniki, Naruto got off his board, sealing it into a scroll at his side as he moved in to finish off the Tsuchikage. Damn it, Oniki coughed as he spat up some blood mixed with soot. Looking up, he saw that Hao was hanging back as Naruto approached, the blonde looking grim as he faced the older cage. The two said nothing as the blonde charged in, using Oniki's old age to his advantage as he swung from side to side, making it hard to predict where he was coming from as he struck from several sides, his blades flashing and keeping the cage on the defensive, and unable to use jutsu as he would strike with Raging Gufu, forcing him to stop the jutsu and leap to the side. Naruto soon had the feel of Oniki's patterns, and when he moved in fading a swing with Rage and Gufu, he smirked when Oniki moved exactly as he had predicted and right into the path of Giru, which slashed through his left arm, letting the hand fall to the ground while the old man blinked in shock at the wound and looked terrified at the same time. "This is the end, Oniki," Naruto stated as he walked closer. "You have put up a vain resistance, and in the end, you have failed. Surrender now, and let your life end with some dignity." Oniki only spat at him as he took out a kunai and looked like he would fight until he died of blood loss. Naruto nodded his respect to the man and sheathed his blades before sending several kunai flying at the older man, who blocked a few but blinked in horror as he saw the familiar Hiraishin seal on them. Naruto appeared in front of him with a raised nan at the ready, smashing it into Oniki's head and letting it ram him into the ground where Naruto held it until he was certain that Oniki had fallen. Nodding, he touched the calm link and checked in with the Arashi. "You are clear to enter the airspace. Oniki has fallen," Naruto said. "Understood, sir. We are moving in now," a crew member of the Arashi stated. Naruto looked over to the mountains and saw the airship drop out of the clouds and head right over the village, where it soon lowered down more shinobi. "You did well," Han nodded as he approached. "You softened him up for me," Naruto chuckled. "You would have had him either way," Han shook his head. "You have the skills of both your parents behind you now and the skills you have developed for yourself." Naruto only nodded as he checked in with Nagato. "What's the status of the invasion?" "Going well. I have managed to capture their jutsu library and have my Deva and Para path holding them off until reinforcements arrive. Currently, the other 4 paths have joined together, and we are laying siege to the Tsuchikage Tower." "Great. The Arashi has already arrived and are sending down the reinforcements. Remember, we need that tower captured, and make sure that we also get the INT department, hospital, and the Shinobi Academy," Naruto advised. "Of course," Nagato replied. With that, Naruto took to the air again to see the results and found that everything was going smoothly. They had a medic with every 4-man cell, and each 4-man cell was part of a group of 3, making it harder to catch them off guard. He observed with a calculating gaze as he watched them work and noted the different areas that were proving to be trouble. "What do you think, Hao-sensei?" Naruto asked the man floating next to him. "It seems to be going well. However, there is stiff resistance just outside of the hospital. I would advise sending the 3rd unit to reinforce the 3 already there." "My thoughts exactly, though I was thinking the 4th. They are closer, and they do have a few jutsu that could break through the doorways if they are reinforced," Naruto mused. Yes, that would work as well." Hao nodded as he picked out where the 4th unit was. Naruto then spoke through the comm link and then watched as the 4th unit shifted direction, heading towards the hospital. Nodding, he heard his comm link chirp as Rashi came on the line. "We've taken the tower. I have all of the records sealed up and am just waiting to send them up to the Arashi," Rashi reported. "I'll be there in just a minute," Naruto replied as he jumped, sealing his board as he did and then Hiraishined straight to Rashi, who had Han and a few other shinobi with him, with several dead just on this floor. "They gave quite the resistance," Han explained at Naruto's cursory glance. "I figured they would. We've already captured the key areas that are mandatory, and we only have a few more minutes left before we need to get out of here," Naruto warned. "I know," Rashi nodded. "Han and I will go help the trouble areas. I can get to the academy quickly enough," Han noted. "Do it," Naruto nodded. "But keep it safe, I don't want to lose either of you." "Of course," Rashi nodded as he and the larger Jinchuriki left the room and were soon running towards their 2 targets. Naruto then took the 2 scrolls and Hiraishined up to the Arashi where they were just getting into position. "What's the status on those reinforcements for IWA?" Naruto asked. 10 minutes away," someone shouted back. "Damn. They moved faster than I thought," Naruto cursed as he went to the comm station and spoke into it, directed to all of his comrades. "Attention, we have 8 minutes to meet our objectives. If you do not think you will be able to, send up your flare and get picked up at the rendezvous point." Moving to the window, he saw that they hadn't seen a single flare, and he smirked as the comm went off with reports of success at the remaining locations. Within 5 minutes, Naruto had collected all of the operatives at the key areas, and those that hadn't been there were out of the village and getting picked up by the smaller crafts. Just as the reinforcements arrived, Naruto had the Arashi hovering over the Tsuchikage Tower while he activated the microphone system. Naruto stood on the Arashi as it sailed through the clouds, his gaze fixed forward, anticipating their arrival at the assembly point. Footsteps behind him announced Hinata's presence on the ship's deck. "Nervous?" Hinata asked, stopping beside him. Terrified, Naruto confessed. "A million things could go wrong, it all depends on everyone reacting as I expect." "I've seen your plans, Naruto-kun. They're as close to perfect as possible," Hinata assured him. "I know. Still worried?" "You?" Naruto inquired. "I'm scared too, but I won't let that stop me," Hinata nodded. Naruto smiled, then kissed her, noticing they were nearing their destination. The meeting point was a large clearing at the edge of Hai no Kuni. The Shoku and Inajima airships were already there, surrounded by dozens of smaller crafts. As they landed, Naruto and Hinata leaped down to find Rashi and Gaara waiting with their bodyguards. "Glad you're here," Naruto greeted them. "You all know the plan," he yelled to the assembled army. A collective yes resounded, and Naruto nodded, meticulously studying each face, committing them to memory should they fall. Once satisfied, he gave the order to begin. The airships lifted off, 2 heading toward Konoha, the rest toward other objectives. The day in the high-alert village had started normally. Tsunade, finishing paperwork, sighed as she looked out at the iron-gray sky. A loud boom startled her, and she rushed back to the window to see 2 vessels descending from the clouds. 3 smoking craters now marred the village. "No," Tsunade whispered in horror, watching smaller crafts deploy shinobi. She quickly triggered the alarm seal, running from her office, with Jiraiya joining her. "This is it," Jiraiya sighed as they exited the tower. "I know. Let's just hope we can hold them off," Tsunade replied. "A fool's hope," a voice from above said. The 2 Sunin looked up to see how about to land. "How?" asked Sakura, Jiraiya acknowledged. "Jiraiya and Tsunade, I am here to pick you up," How stated. "Pick us up," Tsunade frowned. "Yes. Naruto made it clear that you, and the few other precious people left in this village, are to be rescued," How calmly explained. "Now, please, just surrender. I do not wish to harm you." "We can't just surrender. This village is our home," Jiraiya countered, assuming a fighting stance. "Very well. Naruto accounted for this possibility, and I am allowed to use force to incapacitate you both," How shrugged, removing his poncho to reveal a toned upper body. Without another word, the 3 clashed as the rest of the village came under siege. Naruto, now masked as Kitsune, flew to ground level, scanning the crowds for his targets. Confirming none were among the shinobi rushing a landing craft, Kitsune leaped from his board, sealing it, and landed on a Chunin, then drew Giru to slash another. With blood flying, he swiftly dispatched his enemies before heading through the streets to his destination. "Tuki! Ayam," he called, spotting the ramen stand and the pair in the back. "Who are you?" Ayam asked, seeing the masked figure. "I'm here to rescue you," Kitsune replied. "Naruto asked me to do this." "Naruto?" Tuki asked in shock as Kitsune hopped the bar and nodded. "Yes. The village is about to be decimated," Kitsune stated. "I am here to get you 2 out of here." The pair blinked. He placed a hand on their shoulders, disappearing in a flash and reappearing aboard the Arashi. "Where?" they asked. "My airship," Kitsune replied. "Now, I must excuse myself. Other objectives must be met. I'll gather all your valuables and have them sent up here." Before they could respond, he vanished, reappearing at the ramen shop seal he had dropped. Creating 2 clones to gather valuables, he resumed the invasion. Touching his ear, he contacted the Arashi. "What's the status?" he asked. "How has engaged Tsunade and Jiraiya. They're resisting, but how should handle it. Our agent in the INT department has struck, sealed the building, neutralized resistance, and is securing all relevant files," the ninja on the other end reported. "Our operative in the academy has gathered files and students with potential. He's heading to the pickup point now." "Excellent. Anything else?" "Nothing to report yet." "Very well. Contact me with any new developments," he ordered, moving back into the streets, through side alleys, toward his next destinations. Leaping across rooftops, Hinata skidded to a stop as 2 figures blocked her path. Smirking, she recognized them, pausing as one glared with unbridled hate. Hinata, Niji acknowledged, while Hanabi's glare intensified. "Niji, happy to see you again." "Hanabi, not so much," Hinata replied. "I have orders to bring you to the Arashi, Niji." "What?" Niji asked, shocked. Naruto gave everyone a list of who to save. "You're on it, Niji," Hinata stated. "And me as well," Hanabi sneered. "No," Hinata replied. "You can die for all Yu-Gi cares." "What?" Hanabi exclaimed. Hinata smirked, slipping into a fighting stance. Niji and Hanabi mirrored her, moving to engage their former family member. Hinata effortlessly weaved between them, striking, closing a few chakra points on both, then moved behind them, rapidly flashing through hand signs. "Suten Mizuami Nabare, starch syrup capturing field," Hinata declared, spitting a stream of sticky liquid. It hit their feet before they could react. Hanabi tried to turn, stuck, and struggled to pull free. Niji, realizing, channeled chakra to his legs, letting the liquid slide off. Once free, Hinata struck again, taking the offensive, pushing Niji back. "You can't win," Niji stated. "Offensive fighting has never been your strong point." "It wasn't," Hinata agreed, slipping under his guard and kicking his knee, bringing him down. She curled her fingers into a fist and smashed it into Niji's face. "But training as an umbu taught me not to rely on a single fighting style." Niji reeled from the blow, and Hinata capitalized, unleashing Hakaroku Yansho, 8 trigrams 64 palms, closing his tenketsu points. Niji collapsed, coughing blood, as Hanabi freed herself and went on the offensive. Give it up, Hanabi, you can't beat me, Hinata remarked, dodging another strike. I've beaten you plenty of times, Hanabi spat. Because I let you, Hinata replied, watching Hanabi blink in shock. I couldn't bring myself to hurt you, my precious little sister, but now you are in the way of my dream, and I will not stand idly by anymore. Hanabi struggled to comprehend that the sister she always considered weak had never taken her seriously. She had dismissed their last spar as a fluke, but hearing that Hinata had never truly fought her, and had allowed her to win, shattered her confidence. Hinata exploited this lapse in concentration, striking several tenketsu points, finally ending her sister's resistance. Looking down at her defeated sister, she shook her head and walked over to Niji, who was still incapacitated. It's time to go, Hinata stated, helping him stand, then touching her comm link. I need a pickup. I have Niji Hyuga here. Is he coming peacefully? The operator asked. Not very likely, Hinata stated. I'll come quietly if you allow me to take Hanabi with me. I was tasked with looking after her, and I will do that, Niji offered. He's offering to come peacefully if we bring Hanabi Hyuga. Check with Kitsune to see if that's alright, Hinata relayed. Will do, the operator replied, and the line went quiet. Hinata kept her Byakugan active, scanning the village to gauge the progress. She saw most shinobi engaged in heavy fighting and that Itaki and Kisame were approaching their objective. Hinata, you have clearance to bring Hanabi aboard. We're sending a craft to pick them up. Also, Kitsune has orders for you. It seems Anko needs support. Some shinobi have cut her off and pinned her down. I understand, Hinata nodded, turning to Niji. Alright, the craft is coming for you. I'm asking you to keep your word that you will go quietly. Hanabi will likely be detained in a holding cell, but no harm will befall her. Very well, Niji nodded. I give you my word I will abide by our deal. Good. Now I have work to do, Hinata replied, leaping away, heading towards one of their hidden operatives. Across the village, Itake and Kisame had managed to infiltrate the Uchiha compound, using the main assault as cover to reach the hidden meeting room. Once inside, they swiftly sealed the stone tablet. Itake nodded to Kisame. Go help the invasion. I will head back to the Arashi, Itake ordered. No complaints here, Kisame chuckled, heading back to the surface level and joining the fighting. In the village center, Yahiko landed, coming face to face with one of the most powerful shinobi. Kakashi Hatake, Yahiko whistled. Man, you're a legend. And you are? Kakashi asked, preparing to engage. Yahiko, one of the founders of the original Akatsuki, Yahiko replied, gripping the sword Naruto had given him to replace his lost one. You're the young man brought back to life, Kakashi noted. I hope you realize I can't let you destroy the village. I'd rather not fight you, Yahiko stated. 1. You have me beat in elemental affinity, and 2. You're on the recovery list. Kakashi frowned. Yep. Naruto wants us to get you out of here along with several others, Yahiko nodded. Such as? Kakashi inquired. Can't really say, Yahiko shrugged. I mean, if you were to switch sides and help us, then I could tell you, but I know you value loyalty above everything else, so that's not very likely. You're well informed, Kakashi observed. Yahiko only shrugged, staring at the man. So, will you surrender and come quietly, or do I have to fight? I have to fight, Kakashi declared, drawing 2 kunao and throwing one at Yahiko. Yahiko dodged, drawing his blade and swinging it at the charging Kakashi. Kakashi blocked the strike, then blinked as he was suddenly sent flying by a wave of water. Ithi Inakiryu, Great Torrent, a gift from Kitsune, Yahiko explained, swinging his blade again, sending another blast of water that forced Kakashi to dodge as Yahiko flashed through one-handed signs. Suten, Sugaden, Water Fang Bullet. Kakashi blinked as water fangs rose, forcing him to use Kawarimi to avoid the strike, landing on a nearby building and revealing his Sharingan. It appears you are not to be taken lightly, Kakashi stated, flashing through more hand signs. Reiju Hashiri no Jutsu, Lightning Beast running technique. A lightning hound charged at Yahiko, who blinked and tried to leap away, but the hound followed, controlled by Kakashi. This is why I didn't want to fight, Yahiko shouted, rolling away from the hound before leaping off a wall and getting behind the jutsu. You can't escape, Kakashi remarked as the hound suddenly turned into pure electricity, facing Yahiko's back. Oh, Yahiko muttered, leaping away again, kept on the defensive by Kakashi, who used his Sharingan to predict his movements. Seems like you are having trouble, a voice said. Suddenly, the repaired Para body and the new Deva body landed in front of him. The new body was the second animal path in canon. The Para body moved in front of the technique and absorbed the chakra that created it, stopping the attack. Nagato, you're a lifesaver, Yahiko chuckled, patting both on the shoulders. How are things going? Well, we've met several of our objectives already. Hinata has completed hers, as has Kitsune with his first objective. How, however, is meeting some resistance, the Deva body explained. Against 2 Sunin, one of them our former teacher? That's to be expected, Yahiko chuckled. Kakashi frowned, seeing the three opponents, remembering Jiraiya's warning about the bodies Nagato controlled and how they used each other's eyes to cover their blind spots. Kakashi, hey take. This is the only warning I will give. While we have orders not to kill you, we will do what is necessary to bring you in. Surrender now, or we will be forced to incapacitate you. I can't do that, Kakashi replied, flashing through more hand signs. Raiten Hibashi, electromagnetic murder. Kakashi then created a massive burst of electricity from his hands and sent it through the water towards the three, who quickly moved out of the way. The Deva body sent a burst of gravity towards Kakashi, who smashed into the wall behind him. Yahiko charged in, leaping off buildings to avoid the water, landing and engaging a still-stunned Kakashi in taijutsu. Kakashi reeled from the attacks, stumbling right into the para body, which gripped him in a lock and began draining his chakra until Kakashi passed out. That was close, Yahiko chuckled, moving the headband down to cover Kakashi's Sharingan. He then placed a seal Naruto had given him on Kakashi, which would prevent him from using chakra and alert smaller ships for pickup. You just had very bad luck meeting Kakashi Haytake, the Deva body stated calmly. Well, that is true, Yahiko chuckled, starting to move. Well, I have a job to do. Yes, as do we, the Deva body nodded, it and the para body taking off at a run, leaping over buildings. It didn't take Hinata long to reach Anko and identify her attackers. Anko had her back to a fallen building, several unconscious people nearby, as Shino and Kiba kept her pinned, clearly awaiting reinforcements. Hinata landed near Anko and nodded. How long have they had you cornered, she asked. A few minutes. I sent the request right away when I saw them. I can't let them keep me pinned, especially since I'm carrying vital documents, along with a few INT department members who would likely join us. As soon as they saw this, they cut me off and realized I was a mole, Anko explained. All right. Leave it to me, Hinata nodded, flashing through hand signs. Kirigakure no Jutsu, hiding in mist technique. Soon, Hinata created a dense mist, concealing her as she struck, first taking down Shino before he even realized what was happening. What the? Hinata, Kiba exclaimed as he and Akamaru leaped away once they smelled her. Anko, Hinata shouted, then heard movement as Anko and several clones moved past. What are you doing, Hinata? She's a traitor, Kiba exclaimed. To you, Hinata replied. I made my choice, and I chose Naruto-kun. Shino, are you hearing this? Kiba called out to Shino, but met only silence. Shino, I already immobilized him, Hinata stated calmly. I know how dangerous both of you are, so I took care of him first. I sparred against you more often, though, so I know that I can fight against you. Damn, Kiba cursed. Looks like we go all out, Akamaru. Akamaru barked his agreement, and they struck, using the Gatsuga technique to hit Hinata. She weaved between their attacks and struck, hitting several tenketsu points on both of them as they passed her. Soon, the pair were on the ground, barely able to move. Hinata dispelled the mist and looked at her two former teammates. I'm sorry that I had to do this, she said, walking over to Kiba and Akamaru, but I needed you incapacitated. The village is doomed, and I don't plan on leaving you here. What are you talking about, Hinata? Shino asked, managing to sit up. The only reason we're invading is to get certain people and items out. Once that's done, the village will be destroyed, Hinata explained, picking up Kiba and placing him on Akamaru's back as she helped the dog stand, and you two need to be taken to the Arashi. You mean you're getting those you and Naruto were close to out of the village and killing everyone else, Shino remarked. Not quite. Your families as well, Hinata replied. Except the Hyaga, of course. What do you intend to do with the Hyaga clan? Shino asked in confusion. You'll see, Hinata replied, picking up Shino. Even Akamaru can tell this is hopeless. He's helping me save you both. The dog shows more insight than most, I guess, Shino stated as Hinata picked him up and followed Anko, heading for the meeting point. Where are we going? To the pickup point. I'm getting you guys out of here as quickly as I can. Then I need to go back and help tie up loose ends, Hinata replied, soon catching up to Anko and her clones just as they reached the meeting point, where Irika and the students were waiting. Good, we're all here, Irika nodded, signaling for the smaller ship to land and allow them to board. Once Kiba, Shino, Akamaru, and everyone else were aboard, Hinata disembarked and nodded to them as she went back into the village to find the other targets. Kitsune walked through the market, observing people running and trying to escape. Some brave, or foolish, individuals attempted to attack him, their corpses left on the ground as he continued. Smirking under his mask, he stopped and leaned back just as a shadow formed over him, smashing into the ground where he would have been. Rising from the small crater was Sakura, looking utterly enraged. You Yu-Gi-Oh bastards! Attacking our home like this, she shouted, swinging a fist at him. Chuckling to himself, he dodged by merely leaning, easily reading her strikes. We are at war, Kitsune remarked, dodging another strike. That you started, she shouted. That you asked for. I gave my terms to avoid this, and you refused, he shrugged, stepping back to avoid a kick. To bring back Naruto Baka. No way, she roared, smashing the ground and creating a massive crater that forced Kitsune to jump to avoid the ripple of destruction. Why? He asked. He's pathetic, Sakura retorted. He only ever got in Suzuki-kun's way, did he? And yet he bested the Uchiha not only at the Valley of the End but also in the Sora no Kuni fortress, Kitsune chuckled. Those were accidents, Sakura shrieked. Kitsune merely shrugged, continuing to dodge her attacks. Finally, Sakura stood panting from her efforts as he approached her and began to speak. You foolish little worm, he hissed, punching her in the stomach. You worship Suzuki like he is some gift from the gods, and spit on the one who worked for his abilities. He then backhanded her, sending her skidding across the street as he continued walking towards her. You turned your nose down at a young man who only wanted to be acknowledged. A kick to her side followed. You treated Naruto like he was nothing, worse than nothing. He then punched her in the face, letting her fall to the ground, coughing up blood from the damage. What do you want from me? Sakura asked, fear creeping into her eyes. What I want? Kitsune asked, ripping off his mask to reveal his real face, his rage evident. I want back all the wasted time I spent chasing after you. He grabbed her by the throat and smashed her into a wall. I want back all the time I nursed injuries that you gave me in your cruelty. Naruto then turned and threw her across the road, sending her smashing through a shop window. He followed after her, seeing her trying to crawl away. I want back every kind word I ever gave you. He grabbed her by her leg, swung her over his head, letting her head smash through the ceiling and straight into the ground before throwing her into the middle of the rubble-filled street. What I want is for you to die, he shouted in pure rage, walking towards her, red chakra spilling from him. N.A. Naruto. Sakura gurgled through the blood, trying to crawl away from the figure of pure anger that now stood over her. He grabbed her by the front of her shirt and lifted her into the air, where she was now face to face with him. You are the lowest of the low. A pathetic excuse of a shinobi, a woman, and a human being. The demons that I and my colleagues have within us are better beings than you. You don't even deserve to kiss the ground we walk. Naruto spat, glaring at her before dropping her to her knees, where she barely stayed. Naruto left the market, venturing deeper into the war-torn village, pausing to assess the invasion's progress. This is Anko. Irika and I are out with our targets. Hinata also brought us Kiba, Akamaru, and Shino, Anko reported. Good. Where is she now? Heading back to finish her second objective, Anko replied. Good. Who else has been recovered? He asked. Kakashi has been taken, along with Niji. Lee, Guy, and Tenten are still putting up fierce resistance. Shikamaru, Koji, and Ino are using a combination to decimate anyone who gets too close. Asuma and Kurone haven't been spotted yet, though Gurren has already reached their apartment and gotten Haru to the airship, the operator on the Arashi reported. All right. And our other objectives? Itaki has returned with the tablet from the Uchiha compound. Our forces are finishing with the hospital records and supplies, and the listed doctors and medical nin have been acquired. Our forces are waiting for how to finish with Tsunade and Jiraiya before moving in for the documents from the tower. Hinata is en route to meet other operatives to deal with the Hyuga clan. The rescue for the Akamaiki, Yamanaka, Nara, Abarame, Inyazuka, and Sarutobi families is proceeding, though several members of each clan have died. Konohamaru and his unit are at the extraction point with the Forbidden Scroll. And our endgame? Naruto asked. Rashi and Yukimaru are in position. Killer Bee, Yujito, and Han are still en route. Gaara is reporting heavy opposition but is managing. Fu is almost in position, as is Utakata, the operator finished. Any sign of Danzo or Suzuki? None yet. Our operatives are watching for both, but there's no sign. Very well. Inform our operatives I will handle Team 10, Naruto stated. Understood. Naruto blurred away and soon found the three teammates holding off several dozen Yu-Gi shinobi, with many bodies on the ground. Naruto frowned at their combination, realizing it would be tricky to deal with without hurting his friends too much. Sighing, he leapt down, gave a hand signal, and the Yu-Gi forces backed off as he approached. Naruto, Shikamaru nodded when he saw the blonde walking towards them. Shikamaru, Naruto nodded in turn. Koji, Ino. I've come to ask you to surrender, I don't want to hurt you guys. Sorry, Naruto, but this is our home, Koji replied, smiling at his friend. You wouldn't surrender in our position. True, Naruto chuckled as he looked at them. But at least let me say this, I'm here to get you three and as many of your family members as I can out. You guys are my friends, and I don't want you to die. You'd kill us? Ino asked. Not if I can help it. But our endgame is almost ready, and I don't intend to delay it. I have a lot to finish and not much time. So please, just surrender so I can get you guys aboard the Arashi and out of harm's way, Naruto pleaded. The three friends exchanged looks, knowing Naruto was sincere but unable to abandon the village. Sorry, Naruto, but we can't, Shikamaru stated, nodding to Koji and Ino as they prepared to fight the blonde. Naruto saw the look in their eyes and nodded back, slipping into a fighting stance. Just as they started, Naruto flickered from sight, appearing between them to kick Ino away and deliver a backhanded strike to Koji, sending him skidding. He then targeted Shikamaru, pushing the genius back for a few minutes before backflipping away to avoid Ino's mind jutsu, which hit Shikamaru. Naruto landed and blocked a punch from Koji, who had enlarged his fist. Naruto twisted and wove around the three, never focusing on one for too long, preventing the others from attacking his back. Shikamaru quickly realized the fight wasn't going well. Naruto moved so much he couldn't get a solid read, and he kept them separated, preventing their team jutsu. Naruto skidded to a stop after a few minutes and smirked, suddenly disappearing in a flash of orange and reappearing behind Koji, kicking the teen into the air. He then appeared in front of Ino, punching her in the stomach and sending her skidding back, before reappearing behind her and kicking her into Shikamaru. He reappeared over Koji and flip-kicked him straight into the pair, dazing them and ending their fight. Naruto landed, placed 3 seals on them to stop them from fighting, and began to walk away when he heard Shikamaru. "How?" he asked. "Hiraishin," Naruto replied. "I had placed seals on all of you, I just needed to wear you down to use them to the best extent. You'll be picked up in a few minutes." Naruto was soon back in the thick of the fray. Across the village, B was leaping from roof to roof, heading for his endgame point, when Asuma Sarutobi cut him off. "You're from Yu-Gi-Oh!" Asuma stated as he exhaled a cloud of smoke. "That I am, but I can't stay. So you should be smart and get out of my way." B laughed. "Killer B. You're a Jinchuriki from Kumagakure," Asuma noted, taking out his trench knives. "This is going to be tricky. There's no need to be so mad, just surrender, and Naruto won't be sad," B stated. "Naruto, he wants me out of the village?" Asuma asked with a frown as B nodded. "Wish I could, but my dad died to defend this place, and I can't back down easily. Wish I could say it won't be worse, but you are going to be saying this is a curse," B exclaimed as he drew his blades and faced Asuma, who frowned at the Kumo-nin and then charged forward, swinging his trench knives as B attacked with his multiple blade style, pushing the Konoha Jonin back. Across the village, Yujito muttered a curse as Kurane cut her off, the young woman's face set in a determined frown. "Kurane Sarutobi," Yujito nodded. "You know me?" Kurane asked. "You are a very well-known kunoichi, and Hinata speaks highly of you," Yujito replied. "So Hinata did join Yu-Gi-Oh! I can't really blame her," Kurane nodded. "No chance you would just stop this invasion and leave? Any chance you would just surrender quietly?" "Naruto gave orders to get you, Asuma, and your daughter out of the village before the endgame," Yujito countered. "Haru," Kurane exclaimed. "Relax, she is safe," Yujito promised. "I give you my word on that. And how can I trust you? I have always been an honorable shinobi. My name is Yujito Nii, a Kumagakure shinobi," she stated as Kurane blinked. "You've heard of me? You are very well known too. One of the strongest kunoichi in the world," Kurane replied. "Then will you come quietly?" Yujito offered. "I can't. This is my home," Kurane replied as she flashed through hand signs and finished her genjutsu. "Very well then," Yujito replied as she prepared to fight the Jonin. In the center of the village, Hao was still battling Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were barely holding back the legendary shinobi. Hao had yet to use any of his famous Shin-Katan techniques but had used plenty of others, keeping the 2 older shinobi on their toes as the fight went back and forth. Jiraiya skidded back as Hao kicked him away, then blocked a punch from Tsunade. "This is crazy," Jiraiya panted as he saw Tsunade thrown over to him. "I know," Tsunade agreed. "Please, just surrender." "This is futile," Hao remarked. "We're not giving up," Jiraiya exclaimed as he flashed through hand signs. "Doton Yomi Numa, Swamp of the Underworld." Hao blinked as a swamp appeared under him but smirked as he jumped into the air to avoid it, landing right in the path of a chunk of building Tsunade had thrown at him. Jiraiya moved back with Tsunade, starting another set of hand signs. "Katon in Dan, Flame Bullet." Jiraiya shouted, shooting the oil-enhanced fire at the dust cloud containing Hao. As the fire hit, both Jiraiya and Tsunade kept their eyes on the cloud, knowing a legendary shinobi like Hao wouldn't be defeated so easily. As the cloud dissipated, Hao floated there, now looking serious. He was armored in an intaijutsu that covered his upper body and had 2 larger clawed arms to greatly enhance his fighting abilities. Mounted on his back were 2 large cylindrical objects, which the 2 older nin were sure were very dangerous. "Impressive. It has been a long time since someone forced me to don the Shin-Katan, Haino Seishin Kurobina, Spirit of Fire, Black Fowl," Hao nodded. "But this is the end." Before either of the 2 Sunin could react, Hao was already in front of them, his 2 extra arms swinging and smashing them into the ground. Before they could move, Hao picked them up, smashed them into each other, and then threw them into a line of buildings, leaving them dazed and barely able to stand. "It appears that I have overdone it," Hao sighed as the jutsu ended and he approached the 2 who couldn't even move. "Arashi, I need a pickup for Jiraiya and Tsunade. Send word to the rest of our forces, we are clear to enter the Hokage Tower." Of course, the operator replied as Hal looked at the two defeated shinobi before heading into the tower to search for any secrets Hashirama Senju might have hidden. Near the clan district, Hinata stopped, a grin forming as she saw her father and a group of Hyaga holding the line. Hayashi, Hinata stated as she faced him. Hinata, what are you doing here? Hayashi asked as he saw her. Before he realized what happened, Hinata had crossed the distance and struck 3 times, 2 to his chest and 1 to his throat, knocking him down and dazing him as the other Hyaga members attacked. Before any of them could reach her, a blast of water hit them, sending them flying as Nami dropped down. Are you okay? She asked. Just fine, Hinata nodded as she stood over her father, and Nami handed her Kotaki. Hayashi, let me ask you one thing. Do you regret banishing Naruto? No. Hayashi spat. Then the death of the village must be on your head. If you hadn't banished him that day, we wouldn't be here right now, Hinata replied coldly as she stabbed his eyes out. I won't kill you, just leave you here blind until the end comes. Hayashi screamed in pain as the blade took his eyes, but Hinata was deaf to his cries as she and Nami moved through the clan district, taking out any Hyaga they came across and incapacitating any of the other clans. Yujito skidded to a stop, panting as she stared at Kurane, who wasn't doing much better. You are tough, Yujito nodded. But I can't play around much longer. Before Kurane could react, Yujito threw 2 kunao. Kurane blocked them but didn't realize a flash bomb was right behind them, blinding her as Yujito struck, knocking the Genjutsu mistress out with 3 blows. Across the village, B had inflicted enough damage on Asuma that he couldn't keep fighting much longer. Yo, this is Killa B, Asuma has been beaten by me, he said into the communicator. B, please stop rapping and move on to your target point. We are almost ready for the endgame, the operator sighed. I am sending the pickup teams for Asuma and Kurane now. Naruto stopped when he saw Lee, Tenten, and Guy, sighing as he realized he couldn't hold back in this fight. Leaping down, he made eye contact with them and slipped into a fighting stance. Sorry, bushy brows, but I can't leave you guys behind, Naruto nodded. Leave us behind? Tenten asked. We are about 15 minutes from our endgame. I need to get you guys out before we end this, Naruto replied. What are you going to do? Guy asked with a frown. That would be telling, Naruto chuckled as he flickered from sight and punched Lee in the face, sending him flying into Tenten. Naruto leaned back as Guy unleashed a spinning kick, and the fight began in earnest. Naruto soon realized that against 3 shinobi who were combat specialists, 2 of them taijutsu masters, he might have bitten off more than he could chew. Skidding back from a kick Lee had made to his chest, he stood shakily but stopped when a wall of sand cut him off. Enough, Naruto. You have other matters to deal with, Gaara chided as he stared at the 3. I can handle this. You sure? Naruto asked. You still need to get to your station. I can defeat them in 10 minutes and get there in time, Gaara promised. Now go. There are other things that need to be dealt with. Naruto nodded as he took off at a run, and Gaara sent a wave of sand to stop Tenten from pursuing. I am sorry, but I can't allow you to pass. I will only ask once, please surrender now, or I will be forced to use whatever means necessary to stop you, Gaara warned. The 3 exchanged glances, all knowing that Gaara was the Kazekage and shouldn't be taken lightly, but neither could they just back down. Gaara soon realized they were determined to fight, and before Tenten could get away, he had her trapped in a sphere of sand. Lee and Guy blinked in shock as Gaara sent waves of sand at them, which the 2 dodged or smashed through, but soon Gaara had them restrained as well. Why are you doing this? Lee asked. To protect you, Gaara replied as he finished informing the Arashi to pick them up. This village is about to be destroyed, and we are getting everyone out that we possibly can. How? Guy asked. You will see. Now I have to go, Gaara replied as he left the sand to hold them, created a platform of sand, and was soon on his way. Naruto stopped on a building near the Hokage Tower and smiled when the report he most needed to hear came in. Leaping down, he walked into the decimated square where Danzo was now standing. Danzo, Naruto nodded as he faced the older shinobi. Naruto, Danzo nodded in turn. You have done what I have most feared. You have brought ruin to this village. Wouldn't have happened if you hadn't banished me all those years ago, Naruto noted. It wouldn't have happened if you hadn't learned your father's technique so quickly, Danzo retorted, continuing when Naruto gave him a confused look. I knew there was no way Tsunade would let you join Root, so I planned to have you banished, then after an attempted kidnapping by Itaki and Kisame, I would have Root saved you and take you back to the village where you would have been trained to be an unstoppable weapon. At the cost of my humanity, Naruto replied as he shook his head at the man. You and Hayashi Hayaga brought this doom upon the village. Both of you trying to do what you thought would further your own goals when you should have left well enough alone. Danzo only frowned at this as he prepared to strike. Before he could, he felt a blade stab him from behind and saw the Naruto in front of him disappear in a cloud of smoke. You should watch your back more, Danzo, Naruto chided as he pulled Giru free and then moved back a few steps, seeing Danzo was fine. So Itaka's report was correct. He told me you had undergone some interesting modifications in hopes of controlling me, including getting 10 Sharingan on your right arm. I'm surprised that Itachi told you all this, Danzo noted. When he realized his brother was turned into a monster by you, he decided to help me out, Naruto shrugged. And that technique you used, that was Izanagi, and it just cost you one of your Sharinans. You are well informed. But you realize that I will not fall for such a trick twice. Though I must admit that I am impressed that you managed to hide yourself from my Sharingan, Danzo said with a frown. I've been training to fight against Sharingan users for years now. I know how to hide my presence from them, Naruto nodded as he drew Raging Gufu, and the blade began to let out a high-pitched scream. Sing, Raging Gufu. Swinging the blade, a crescent of wind flew from it, catching Danzo off guard as he was cut in two, then disappeared and reappeared a short distance away. The fight progressed like this for several minutes, with Naruto pressuring the older nin with his speed and control of the zone with his blades while counteracting any ninjutsu Danzo could throw at him. After 9 minutes, Danzo was on his last Sharingan, having had no chance to stop using his Izanagi. He panted from the massive chakra loss and realized Naruto had stopped as well, frowning as he checked the sun. I'm almost out of time. Time to speed things up, Naruto stated as he removed his coat and rolled his shoulders. How Sensei is a lot like Guy, lots of weights. In a blur, Naruto crossed the distance, and Danzo realized he was about to be killed again as he felt Giro pierce his side as Raging Gufu swung upward and cut him in two. Danzo flickered from sight again and reappeared, now on his last Sharingan. It is a shame that we banished you. I can only imagine what we might have accomplished if we had you fighting for us, Danzo stated. The past is blinding in its clarity, Naruto nodded as he opened a scroll and unleashed dozens of high-ration kunao. Grinning, Naruto disappeared in a flash and soon had a continuous orange blur around Danzo before it stopped, and Danzo tried to find where the blonde had gone before realizing there was a hissing sound. Looking down, he saw hundreds of explosive tags on the ground, and they went off, forcing Danzo to use his last Sharingan. When the smoke cleared, Danzo stood there, panting and barely able to stand, just as Naruto reappeared in front of him. I admit, Danzo, you were the biggest threat to our plan, Naruto stated as he touched his comm link. Start endgame. From the edge of the village, there was a primal roar as the 8 Biju appeared around the village, all of them facing the center. No, Danzo whispered in shock. Yeah, the Izanagi has the potential to cancel out what we had planned, and we couldn't have that, Naruto explained as he looked down at Danzo. But now that you have lost all 11 of those borrowed eyes, we can finish our invasion. Naruto paused to touch the comm link again. Is everyone out? This is the Arashi. We have everyone aboard, and all objectives have been met. Good. Tell the others to begin endgame, Naruto nodded as he looked at Danzo. I won't kill you, I will let you die alongside this village that you love so much. With those final words, Naruto disappeared in a flash and was back aboard the Arashi, just as the 8 Biju finished making their Bijutamas, and in a blinding flash, they fired, creating a massive explosion that tore up the trees around the village. When the smoke finally cleared, the shinobi village that was once Konoha no Sato was gone, and only a crater remained in its place. Naruto turned from the scene of utter destruction and faced the remaining shinobi from his former home who stared at the crater with such pain and loss. Naruto counted the total people rescued and realized it was less than he had hoped for but more than he had expected. Everyone, Naruto started as he moved to a point where they all could see him. I know this is a heartbreaking moment for all of you, losing your homes like this, and I want to apologize that it had to come to this. I never wanted the village destroyed like this, but in the end, this was the only way of ensuring a better future. A better future, a shinobi in the crowd shouted. What kind of future can you build on the blood and bones of the dead? One where such an event will never need to occur again, Naruto replied. You can ask Tsunade. I offered Konoha every chance to turn from this scenario, every chance to come join us in Yu-Gi-Oh and become more than what it was. And every time the council chose to turn us away. He is right, Tsunade sighed. We did everything we could to stop this, but in the end, the civilians thought we could win. Against a force that outnumbered us 10-1? Shikaka snorted. We had better odds of stopping all the tailed beasts at once. Naruto, you said to all of us that you had planned on securing different things. What were they? Kakashi asked as he stepped out of the crowd of shinobi. That information is only for those who will join us, Naruto stated. That's quite a lot, Tsunade noted. But all of it was necessary, Naruto replied. They turned to see a cloud of black smoke rising. What is that? Kakashi asked. The other part of Phase 3, Naruto explained, walking to the comm link station. This is the Arashi. What's your status, Inajima? Inajima here. The destruction of Otagakure is going according to plan. No survivors so far, and Orochimaru is on the run. Don't let him escape. What about the other bases? All destroyed. The Shoku has already taken out every base in the elemental nations. Guren's information made it a lot easier. And Kabuto? No sign of him. Naruto frowned, signing off and looking at the 3 stunned former Konoha shinobi. You were attacking Orochimaru while you were also invading us? Jiraiya asked in shock. Killing him is the better term. Orochimaru is too dangerous to leave alive, which is why we launched a surprise attack. Guren's high-level information helped us find all his bases. I doubt we got all of them, and it will take years to ensure he's fully destroyed, but we should eradicate the majority of Orochimaru's taint by nightfall, Naruto explained, walking towards the door. We'll be in Kumagakure in about an hour. Once we land, I want you three to join me for a main council meeting. Why? Tsunade asked. Because Phase 4 is about to begin. I need to brief you and get your opinions. Fresh eyes might spot something I've missed, Naruto explained as he left. An hour later, they arrived in Kumagakure. Most shinobi were taken to temporary housing while permanent establishments were made. Naruto and his commanders, along with Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Shikamaru, and Shikaku, went to the main meeting room where A and Mei Terumi waited. Glad to see it all went well, A nodded, looking at the new arrivals. Tsunade nodded, shaking his hand. It's a pleasure to be on the same side this time. Too true, the Raikage chuckled, nodding for them to sit as Naruto went to the head of the table. Alright everyone, it's time to prepare for the final phase, Naruto sighed, distributing folders. To brief our new arrivals, these first 3 phases were to unite the world under a single banner, preparing to fight our true threat. True threat? Shikamaru frowned. For the last 18 years, someone has been manipulating things from the shadows, starting with the Nine Tails attack, the 4th Mizukage's madness, the sudden change in the Akatsuki's methods. I've spoken at length with those close to the people involved in each of these incidents, and it all points to one figure who should be long dead, Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha, Jiraiya exclaimed. He should be dead. Should be, and I think he likely is, Naruto nodded. I believe we have another Uchiha masquerading as him, pushing things towards his final goal. He manipulated Nagato into changing Akatsuki operations, took control of the Mizukage, and released the 9 tails from my mother during my birth. He's trying to instill chaos while moving towards his ultimate goal, gathering the tailed beasts. But why? Kakashi asked. The tailed beasts are powerful but not unstoppable. Agreed, Naruto nodded. That's why I'm hoping the stone tablet we recovered from the Uchiha compound will shed some light on the matter. According to Itachi, a masked man helped him kill the Uchiha clan that night, but Itachi thinks it was a ruse to read the tablet while the clan was distracted. So what do you think this man is planning? Mei asked. If I had to guess, a war. A war to capture all 9-tailed beasts and implement his master plan. A war that will be the final one on this land, Naruto replied. Are you certain? Kakashi asked. I have looked over his reasonings and findings and come to the same conclusion, how stated. If it's true that this masked Uchiha calling himself Madara is trying to start another war, then it's best we've united the world. Every shinobi nation stands with us now, along with the smaller nations. The Land of Iron has also agreed to aid us, so we're prepared for the worst-case scenario, Tsunade noted. Not quite, Naruto sighed as everyone looked at him. There was one objective we didn't meet in the Konoha invasion, and I'm positive he got away. Sasuke, Kakashi sighed. Yeah, he wasn't sighted once during the attack, Naruto nodded. I think Madara got him out and is likely preparing him to fight us. Itachi, is it possible to use a genjutsu to trigger the Mangekyo Sharingan? In theory, yes, Itachi nodded. It would have to be very complex and difficult to break, one the mind could accept with ease. But if it could be done, the evolution could occur. Crap, Naruto cursed. All we need is Sasuke with a Mangekyo Sharingan. Would it be that bad? Mei asked. A full-powered Sharingan makes him challenging. A Mangekyo Sharingan will make him a much larger threat. There's no telling what his abilities will be with its second step, and that will make him very unpredictable, Naruto explained. But we have Itachi on our side, Jiraiya noted. And he's going blind, Naruto sighed. It's true. The cost of the Mangekyo is to lose one sight the more you use it. The only way around this is to take someone else's Sharingan and thus keep your sight, Itachi explained. So you take Sasuke's eyes, Jiraiya replied. He's already gone down the path of evil, so there shouldn't be a problem. True. Though I would like one last chance to try and convince him to change his path, Itachi sighed. I doubt it will work, but if it does, great, Naruto replied. Okay, you all have copies of the files, and inside are the assignments I need each of you to handle. Look them over and be ready to move out at a moment's notice. Until then, it's business as usual. There was a nod of general agreement as they all stood and left the room to begin their preparations and to try and find out what their enemy was planning. Orochimaru panted, hidden on the outskirts of his villages. Yu-Gi-Oh had caught him flat-footed and pressed the advantage. His forces were destroyed, and shinobi as powerful as he was in their respective areas pursued him. He didn't know how this happened but was determined to survive. To make matters worse, some key people he brought to this base were suddenly missing, and he was certain they hadn't defected to Yu-Gi-Oh, which made their disappearance even more troubling. Before Orochimaru could react, a sword stabbed through the tree in his chest, shocking him. He shed that form, emerging from the mouth of the old body. He'd done this twice already and couldn't do it again for at least another 30 minutes. You won't escape, a voice to his right said as the ninjutsu master landed, already flashing through hand signs. Katan, Teo Kamanoyari, Lance of the Sun God. A lance of white-hot fire shot out, too large for Orochimaru to evade. The sun impaled, flashing through hand signs, attempting to use a wind ninjutsu to counteract the worst of the fire. What he hadn't expected was the massive heat, literally feeling his skin cooking from the increasing temperature. As the fire stopped, Orochimaru stopped the jutsu and found his arms charred and useless. Two kunao stabbed him in the back as he turned and saw the third pursuer landing, the one who used long-range weapons in genjutsu. You're finished, the swordsman said, leaping down from the trees where he'd moved during the fire jutsu, flickering from sight while swinging his sword. All Orochimaru could do was roll to the side, where another kunao struck him in the leg, and he fell to the ground. Orochimaru panicked for the first time in many years, realizing he still had 5 minutes before he could use the snake-shedding technique again and knew they wouldn't wait that long. Before he could try to buy time, the first man swung his blade, removing Orochimaru's head from his shoulders, then nodded to the ninjutsu user to set the whole thing on fire. Once the body was burning, the swordsman touched his communicator. This is the takedown team. Orochimaru is dead, body confirmed and incinerated. Very good. Return to the Inajima, the operator said, ensuring the message was sent to Kumagakure. In a hidden base deep in the woods of the Land of Fire, Tobi stood over Suzuki, who was trapped in an illusion designed to trigger the Mangekyo Sharingan. He'd been in the illusion for days since the masked man had gotten him out of the village. Tobi knew Ygir would attack soon after they'd attacked Uegakure, and he'd need the Avenger on his side to help deal with the tailed beasts. He'd also acquired several other key pieces for his altered plan since they'd failed to capture a single tailed beast. Kabuto was undergoing a transformation that would make him even more powerful while he also worked on creating an army of Edo Tensei soldiers for Tobi. The few members of Orochimaru's forces Tobi could acquire trained in a different part of the base. Suijutsu was easy to recruit, as Tobi had gathered 5 of the 7 swords from Kirigakure and promised him the other 2 once they were taken. Karen proved troublesome, but his promise of giving her to Suzuki settled that matter. Yugo was the most difficult due to his madness. However, once Tobi told him that Kimimaro had died for Suzuki and that it was now his duty to work for the Uchiha, Yugo instantly calmed down and was now working on controlling his abilities even better. Suzuki's scream as he was freed from the illusion, his eyes changing, tore Tobi from his thoughts. The masked man nodded as he saw the Uchiha staring at him, his new eyes bleeding from the shift. You're ready now. Now you can take your revenge on all those who have wronged you, Itachi, the remains of Konoha, and Naruto Uzumaki. The last one earned a snarl from the Uchiha's throat as he grabbed his blade and slashed through a wall. When do we start? He asked with a grin as he faced his benefactor. Naruto sat in a circle as he and the other Jinchuriki communed with their tailed beasts. They had all done this on their own many times, but Naruto had them doing this together now to ensure they could work together when needed. Soon, all of them were inside a water-floored plane with their demons in the same circle they had been sitting in the real world. So the war begins, Sanbai noted quietly. Indeed. Have you heeded our advice? Nibi asked, looking at Naruto. As best as I could. Suzuki got away, and the other targets did as well. To be expected, Rokubai nodded. You have enough elements in place to handle the final battle, but the question is, will we be able to keep us all safe? We are the main targets in this war, Rashi stated. We will have to do what we can, Gaara remarked. If we do not take part, a great many people will die from all the villages, and as Kazekage, I will not allow that to happen. Agreed, Naruto nodded. We can't sit back on this one and let everyone else die for us. Until our scouts get back, we won't be able to do much, but we can work together with our respective tailed beasts. Is that so? Kurama asked with a chuckle. You've been trying to work with me for years now, brat. What makes you think I'll work with you now? Our opponent is someone you hate more than me, Naruto replied with a grin as Kurama stared at him before grinning. Too true, he finally laughed. I assume all of you agree on this matter? There were nods from the other 8 beasts as Kurama looked down at Naruto. You know what you've got to do. Yeah. For all of us, human and tailed beast, we need to win, Naruto grinned as Kurama held up his fist for a knuckle bump, and Naruto returned the gesture. Then let us do just that, Kurama grinned. With that, they all exited the mental world and were soon standing and stretching. Naruto was soon heading back up to the main meeting room where he was joined by Hao. We've had news. Oh? Naruto asked, looking at his teacher. Our scouts are back, and they say they are massing near the remains of the Land of Sound. I see. That means they have to cross 2 countries to get here. Only if we let them, Hao nodded. If we can maneuver ourselves and our armies just right, we could keep the fighting to areas where there are no people. Yes, but who should lead these armies? Naruto mused. Have the others been informed? Yes, Hao replied. We will need to discuss that and determine who will go where. Naruto only nodded as he turned down a side corridor and entered the main hall, and from there to the meeting room where the other leaders had already gathered. Soon they had a map laid out and were pointing out several different areas where they could have the battles. The southeastern coast will do, keeping our backs safe from a sea attack, May noted. Agreed, and this desert here on the eastern edge of the Land of Frost, right where the border is. Our forces can fight without restraint here, Gaara added. Alright, and here along the northern edge of the forest of the Land of Fire. This way, we stop them from sweeping lower and catching us off guard, Kakashi added, pointing to a spot in the forests. We also need to protect the daimyo, Jiraiya pointed out. If they get the leaders of the nations, it doesn't matter if we win or not. Alright, Naruto nodded as he finished circling the key points. These are where we send our main forces, and from there, I advise we bring the daimyo to a safe house and have one of the cage keep watch over them with a small force of shinobi. I'll volunteer, May stated. Seeing as you will need the other cage elsewhere. Fine, Naruto nodded as he looked back over the map. And Tsunade, you will help coordinate things from here. We will need you to use the Yamanaka clan and any other shinobi with mind abilities to communicate with us over long distances, so we can gather our forces and move them accordingly. Mifune, I'm placing you in charge of our 5th army, stationed in the forest. Be cautious, as we don't know the extent of the enemy's attack. Of course, Mifune nodded. Kakashi, you will take the 4th army and be stationed here, at the border of the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Frost. You will be behind the advance team and handle anything that heads that way. Got it, Kakashi nodded. Shikamaru, you are in charge of the 3rd army. You will cover our backs and guard the beach. I know you'll say it's troublesome, but I need the others elsewhere. Fine, troublesome blonde, Shikamaru grumbled. Rashi and Gaara will be in charge of the last 2 armies, and you will be our main force. The attack will hit us hardest at our own borders, and we will be as prepared as possible. We will divide our forces amongst these armies, Naruto explained. The medics will be kept off the front lines and will have their pavilion set up here, between all the armies. Good, Tsunade nodded. I note that you haven't specified what yourself, Jiraiya, and Hao will be doing, or the other Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki will be divided amongst the armies, while myself and Hao will be floaters. Jiraiya, I need you among the initial forward party to deal with the enemy before their main army can make contact with ours. Be cautious and be prepared to fall back after you've dealt with their forward party, Naruto explained. Okay, who will be with me? Jiraiya asked. I'd like to get moving soon. I'll be sending Sasori, Konan, and Neji with you. Remember to play it safe. I don't need a repeat of what happened in AIM, Naruto grinned, looking at Jiraiya, who chuckled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Right, he nodded. I'll go let them know. Alright, we have our plan. Now let's divide our forces and get moving, Naruto shouted. 5 hours later, Jiraiya's team was on the move, working as quickly and quietly as they could through the quiet countryside, noting that the Kumagakure shinobi and the members of Yu-Gi-Oh had already evacuated the 2 countries in case the fighting became as violent as expected. Once they reached the border of the Land of Hot Water, Jiraiya motioned for them to stop and nodded towards Neji. It's clear for now, however, being this close to the enemy, we are bound to see something soon, Neji reported. Alright. Sasori, Konan, the 3 of us are going to start setting up traps in this area and slowly move back. Neji, keep those eyes of yours peeled, and as soon as you see a chakra source, let us know, Jiraiya ordered. Understood, Neji nodded, moving back a few feet as Sasori and Konan began laying explosive tags in various areas, along with tripwires along the ground and through the canopy of the few trees in the area. As they slowly moved back, Neji suddenly perked up and shouted, "Above us!" Jiraiya looked up and saw an ice mirror above them with an Edo Tensei face looking at them as it sent Senbon needles their way. Leaping to the sides, Jiraiya flashed through hand signs and quickly sent a blast of fire at the mirror that withstood the heat and flames with ease as another airborne figure passed overhead and sent down multiple explosives. Deidara, Sasori muttered as they dodged the explosions. Can you handle him? Konan asked as she moved behind a boulder to dodge a Senbon from Haku. Konan, please, Sasori smirked as he took a small scroll from his back and unrolled it. He placed his hand over a seal that red air and with a cloud of smoke, held 10 small puppets designed to fly. Grinning, he made the connection to each puppet before sending them out to attack and watched as Deidara attempted to blow them out of the sky. Sasori-senpai, you are alive! Deidara shouted as he sent a clay bird towards one of the puppets that twisted with ease to avoid it while another sent a shuriken flying into it to blow it up. Didn't think you'd betray us, though. I was made an offer I could not refuse. And now I have taken my art to a whole new level. Sasori exclaimed as he moved the puppets to combine into 3 larger ones that struck, sending a blast of electricity at Deidara, who had to jump off the clay bird he was on and create another one as the first fell to the ground useless. Ha! Looks like we can finally decide who is the better artist. Deidara shouted as he sent a swarm of small insects towards Sasori, who who only smirked as he saw Konan create a wall of paper to encase them and seal them before Deidara could explode them. While the aerial battle raged, Jiraiya held off Haku, who was proving to be a difficult opponent to pin down. "You are one tough chick," Jiraiya noted as he dodged another barrage of needles. "I'm a guy," Haku stated bluntly as he struck again. "Wait a second, you're that ice kid Naruto told me about," Jiraiya shouted as he rolled under the kick that Haku had used as he shot out of an ice mirror and into another. "Naruto? You know him?" Haku asked. "I helped train the kid," Jiraiya replied as he flashed through hand signs and created another fireball that forced Haku to change mirrors to get a better target on Jiraiya. "Then he is doing well?" Haku asked. "He's doing better than well. He's one of the guys in charge of our army that you're being forced up against," Jiraiya explained as he dodged another attack. "I see. That is good to know," Haku smiled. "It is a shame that we are enemies again, but I cannot stop this." "I figured as much," Jiraiya replied as he moved away and grinned as he activated the flash bomb he had dropped and smirked as the mirrors intensified the blast, blinding Haku and forcing him to retreat while his vision returned. In the air, Deidara was on the ropes as he couldn't attack one of the puppets, as the other two would move in to protect it and cancel out his explosions before they could happen with their lightning attacks. "This is cheating, Sasori-senpai," Deidara shouted down to the puppet master. Naruto and Hao surveyed the unfolding battle from the deck of the Arashi, a map spread between them. "Not good," Naruto muttered. "Edo Tensei are tough enough, but now we've got these white Zetsus. Any luck sending Deidara back to the afterlife?" Hao shook his head. "None. We've reviewed the Nidaime Hokage's notes and Orochimaru's research. Apparently, the jutsu has been tweaked. There are two stages, Ascension 1 where they can converse, which is dangerous if they manipulate someone against a deceased loved one, and the familiar mindless berserker stage. To send them back, they must lose all attachment to this world, or the jutsu's caster must release it. I've dispatched one of our best operatives to handle that," Naruto said, tapping his comlink. "How's it going, Itachi?" "Making progress," Itachi replied. "I've avoided patrols and am nearing the point Niji-san identified as the army's origin. I'll locate the Edo Tensei's caster soon, and you can stop him and the jutsu," Naruto pressed. "One can hope," Itachi responded, assuming no unexpected difficulties. "Roger that," Naruto said, ending the call and switching to the general army frequency. "This is Shikamaru. We have a slight problem here." "What's wrong?" Naruto asked, a frown creasing his brow. "The Edo Tensei's creator did a very good job," Shikamaru explained. "They resurrected the original Inoshikacho trio that founded the village." "Bad, very. These guys developed many of the tactics we still use. Do what you can to bring them down fast. If it gets too hot, send word. I'll see if Nagato can divert a body, or how, or I can step in." "Understood," Shikamaru acknowledged, refocusing on the fight and narrowly dodging his great-great-grandfather's shadow. "Not bad, boy. Troublesome if you hadn't dodged that, though," the elder Nara sighed. "What a drag," Shikamaru sighed in return. "Quit being lazy," both Inos shouted at the Naras, then smirked at each other. Guys, shouldn't we focus here?" Koji exclaimed as his ancestor threw him near the two. "Yeah. Formation 4, Shikamaru nodded, but their combination was disrupted by the previous generation, pushing them back. Shikamaru's frown deepened. "Come now, you three, we know that old trick," Yamanaka chuckled, brushing hair from her eyes. "You're going to have to do better than that, or should we be focusing our attentions on your army instead?" "Ease up there," Akamaiki chided, noticing Shikamaru was planning something. "The Nara kid is up to something." "Troublesome," Nara sighed, nodding to his teammates as they initiated their Nikuden yo-yo. "Shikamaru?" Ino asked, slightly worried. "Koji, Ino. Remember that new plan we were working on?" Shikamaru asked. "Yeah," Ino nodded. "Time to try it out." "Formation F," Shikamaru roared, launching his shadow towards the Yamanaka. Koji blurred, using the butterfly transformation to become skinny and target Nara, while Ino prepared her mind techniques against the Akamaiki. Koji and Shikamaru disrupted the ancestors' technique, having switched opponents. The three ancestors frowned. "You have divided yourselves," Yamanaka scoffed, glaring at Shikamaru. "You are only weakening yourselves." "Are we?" Shikamaru asked with a grin, leaping back as Ino, controlling the Akamaika's body, backhanded Yamanaka across the battlefield and into Shikamaru's easily wrapping shadow. "Koji," Shikamaru called to his friend, seeing he had the Nara airborne and regenerating his arms from apparent damage. "Figured he couldn't trap me without his arms," Koji chuckled, crashing to the ground where Shikamaru quickly called a team of sealers to contain the three ancestors. "That went surprisingly well," Ino chuckled. "Formation F is a success. Distract their attention, then rely on the others to work with you," Shikamaru nodded, turning to see many fights still raging. "Troublesome. Let's get to work." "Right," Koji exclaimed as the trio prepared to rejoin the fray. "Status report," Kakashi Inoichi asked from HQ. We're dealing with Kisame's old friends from Kiri, Kakashi replied. Samehada is draining enough chakra for our sealers to trap them before too much damage is done. There's a slight problem, though. There's a living boy here, taking the swords as they fall and using them against us. We're having a hard time fighting him. Does he have a name? Calls himself Suijutsu. Noted. We'll see what we can do. Inoichi nodded, informing Shikaku, who then looked at A and Tsunade. If he's alive, we need to capture him. He might have valuable intel, A noted. Doing so might be difficult, Tsunade countered. Inoichi, connect with Kisame and see what he knows about this boy. On it, Inoichi stated, falling silent for a few moments before speaking again. He recognizes the boy. He's the brother of one of the Edo Tensei on the field and is as skilled as Zabuza, capable of using any of those swords. Damn, A cursed. And the worst part is that he's intent on getting the full set, according to him, so he's going all out against Kisame, Inoichi added. Inform Kisame to do whatever it takes to end this quickly, Tsunade stated. We'll just have to trust that Itake can get into the enemy base undetected. A snorted, knowing their luck wouldn't be that good. Kisame grunted, using Samehada to block Kubikari Hoko's swing from Suijutsu, who had taken it from the fallen Zabuza. Not going to lose to you this time, Kisame-senpai, Suijutsu shouted. Kisame merely smirked as he watched the boy's muscles swell, swinging the giant sword. Kaki, you are decades too early to be fighting me. Kisame roared with a laugh, easily blocking the weapon and sliding Samehada into shred through Suijutsu's stomach, dropping him. He frowned, however, seeing water instead of blood on his blade and Suijutsu rising with a smirk. That's right, Kisame-senpai, Orochimaru experimented on me quite a bit. Now there's no way I can't beat you, he roared, swinging the blade at Kisame. Kisame chuckled, met the slash with a block, and grabbed the weapon, ramming Samehada into Suijutsu. He smirked as Samehada began devouring all of Suijutsu's chakra, which was incorporated into his every cell due to Orochimaru's procedure. Suijutsu, you may be stronger than just about anyone with that ability, but against me and Samehada, you aren't capable of even making me go all out, Kisame stated seriously. Shame you have to die, but you are way too dangerous to leave alive. With those final words, Suijutsu screamed as Samehada completely devoured him. Kisame turned to Kakashi, nodding as he saw the Jonin slashing through a Zetsu clone with his new sword, Arashi Akari. The blade was identical to those Naruto gave Itaki and Nagato, only yellow and emitting constant electricity that paralyzed or killed foes, which it usually did in Kakashi's hands. You good? Kisame asked, scanning the battlefield. Fine, Kakashi stated with a scowl, also surveying the area. They are tougher than we thought. Immortal army here, Kisame chuckled, walking towards a large cluster of Zetsu. But that just means we get to cut loose some more. With a bestial roar, Kisame charged the enemy. Kakashi only sighed, following the man, knowing he would likely lead him to the areas needing the most assistance. Naruto frowned, continuing to move the pieces representing various armies across the map with Hao, displeased with their observations. They are pushing us, Hao noted. Not too surprising. What truly shocks me is their determination and the fact we haven't seen one of the others transform yet, Naruto nodded. Well, placing Yukimaru with Rashi was a wise decision, as was adding Yujito to Gaara's team. Since those two are intertwined, they can look after our inexperienced Jinchuriki, Hao nodded as Naruto agreed. How is the Fifth Army doing? Naruto asked. Holding their positions for now, but with night falling, we will be at a dangerous disadvantage. We need to be careful, Naruto nodded. It was a good thing we had those Rikudo Sennin tools, though. Indeed. If we hadn't sealed those brothers away and gotten them off the battlefield before this Madara could claim them, it might have ended badly for us, Hao nodded. The fact that we haven't seen him yet troubles me greatly. No kidding, Naruto nodded, moving another piece. No sign of Sasuke either, or Kabuto. But I'm willing to bet he's behind the Edo Tensei. It makes sense, Hao nodded. I am surprised that we didn't go and handle this. If we kill Kabuto, it won't stop those super zombies, Naruto replied. Itaki might be able to use a genjutsu of some kind to get him to perform the jutsu. Logical, Hao smiled as Inoichi suddenly made contact. We have trouble. Those Zetsu clones are capable of transforming into perfect copies of whoever they make contact with. There is no difference in chakra, and the only thing they don't take are memories, Inoichi reported. Crap, Naruto cursed, sifting through papers until he found the one he sought. Okay, Inoichi, send word to the entire army, this is the procedure they are to take until I can get to them. Those active in the field are to cease all activities, and no one is to leave their designated spots. If they so much as step a foot outside their designated spot, they are to be assumed as Zetsu and killed on sight. If they are heading for the medical area, all guards are to use passphrase 3 until I can get a clone there to check and see who are the real ones and who are the fakes. Understood, Inoichi nodded. Troubling, Hao noted. With this kind of capability, they could plant moles and sabotage us without us ever knowing. Good thing that Kyuubi and I are working together now, Naruto chuckled, creating several clones and ordering them to the various armies to check for fakes. Naruto turned and nodded to Hao. We need to get down there soon. Otherwise, who knows what they will pull next. Sir, a voice screamed over the comm link. What is it? Naruto exclaimed. We have a lone Edo Tensei cutting his way through our ranks. He is too powerful. We have been unable to stop him, and I am barely STA. Gugh, the shinobi began, but was silenced as Naruto heard the sound of a katana being pulled out. Naruto was about to disengage the link when he heard someone speak. I know you are there. I suggest you come down from wherever it is that you are hiding before I have to do this to your entire army, the voice said. Naruto frowned and looked at Hao, who had a curious expression and nodded for Naruto to pinpoint the location. Once they found him, the pair took to the air, arriving to see a young man, around Naruto's age, walking down a path, a bloody katana dripping on the ground. He had neck-length dark brown hair, orange headphones behind his ears, a black vest, trimmed shorts with orange lining, and wrapped sandals. Yo! Hao whispered, facing the Edo Tensei youth. Ha! How? Yo asked, cocking his head. Yes, little brother, Hao nodded as Naruto shot Hao a surprised look. This is your brother? Naruto asked in shock. He is, Hao nodded, staring at the young swordsman. Naruto, I must ask that you leave this fight to me. No way, Naruto exclaimed. As your sensei, I am prepared to order it, Hao stated, giving Naruto a look that conveyed he would. Just tell me why. Naruto finally huffed. He trusted his sensei, but he didn't want to leave him to fight the brother who had caused one of the world's most powerful shinobi to become a hermit. It is my fault that Yo died. And while you are an exceptional shinobi, Naruto, Yo stands on par with me, if not more so, Hao stated calmly. He is a master of Shin Doton as I am a master of Shin Katan. Oh, Naruto nodded in understanding. Before you leave, I must ask that you return his sword to him, Yo stated. If I must face my brother, I must face him at his best, and that cheap katana he wields will not do against me. If you're sure, Naruto nodded, opening a scroll and unsealing the last katana, tossing it to Yo, who caught it and nodded. Thank you, Yo smiled, drawing the weapon. I miss Shizuka Chikyu, this katana does not sit right in my hands. Thank you, Naruto. Now please leave, I don't want you to have to see me spill your sensei's blood. Don't worry, everything will work out. Yo smiled at Naruto, and the blonde nodded in turn, feeling that while under enemy control, Yo was still an honorable man who wouldn't betray Hao's trust. Meet up with me when you can, Hao-sensei, Naruto stated, getting back on his board and taking off into the sky. Itachi paused as he reached the forest's edge, seeing the ravine ahead where the enemy was likely. Cautiously, he approached the opening, then realized it was a trap. Stopping, he scanned his surroundings but saw nothing, even after checking for genjutsu. Still finding nothing, he stepped into the ravine and down into the cave system, coming face to face with Sasuke and a small army of Edo Tensei behind him. Itachi Sasuke smirked, facing his older brother, Mangekyo Sharingan spinning. I did what you said, correctly this time. I have those eyes you wanted and the power now to crush you and everyone in my path. A pity that you have fallen so far into the darkness that you cannot see that you are nothing more than a puppet, Itachi stated. I did not kill our entire clan so you could become a monster. I'm not a monster, Sasuke roared. And you should have let the coup happen. No, I was wrong in my request, Itachi sighed, looking at Sasuke not as his brother, but as a rogue ninja who needed to be silenced. I will kill you now, Sasuke, and preserve the world before your madness burns it to the ground. Do you really think that you can stand against me, and the might of the full Uchiha clan? Sasuke laughed as the Edo Tensei moved into the light, and Itachi realized Kabuto had revived the entire Uchiha clan he had massacred that night long ago. Oh yes, brother. The irony is poetic. You will be killed by the very ones that you killed all those years ago. You are not my brother anymore, Sasuke. You are no longer Uchiha, and I will return our clansmen to the pure world so that they may rest in peace for the rest of time as they deserve, Itachi stated, his own Sharingan ablaze as he faced the army. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the small grove where Hao and Yo dueled. Hao used his gauntlets to block Yo's every swing, his eyes fixed on his brother to avoid surprises. So, how long has it been, bro? Yo asked, delivering another strike, a complex sword form Hao had only seen once before. 28 years, little brother, Hao replied, blocking the strike and backhanding his brother with his free left hand. Wow. Time sure flies in the pure world, Yo chuckled. You look pretty good, considering you left that life behind. I did what needed to be done, Hao replied. How could I continue to serve that fool Oniki when he was the cause of her death? And mine as well, Yo chuckled. No, that one is my fault, Hao stated. Come on, Hao, you know that's not true. I would disagree with you there, little brother. Bro, it wasn't your fault I died. It was my own. I broke the one rule Amadamaru-sensei told me never to break, never lose my temper, Yo replied, moving back and flashing through hand signs. Shindotan, Juryoku Bakuden, Gravity Bomb, dot. Hao blinked, realizing what his brother was doing, and quickly took to the air just as the earth beneath his feet began to collapse in on itself, similar to the Devapath's abilities. Hao, in turn, began flashing through his own hand signs, ready to escalate the fight. You should know better than to go against me in ninjutsu, yo. I was always the stronger of us in that area, just as you were always the better swordsman, Hao stated, finishing his jutsu. Shinkatan, Hai no Seishin no Ken, Fist of the Spirit of Fire. A golden fireball, the size of one of the Hokage monument's heads, flew towards Yo, who only smiled, flashing through his own hand signs. Shindotan, Chikyu no Seishin no Tate, Shield of the Spirit of Earth, Yo countered as a gigantic wall of rock and earth rose to defend him, easily blocking the flames. Yeah, but Anna was always the best of all of us. Indeed, a master ninjutsuist, a powerful taijutsuist, the only person I have ever seen beat you with weapons, and one of the only people who could make a cage sweat in fear. The three of us were quite the team, Hao smiled. It's true, we were the best. She always wanted me to become the Yondaime Tsuchikage, Yo laughed. With your abilities, it was possible, Hao agreed. She trained us even when sensei said we were finished. She was determined to make you the Tsuchikage before you were married. Probably would have succeeded too, Yo said, a sad smile gracing his lips. Yo, I am sorry, Hao said. You've got nothing to apologize for, Hao. We didn't cause her death, we didn't do anything wrong, Yo replied. You didn't. I did. I should have stopped you. You could have lived if I had stopped you. How? There wasn't a chance in hell you could have stopped me in my state of mind, Yo laughed. I am a literal representation of the earth. Calm and steady but undateable once I have my mind set on something. In a blur of speed, Hao took Yo's back and began another close-quarters fight, trying to disarm the younger Sakura. But in the end, Yo was far too skilled with a sword to let it fall from his hands, and the match went back and forth, neither sustaining any real injuries. Stepping back after a few minutes, they both silently nodded to each other as they flashed through hand signs, both holding nothing back in this last clash. Shinkatan, Hai no Seishin Kurobaina, Hao stated as his ninteijutsu took form. Shindotan, Chikyu no Seishin Byakko, Spirit of Earth, White Swan, Yo replied as his own ninteijutsu armor took form. It was a pure white, armor-style ninteijutsu with armor made of the earth's hardest minerals hovering over his back, forming a guard for his left arm and a clawed hand holding his sword, while his right hand remained free for ninjutsu. From the ground, a small red, sword-shaped stone rose, and Hao immediately recognized it as the Futsunomitama no Tsurugai, the tool he had buried with Yo's body. Yo soon took it into his left hand. The danger of this tool was its ability to draw nature chakra from the air, enhancing Yo's natural reserves and making his chakra nearly unlimited. It has been a long time since I have seen you use this, Hao noted. Yeah, remember when we showed this to Anna? Yo asked. I do. She was so proud of you. Never showed it, but you could tell from the look in her eyes. You had created something so powerful, something that was meant to defend, not to destroy. I always respected you for that kind of ability, Yo. You always had the power to defend, not to destroy, Hao nodded as the extra arms began clenching and unclenching their fists. It is a shame that we now have to see if your defense is as good as my offense. Take it easy, now, Yo warned as he and Hao clashed. Hao's Kurobaina arms gave him a reach advantage, but Yo's defense was superior, and his sword proved crucial. Shizuka Chikyu, a blade that hardened itself to be unbreakable and drew out the hidden strength of the earth, amplified his ninteijutsu and kept his sword impossibly sharp. Hao landed a powerful blow, sending Yo stumbling back. Suddenly, Yo's armor shifted, and an arm extended, attempting to stab Hao. The older Sakura blinked, trying to deflect it with Kurobaina's arms. He managed only to divert it enough to avoid a vital spot, taking the stab through his lower left side instead. A grimace of pain flashed across his face as blood welled up. With a hiss, he refocused on his brother, knowing this would be no easy duel. First blood, I guess, Yo sighed, circling. No more than I deserve, Hao calmly stated, keeping Yo in his sights. Will you cut that out? Yo groaned. It should be obvious by now. What is? Hao frowned. I forgive you, Yo exclaimed, making Hao blink. I never blamed you. You couldn't have stopped Oniki from ordering Sensei's death, the trap we walked into, Anna's death, or my own. You're not to blame for any of it, so stop blaming yourself for not saving us. We made our own choices and paid for them. You built a good life for yourself outside the village, otherwise, you likely would have killed yourself by now. You've got a great student, and if he's anything like us as kids, you're training someone who'll change the world. You've carried that guilt forward, and for the first time in years, you're forced to confront it, and this is how you do it? I know for a fact the older brother I respected, the one who believed I'd become Tsuchikage one day, would never have been caught off guard by such a simple attack. So get it together and stop me before I'm forced to do some truly horrible things. Hao stared at his younger twin, the brother he'd grown up with, respected, and encouraged to become the best shinobi possible. For the first time in over 25 years, he felt the weight of the world lift from his shoulders. He smiled, holding Yo's gaze. Very well, Yo. I'll show you the power I've achieved in my years of solitude, and the strength I've gained from training Naruto Uzumaki, leader of Yu-Gi-Oh! And the one person on this earth who will bring about world peace, Kao declared, preparing to finish the duel. He flickered from sight, moving at high speeds to launch his most powerful attack. Skidding to a stop behind Yo, he knelt and aimed the two cannons on his back, firing. Obina, Kao stated as the blast shot toward Yo, who merely grinned as his armor blocked it. Kao returned the grin, vanishing and reappearing on the opposite side, firing again. Yo's armor shifted to cover that side too. Kao repeated this pattern several times until Yo realized his strategy and the futility of blocking the next attack. His armor was too damaged from deflecting blows powerful enough to smash mountains. As Kao hovered above Yo and fired the final shot, he saw his brother smile as the attack hit him, crushing his jutsu and leaving him in a smoldering crater, his body slowly regenerating. That was impressive, Yo chuckled as Kao landed above him, retracting his weapons. I know. This is the first time Obina was blocked, but somehow, I knew this would happen, Kao nodded, taking out the seal and placing it on his brother. He winced, glancing at his side and seeing he'd ripped the wound open further with his rapid movements. Better get that taken care of. I don't want to see you in the pure world just yet. You've still got quite a few years left, Yo chuckled. I'll try. But life is unpredictable, Kao smiled, placing the seal on his brother and watching it wrap around him. Farewell, Yo, until we meet again on the other side. Yo merely smiled as he was enveloped. Kao sighed, picked up his brother, and took flight. Mid-air, he quickly contacted the Arashi. What's the status of the war? Kao asked. We're at a standstill. Our forces are in defensive positions, not letting anyone pass. Naruto has several dozen clones with each group, though he says he overdid it and is currently with the medics, recovering his chakra, the operator reported. Any word from Itaka? None, but we've seen explosions from his general location, so odds are good he's run into a rearguard force, the operator said. He's not answering the comm, and Inoichi can't seem to make contact with him. I see. I need to get healed, then I'll try to head over and reinforce him, Kao stated, cutting the comm link. He landed in the camp, quickly giving the designated passphrase as he made his way inside, leaving his sealed brother in a sheltered area to be dealt with later. As Shizen healed him, Naruto walked in and sat beside him. First time I've seen you get hurt, Naruto remarked. Yo was always a master swordsman. More so than most samurai from Tetsu no Kuni, Kao replied, glancing at Naruto. I can see a question burning in your eyes. Go ahead and ask. Why have you never told me about your past? I mean, you mentioned having a brother when you helped me learn Kenjutsu, but you never gave me any details. And there are plenty of things I've kept quiet about regarding you, things people have said or looks you were given by certain people. I want the truth, Kao-sensei, Naruto said, holding Kao's gaze. I see. You're entitled to this, I suppose, as I'm the last person alive who can tell you the truth behind this story. It's a long one, but I'll keep it as short as possible, Kao said, nodding for Shizen to leave and having Naruto erect a sound barrier so no one could overhear them. I was born to an old clan from Iwagakure, the older of twins. We were the last of our clan, and our parents died not long after we were born. We grew up under our future Jonin instructor, Amadamaru-sensei, along with the third member of our team, Anna. We became genin at a very young age, around 5 if I remember correctly. We were prodigies unseen in IWA for decades. We trained diligently for years, and by the time we were 10, we were already jonin, each of us. Yo and I were beginning to discover the powers of Shin. To better explain our team dynamic, you need to understand that I wasn't always the way I am now. I was a youth who kept a calm facade in front of a dangerous temper. Many of our enemies were on the receiving end of that temper of mine. Yo, on the other hand, was the calm one of the three of us. He was always relaxed and would have slacked off as much as Inara if we had let him, but Amadamaru-sensei, Anna, and myself kept him on the straight and narrow, especially since he wanted to become Tsuchikage, a goal Anna was intent on him achieving. The three of us were incredibly strong and dangerous, so much so that Oniki was always keeping us under watch. We didn't really care all that much, as we knew we were loyal shinobi to the village and would likely have been the best shinobi Iwagakure could produce in a long time. Oniki, however, was paranoid. He heard our talk of wanting to surpass him, and he thought we planned rebellion. He was intent on remaining at the top. He made his first move in hopes of convincing us to back down. He had his umbu plant evidence to make Amadamaru-sensei appear to be a traitor, plotting with Konoha. None of us believed it, but we knew better than to try and stop it, as Amidomaru denied it but faced his death with dignity. This was only the beginning, as it now only drove us harder to reach the top. Yo would be the Tsuchikage, Anna his wife, and I would be his advisor. We were willing to do whatever it took to reach the top, and Oniki thought that it meant even going against him. It was then that he decided to remove us permanently. We were given a mission to locate a small group of rogue nin and eliminate them. A simple enough mission, and one that we had completed many times before, but this one was different. We were lured into a canyon where we were forced to face a small army of well-trained A-rank rogue shinobi who had been offered integration into the Iwagakure shinobi forces if they killed us. The trap was well placed, and we were in the fight of our lives. Yo and I were using our ninjutsu and doing everything we could to try and fight them off and clear the rubble they had dropped to block us in. In the end, Anna told us to focus on the constantly descending rubble, and she would hold off the shinobi. We both argued, but in the end, she wouldn't hear it and made sure that we would do as she said. It took us a few minutes to finally get rid of enough of the rubble to get away, and as we tried, they sprung their last trap. They blew the sides of the canyon away, and the rubble rained down upon Anna with such speed and force that we could do nothing but watch as she died instantly. Yo was crushed. He had loved Anna for years, and they were engaged to be married in a short time. Something in my younger brother snapped, and we both knew who was to blame for this. I tried to stop him, to convince him that this wasn't the way, but he wouldn't listen to me. Ironic that I was the one with the temper, but he was the one who had flown off the handle. Yo attacked Uegakure himself, killing dozens of shinobi as he tried to make his way to the Tsuchikage to kill the man who had taken the woman he loved from him. Oniki killed him from a distance and ordered his body strung up to show what happens to traitors. It wasn't much longer after that I left. Oniki tried to have me stopped, even sent the container of the gobi after me, the one before Han, mind you. I killed him and had his head sent back to show Oniki that I wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone who tried to stop me. I spent the next 5 years learning to control my temper, and during that time, I met your father. After that, I went on my way and began researching the lost secrets of the world, trying to find something to fill that empty pit inside myself that had formed with the loss of everything I had once loved. And then I met you. You who reminded me so much of my former teammates. And the rest is history. How finished as Naruto stared at his sensei and nodded. I see. Thank you, How sensei. Maybe I should have let you kill Oniki then. No, I could have killed him years ago, but I chose to move on. It's not revenge that the dead want, and I knew better than to tarnish their memories with suicide or revenge. I lived a life in solitude to atone for the weakness I had seen in myself, because if I had fought with you that day, maybe he would have lived. Or you both would have died, Naruto replied calmly. Either way, the past is the past, like you've always told me. How very astute of me to say that, How grinned as Naruto chuckled. Now then, there's the matter of assisting Itaki. Agreed, Naruto nodded as he removed the seals and saw a messenger waiting for him. Sir, we've spotted several cages heading towards our combined 1st and 2nd armies. They've sent requests for reinforcements after they saw who they were, the man reported. And who are they, exactly? How asked. The Sandame Reikage and Nizu Cage, the Nidame Tsuchikage, and the Yandame Kaze Cage. Shit, Naruto cursed. This could be bad. Agreed. We'll need to go and reinforce them ourselves, meaning Itaki will be on his own, How noted. One of us could go and help him, Naruto offered. No. The Tsuchikage, Mew, taught Oniki Jinten, so it's best if one of us goes and deals with him. And while I'm certain that Gaara and Rashi can handle one each, there's that last one to deal with, How explained. Yeah, plus, no telling when the Zetsu are going to start swarming again, Naruto sighed. Okay, we'll head over there. Understood, sir. Make sure to have Inoichi alert me once Itaki has made contact again. I want to know exactly what's going on over there, Naruto ordered as he and How started to leave. Of course, the messenger nodded as he ran off to send the word. In the ravine, Itake was hard-pressed against so many opponents, all of them Sharingan users and all of them intent on murdering him. As he skidded back from one of his father's attacks, he saw his mother coming at him from the right while Sasuke attacked from the left. Twisting to the right, his sword flashed through his mother, sending a blast of fire behind her to dissipate a few other Uchiha members who were trying to swarm him before turning and letting his blade meet Sasuke's, where they were held in a stalemate. Just die already, Sasuke shouted. Not until I've stopped you and the man who brought our family back from the dead, Itake replied as he headbutted Sasuke, causing the younger Uchiha to grunt in pain as Itake kicked him away before moving to clash with his resurrected best friend, Shisui. Long time no see, Itake, Shisui sighed as Shokyaku Moka met his kunao. Indeed. I had hoped you would be at peace, Itake said. Was, until Kabuto brought us all back, he replied. So it was Kabuto. We suspected as much, Itake nodded. I heard. Working with a different organization to save the world. That sounds like the Itake I knew, you pacifist, Shisui chuckled. The cost of a few to save many more, Itake nodded in turn. You still got that he asked. Of course. Then let's even the odds a little, Shisui grinned as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Itake grinned in turn as he unsealed a crow that bore a Mangekyo Sharingan of its own, trapping the Edo Tensei Uchiha in a new illusion. Smirking, Shisui turned and flashed through hand signs. Katon Tsuramanda no Iki, Salamander's breath, Shisui grinned as superheated air shot forth and incinerated half a dozen Uchiha heading for the pair. What the hell are you doing? Sasuke shouted as he saw this. What's best, Shisui chuckled, looking at Sasuke. I'm not following anyone's orders except my own. What? Sasuke screamed. Kill them, he really is insane, Shisui noted. Unfortunately, yes, Itaki agreed. However, I will be needing his eyes. Got it. Any ideas on how to stop the rest of the family? Amaterasu. Itachi responded as Shisui considered it possible, but not the best idea. What about your Susanoo? Doesn't it have that sealing sword? Itachi nodded as he answered, it does, but it's very draining and would likely hasten the loss of my vision. You've got your replacement eyes right there, Shisui reminded him, nodding towards Suzuki. He should be a perfect match, and then we can deal with Kabuto. Very well, Itachi nodded as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and created his Susanoo around him, building it up so that it almost reached the roof of the cave they were in. Drawing the sword of Tatsuka, Itachi slashed through wave after wave of Uchiha clansmen and watched as they were sucked into the gourd. This lasted a few moments before Itachi stopped and turned to face Suzuki, who was wide-eyed at this sudden turn of events. He had never expected to be so outclassed like this, especially with an army of Uchiha under his command. But now his brother had once again shown him that he was far superior and that no matter what Suzuki could try, he would never surpass him. Why? Why are you so unreachable? He roared in anger. I was never unreachable, Itachi replied as he dropped his Susanoo and walked towards Suzuki, Shisui right beside him. I was always there for you, Suzuki, always watching over you and waiting for you to become a true shinobi of Konoha, but in the end, you have fallen to the darkness that I sought to save you from. I am sorry that I failed you and let the village fools mold you into a monster that cannot be redeemed. I am not a monster, Suzuki roared as he swung his Chokito at his older brother, who met the slash with his own blade and parried the wild slashes and thrusts that Suzuki made in his rage-induced madness. Even with the Sharingan, Suzuki was unable to surpass Itachi, who now took him seriously and struck. The flames on Shokyakumoka changed from their usual reddish-orange to blue and white as they superheated, cutting through Suzuki's Chokito. The blade fell to the ground with a thud that seemed to mark the end of Suzuki's fight as Itachi kicked him into a wall where Shisui reacted and pinned his arms above his head, holding him there. No need to drag this out, Itachi. We've still got work to do, Shisui remarked. Indeed, Itachi nodded as he walked towards Suzuki, unsealing a jar containing a mixture of liquids that would maintain the eyes until Itachi could get to Tsunade and have her perform the transplant. Suzuki struggled and tried to pull away, even trying to activate his cursed seal, but Shisui was using his chakra to reinforce the containment seal and counter anything he could try to do as Itachi reached forward and pried Suzuki's left eye out, earning a scream of anguish from the younger Uchiha as half his world went dark. Itachi was cringing in pain and anguish of his own on the inside. He didn't want Suzuki to die but knew that there was no saving him. He had all the facts and yet he still refused to do the right thing, and no amount of pushing or prodding him would make him see reason. Without a delay, he placed the eye in the jar and then proceeded to take Suzuki's other eye, the rogue screaming now as he was truly blind. Itachi placed the lid on the jar and returned it to its seal as Shisui released Suzuki, who fell to the ground and cried, "My eyes! Give me back my eyes, Itachi!" he screamed. Itachi only looked at his little brother and saw just how stunted he had been because of his actions all those years ago. Perhaps it would have been better to have never tormented him like that, to plant that seed of revenge inside him. Itachi, Shisui began, but the living Uchiha only held up his hand in acknowledgement of what he knew his friend was going to say. Swinging the sword, he removed Suzuki's head, ending his suffering, whispering a prayer that Suzuki be forgiven and that he too be forgiven for what he had to do. Let's go. We need to stop the Edo Tensei before any more good shinobi die, Itachi stated as he walked away from Suzuki's body, not wanting to look back at his dead little brother. Naruto and Hao observed from the air for a moment as they arrived at the battlefield and noted that the Zetsu had fallen back, leaving just the 4 cages walking towards the army. What's our best play here? Naruto asked with a frown. Divide and conquer, Hao replied calmly. I'll deal with Mew myself since I can counter his Jinten. Let Gaara face his father, though have Yujito on standby to assist if it looks bad for him. I'd recommend that you face the Raikage. Wind beats lightning, after all. Then who should we have dealing with the Mizu cage? Naruto asked. Rashi and Yukimaru. You sure about that? Naruto asked with a frown. I mean, Yukimaru is still pretty green. He has to learn eventually, Hao remarked. If you have a better plan, I'm willing to hear it. Naruto sighed as he nodded and guided the board down to the ground alongside Hao. Once they landed, the army seemed to come back to life at the sight of their leader and his legendary teacher. The pair walked to the front lines where Gaara was standing with Temari and Kankuro, the 3 of them staring at their father. He's yours, Gaara, Naruto stated. Are you certain? Gaara asked, a little uneasy. I trust you. You have the best chance of beating him, and while you're at it, get some closure. What about us? Kankuro asked. Stand by for now. Keep an eye on things and be ready to jump in if things start to get bad, Naruto stated calmly. Temari, go get the other Jinchuriki. It's time we took to the front. Got it, Temari nodded as she moved into the ranks to find the other 3. Once the other 3 arrived, a new power revealed. His own special ability, Rashi explained, using his lava to shield Yukimaru from the incoming attacks. A Kekkei Genkai, someone questioned. We aren't sure, to be honest, Rashi admitted. All we know is it gives us an advantage right now. Genjutsu blinked as the mist from his clam rapidly disappeared, absorbed by Yukimaru. Yukimaru then took a deep breath and flashed through hand signs. Suten Bakuzui Shaha, exploding water colliding wave. Yukimaru exclaimed, unleashing a gigantic wave. Rashi quickly used the Kawarimi technique to avoid it, and the wave smashed into the illusionary Genjutsu, revealing the clam's location as it spun wildly. The real Genjutsu was also exposed. Katon, Karyu Dan, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Rashi grinned, sending a Fire Dragon down onto the clam, dispelling it. Genjutsu was left alone, though no less dangerous. Unlikely allies. Whoa, that was impressive. Genjutsu laughed. What village are you two from? I'm from Iwagakure. The fourth Tsuchikage, Rashi. I'm not really in any shinobi village, though I should have been in Kirigakure, Yukimaru replied. Ha! Genjutsu burst out laughing, looking at the pair. You two are from different villages, fighting together with an impressive display of teamwork and trust. Even though I despised the second Tsuchikage, here's the fourth working with a kid who should be from my village. It's great. Thanks, Yukimaru chuckled. You're no pushover yourself, Rashi noted. I know the history of how you killed Mew. I'm sure it was an impressive battle between you two. Sure was, Genjutsu smiled. So I gotta ask, who's trying to kick that mummy's ass up there? His name is Sakura. He's a mighty shinobi who chose to fight him because he's more familiar with his skills than anyone else in our army, and you two got me because of what we are, Rashi replied, charging towards Genjutsu. Genjutsu smirked, firing small water blasts at the cage, who drew on the Yanbai's chakra. The chakra cloak around him appeared, evaporating the water before it could connect. Oh, Genjutsu said as Rashi smashed him with a fist, sending him flying into a nearby rock pillar. So him too? Yeah, Yukimaru nodded, drawing on one tail's worth of power, ready to join the fray. Well, glad to see you think I'm stronger than that bastard flying mummy, Genjutsu laughed, beginning his next attack. But you better keep up the surprises. You've piqued my interest, and I see potential in the young man over there, so don't disappoint me. The battle above. Up in the air, Hao and Mew were locked in a deadly dance. The late Tsuchikage tried to kill Hao with his dust release, while Hao aimed to weaken the cage enough to begin the sealing process. Pausing, Hao and Mew stared at each other before the elder shinobi spoke. Definitely Iwagakure shinobi. No one else moves like that in flight, he nodded. Tsuchikage? Hermit and rogue, technically, Hao replied. You can blame your successor for being too paranoid about the next generation. He killed off 3 of his best shinobi and drove me away, straight towards the young man destined to be his end. Mew blinked, realizing what Hao was saying. You mean Oniki is dead? Killed by my student, Naruto Uzumaki, the young man currently defeating the Raikage, Hao nodded. Well, I'll be damned. I'll have to kill him myself when I'm done with you to avenge Iwagakure's honor. Hao frowned, increasing his speed despite the protesting, still tender wound. He managed to get inside Mew's zone, embedding a fist in his stomach and bringing another down on his head, sending him crashing to the ground. Hao then flashed through more hand signs. Shin Katon Teo no Ryu Akari, Sun Dragon's Rage. With that, a blast of golden fire smashed down where Mew was. Mew looked up, knowing there was no dodging. The detonation was deafening, shaking the ground and creating a massive sand cloud. Hao flew straight down after the attack, knowing that as an Edo Tensei, Mew wasn't finished. True to his thoughts, Hao's kick, aimed at Mew's face, was blocked by a bandaged arm. Edo Tensei. I won't be dying that easy, Mew stated, attempting to punch Hao, but was met with a block and several rapid fists to his head until he was dazed. Hao then slapped the seal onto his forehead, grabbed his arms, and with a mighty yank, pulled them off his body, preventing Mew from removing the tag. Well played, Mew chuckled as he was wrapped in his own bundle. Hao sighed, marveling at his good fortune. He then turned his gaze to Gaara's battle, seeing that he had sealed his own father. Nodding, he glanced at the battle with Genjutsu, observing that the pair were holding off a smaller, slowly expanding version of him. A desperate tactic. We need to stop that thing, Rashi shouted, blocking a kick from Genjutsu. Got it, Yukimaru nodded, flashing through more hand signs. Suten Tsujin Hiki, water formation wall. Spewing water from his mouth, he created a small barrier around the clone just as it exploded, sending water flying outward with enough force to make Yukimaru skid back a few steps. Is it done? He asked as it began to hail from the sudden atmospheric change, and the clone reappeared. I guess not. How do we stop that thing? I won't be telling you this time, Genjutsu stated, sending Rashi skidding back towards Yukimaru. This one is on you two to figure out. Show me what you two can really do. Ideas? Rashi asked. Switch, Yukimaru stated, earning an odd look from the older ninja. Seal that thing in molten lava to stop it for good while I go second stage against Genjutsu until you join in and we stop him. Rashi smiled, placing a hand on Yukimaru's shoulder and nodding his assent. The pair initially charged towards their opponent but suddenly swerved and switched. Yukimaru drew on more chakra, gaining his second tail and becoming a solid mass of red and black chakra as his fist went right through Genjutsu's chest. Genjutsu blinked at the ferocity of the attack. Rashi, meanwhile, lured the clone further from its creator, flashing through the many hand signs needed for his jutsu. Yatan, Koa no Koru, Call of the Core. Rashi roared, and the earth split in two. Strands of lava reached up, wrapping around the clone and pulling it down into the earth as the ground closed, trapping the clone in the molten depths, where it would be destroyed. Turning, Rashi was about to head towards Yukimaru when he felt lightheaded, realizing he had used far too much chakra and was on the verge of collapsing. No! He needs my help. Rashi cursed. I don't have much to spare you myself, the Yanbai warned, trying to give him a small boost. Victory and a new threat. Rashi could only watch as Yukimaru continued his assault on the Mizukage, who laughed and praised the young boy as he pushed him further. Yukimaru then smirked as his two tails wrapped around the Mizukage, bringing him into a headbutt that dazed the man. Yukimaru returned to normal and slapped the seal onto the forehead of the Edo Tensei leader, who tensed at the tag before laughing. Well done there, kid, he grinned. In a few years, you should be ready for the position of Mizukage. Once you're finished growing to those astounding heights I'm sure you can reach. Hell, in a few years, I bet you can beat me without that Tsuchikage's help over there. Thanks, Yukimaru smiled, looking at Rashi, who nodded his respect towards the youth. Good luck to you, Yukimaru. Genjutsu smiled as he was sealed away, and Yukimaru collapsed onto the ground with a sigh. That was the most terrifying moment of my life, he exclaimed. You did good, though, Naruto said, leaping down from the stone pillar he had been watching from. I was ready to step in at a moment's notice if things got bad, but you really showed the fruits of your training today. Thanks, Naruto-senpai. Yukimaru smiled as Naruto helped him up and nodded to Rashi, who stood up rather shakily. As the three returned to the main army, they saw Gaara and Hao waiting for them, staring at something in the distance. Turning, Naruto blinked in shock when he saw the masked man standing there, wearing a different mask, one that was white and looked almost like a giant Sharingan with a Tomo design. Oh shit, Naruto cursed, touching his COMM. Attention everybody, I've got eyes on Madara. Repeat, I have eyes on Madara. He's at the joined armies in the desert, and I have a feeling he's up to something since he saw us take out the cages he sent at us. Roger that, Naruto. We are preparing to have Nagato send his bodies to reinforce you whenever you are ready, an operator aboard the Arashi replied. Not just yet. But we better be ready for anything, Naruto said as he saw a coffin rise out of the ground. Naruto felt a lead weight in his stomach as it began to open, and a figure started to emerge. What the? Rashi muttered as he saw the figure emerge. That's impossible. How? It can't be, Gaara muttered. It is, Naruto nodded. That is. How began as the figure in red armor with long black hair and piercing Sharingan eyes stared at them. Madara Uchiha.